Look who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? Stop, or she gets it! Then you'll have to answer to Erudicio.
Erudicio? Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty.
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Erudicio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
You have been slain. An enemy
Look who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. Just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? Stop, or she gets it! Then you'll have to answer to Eruditio.
Eruditio? Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty!
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Eruditio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
You have been slain.
Look who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? Once it gets it, then you'll have to answer to Erudicio.
Erudicio? Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty.
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Erudicio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
You have been.
Ay, ay. I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star?
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. Trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil
I'm a rock star. Yeah, yeah.
Rockstar?
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Ay, I'm a rockstar. Yeah, yeah.
Rockstar?
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for
I'm
the
a
win.
rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar.
MPL Malaysia Season 12 is powered by Munton, official mobile internet hotlink. Score an epic MLBB skin for only RM1 with Hotlink. Summon your legends, unleash your style. Lightning-fast gaming experience with Hotlink all-new prepaid. Now with 5G. Visit the Hotlink booth today. Grind on. Confirm lah Nescafe. Never stop fighting. Grind on. Power up with only Nescafe. Thank you to all our sponsors for your support in MPL Malaysia Season 12.
Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-12 bersiaran langsung dari Dewan Sri Putra Bukit Jalil. Hello semua, nama saya Rose dan saya akan jadi host anda sepanjang musim ini. Kita boleh nampak, the crowd is ready and I am hearing some drums from my left. Pasukan mana tu? Red Giants? Wow! Okay, can you guys hear it? Guys, cheer sikit while they're coming. Come on, cheer sikit. Oh, wow. There's a lot of people coming down the stairs. Alright, guys. So, since hari ni ialah hari Sabtu, kita ada satu segmen baru iaitu Seru Saturday. Okay guys, I'm sorry. The name is like Melayu campur English. Okay, Seru Saturday. Di mana semua match yang akan bermain hari ini adalah match yang sangat hangat dan sangat-sangat intense. And we can see, kalau kita tengok pada schedule hari ini kan, untuk match pertama, kita akan saksikan perlawanan dari Selangor Red Giants versus Team Lunatix. Pada pukul 3 petang nanti, kita boleh saksikan pula RSG MY versus Homebois. Dan untuk match terakhir hari ini, kita boleh tengok Team HAQ NSEA. So guys, untuk semua orang sekarang dekat Dewan Sri Putra, korang nak tengok game mana? Semua pandai datang hari ni, tengok semualah free entrance kan? Betul. Alright, so since Selangor Red Giant boys are in, Lunatix boys are in, let's do this, okay? Dewan Sri Putra, are you ready? Saya rasa nice tapi tak cukup. Ni match pembukaan kita hari ni, kita kena go all out. Alright, sekali lagi. Dewan Sri Putra, are you ready? Alright, and with that, mari kita jemput ke atas pentas Selangor Red Giants. Pasukan gergasi merah sangat sibuk sebelum musim bermula. Bukan sahaja membawa masuk dua pemain superstar Philippines, Pancake dan Super Red, mereka juga membawa masuk bekas jurulatih RRQ, Coach Arcadia bersama analis Ozora Becky. Bolehkah mereka meneruskan momentum dan mendominasi hari ini? Dan sekarang masa jemput Team Lunatix. Menentang segala kemungkinan, Lunatix menamatkan musim di tempat keempat dengan sangat cemerlang di pusingan playoff. Bagaimanapun, pasukan telah melakukan perubahan drastik. Atas sebab perkara yang tidak dijangka terjadi, pasukan ini terpaksa melakukan perubahan pemain di minit akhir. Bolehkah Lunatix buktikan bahawa orang yang meragui mereka salah? Marilah kita menjemput barisan marshal kita yang akan mengalas tugas untuk memastikan perlawanan sentiasa berjalan dengan adil dan lancar. Memperkenalkan the Head of League Ops Johnson, Head Marshal Lukman and Marshals Irfan and Radix. Mari kita teruskan dengan fist bump di antara pasukan sebagai tanda profesionalism. Inilah gaya kita. Inilah semangat kesukanan kita. Kawan di luar gelanggang, lawan di Land of Dawn. Vibe dengan energy hari ni lain macam I really like it. Sebab korang datang. Setiap hari datang boleh tak? Okay, alright. Alright, so since match pembukaan, kita kena bagi cheer, okay? From the side of Red Giants. Alright, from the side of Lunatix. I think semua orang dah ready. So, let's show it to the casters. And with that, teams, this is your moment. Game on.
With a brand new season comes new trials, new tribulations, as well as a new mission. And ladies and gentlemen, your mission, if you choose to accept it, is to join us on this journey and cheer for all the teams true to the bottom of your hearts. Welcome to the English desk here for week 1, day 2 of MPL MY Season 12. My name is Stafa, alongside with Gideon and Husky. You guys might notice things are a little bit different here. It is Saru Saturdays, like Rose mentioned, up on stage. So instead of our usual duo, we got a trio up here on stage for triple the action, triple the fun, and we've got quite a match to start things off. But before we start the match, we have the debut of a new caster here on the English desk. Husky, how are you feeling here on MPL?
I'm feeling excited, right? We are starting off with a banger. I hear the drums, the vibe is electric. Selangor Red Giants against Team Lunatix. We got a lot to go through about these teams.
Absolutely. I think, overall, we've got highlight matches after highlight matches here today. And even on the BM side, we've got special guests. So if you are interested in learning of some of the opinions of Uncle Chikanaki, he's going to be hanging out on the BM side. Here in English, though, amongst the three of us, we're all very excited for the highlight game here today. I mean, we're all waiting for it, but for now, the big question needs to be answered between the Selangor Red Giants up against the Lunatics based on everything that we've heard here today.
Yeah, we have a lot of things to kind of unpack, right? First of all, Selangor Red Giants, they have a very impressive track record over the past few months. We talk a lot about SPS. We talk about a roster that is majority the same players up against Lunatics, which went to a major overhaul, and right now they're coming in with bruises and stitches, and a lot of questions are being asked. Can this version of Lunatix take on Selangor Red Giants?
So based on the way you're talking right now, it does definitely feel like Lunatics are coming in here as sort of the underdog team, right? And it's understandable. As you mentioned, Red Giants have been doing really well. This is a team that has bonded, that has gotten really used to one another overall. So I imagine that the results are going to be pretty hard to predict, but you guys will have your very own chance to predict the victory of this game. After all, you see at the bottom of the screen, we got the MPL predictor, a QR code right there, bright and shiny. Make sure you guys scan the QR code and predict who the MVP of this first very spicy match will be. And hey, the more MVPs you get right today, I think the better it will be for you. But now, moving on, Gideon, like what Husky mentioned, we got a bit of an underdog situation with Lunatix. This is a new lineup. They've revamped completely from the lineup that went pretty far last season. What are your thoughts?
To be perfectly honest, after all the drama that we've been actually hearing about over social media about Lunatix, the fact that they got this team and lined up together, which we'll be showing you guys in just a little bit, I'm excited to see, because again, some of them are going to be players that you probably already know, some of them you may already love, and obviously personalities that are huge.
Personalities are always going to be important up on stage, but what's even more important is going to be having that shiny new skin for your favorite heroes, which you can get with Hotlink. You guys can get your epic MLBB skin for only 1 ringgit with Hotlink, and that's the easiest way to unleash your style, as well as upgrading your heroes. And if you're interested in winning your games with lightning fast internet speed, you guys can get the Hotlink all new 5G prepaid right now. Make sure you guys go show our sponsors a little bit of support.
Yeah, we got a lot of sponsor booths on the 3rd floor of Dewan Sri Putra. So I went there yesterday. I was able to go to one of our sponsors, Mr. Potato, and I bought a pack of chips. Love the flavor. Got to spin the wheel, got some great prizes. So if anyone isn't here just yet, you better drop by, because there's a lot of things to go through. We have team jerseys as well, I believe. There's a lot of entertainment and food.
If I remember correctly, I'm pretty sure there's going to be like a little mini event that's going on by the Hotlink booths later today.
Absolutely.
So if you guys have the time, come on over to Dewan Sri Putra and make sure that you go and check these booths out. Remember, entrance is absolutely free, so highly recommend it. But let's jump back into this, right? Because again, during the Snapdragon Pro Series, I have to admit, Selangor Red Giants were looking, I would say I was underestimating them to a certain degree. I was expecting them to get knocked out eventually, but they made it a lot further than what anybody would have imagined.
I think they have made a huge milestone, right? I think when Coach Arcada joined the team, that was a big talking point. And then in one of the stages in SBS, they actually took down teams like Echo. They drew blood from our current world champions. That is a feat that not many teams have achieved.
It's truly a statement on the international stage, and like what Gideon said, I think a lot of us were not expecting the Red Giants to go that far. Part of that obviously has to be attributed to the players as well as the coaches who have done an amazing job thus far. And speaking of coaches, we also have the analysts that we have to give some attention over to. Stingy on the side of Team Lunatix. I imagine there's going to be a really hard job ahead of him here because, like we've already emphasized time and time again, the Red Giants are coming into this season as true challengers. A team that debuted in Season 11, now going to be making a splash up on the MPL stage. Will they bring their international performance here? Let us find out as we can see the lineup of the Selangor Red Giants up on screen right now. Husky, would you like to do the honors?
And I think, you know, for Selangor Red Giants, we have to look at all the Supermans on the team, right? Super Zack, Super Red, Super Gojaz, Pancake, and Super Skies. All of them superstars in their own regard. And I would go as far as say some of our colleagues, especially Adine from the BM side, rated Selangor Red Giants as the #1 team in MPL MY.
Really? That is an extremely bold statement. I don't know if I want to make that prediction just yet. I need to get a little bit of a taste test first before I come to a conclusion as bold as that.
A taste test. Well, we're going to get a little bit of a taste of that, but on the opposite side is the team that's going to get a taste of it for real here. Team Lunatix fielding a brand new roster consisting of Kian, Zakus, Yuna, Deto, as well as Esha Ohana. A mix of familiar faces as well as new entrants to the MPL stage.
Absolutely. It's great to see that Zakus is back into the MPL once again, and this time playing on a team that I'm surprised they managed to get this lineup together, right? Like Deto, for an example, is supposed to be playing the mid lane, but considering all the situations that has happened, he is now reverting back into the gold lane, which was his previous role on Team Secret.
Yeah, and you look at Team Lunatix, they also kind of scraped together some of the teams, some of the players from the academy team, right? They also brought in Isha Ohana, which is facing off against his previous team, which is Selangor Red Giants. In the last season, didn't get to play much. Now he gets to take center stage in that mid lane.
It's going to be very interesting. After all, Esha has been with the Selangor Red Giants lineup for a long time, back when they were in the Tier 2 scene. So now they're going to be facing off against one another for the first time here for both these teams. Debut matches on the MPL Season 12 stage. Selangor Red Giants going to have first pick Team Lunatix on the red side, and we're already seeing all of the bans out here. Gideon, what are your thoughts on the current meta that we're seeing? We've already seen one day of matches. Heroes are becoming more obvious.
I think heroes are becoming a little bit more obvious. I haven't seen it, especially for MPL MY, you know, the peak of some of these meta hero picks like Edith, for an example, and even Irithel, which we saw a good amount yesterday, but I haven't gotten my fill just yet. A lot of questions surrounding those two. Paquito, obviously a really good shout out here because he is just one of the best heroes, most flexible, does well in lane, does well in the jungle. You have to position him in a place where he doesn't really get punished by people who have displacement, CCs, or could stop dashes.
And I think at the same time, it's also a massive flex pick, right, for these teams. We've seen Team HAQ or Iris play that yesterday. Fantastic game on this Paquito in the XP lane. And you look at the side of Team Lunatix, they're picking up classics like the Martis for themselves. They're also picking up, you know, heroes like Beatrix who can scale into that late game. So you get this very nice balance of that early to mid and then mid to late game potential.
Yep, things are looking pretty good right now, but we can see here we got a little bit of fun fact where 3 heroes having a 100% ban rate. Fanny, Angela, and Joy have not been able to see the light of the Land of Dawn ever since the beginning of Season 12. I think we're all going to be eager to find out whether or not they'll actually get to make their debut on the stage anytime soon. But for now, Red Giant's going to be going back to the basics, the old reliable Farsa Grok combination here.
It looks like Selangor Red Giants are looking to play a little bit more towards the comfort picks as of right now. We know how generally Zack, previously known as Zach QT, during his time, likes these artillery type mages. He's very instinctual. He's got that kill pressure with him, and that's what he likes to have. With that kill pressure, it definitely is a statement, because when he gets under the skin of his opponents, that's when you know. You see Zach QT show up on the map, you start immediately naturally wanting to move backwards.
And then you look at the response of Team Lunatix, right, with that Terizla going into the XP lane. And we have to talk about this XP lane a little bit. Kian, one of the players coming up from the Tier 2 scene, this is one of the biggest debut any Tier 2 players would have asked for, right? So on this big stage against Selangor Red Giants, they're giving him a very stable XP laner that can soak up damage, be that punching bag, and also start the fights for Lunatix.
Yeah, ever since the new meta has kind of made itself known, Terizla has been rising through the ranks as a very reliable EXP laner. Although he wasn't really picked a lot in the previous metas due to the fact that he's a little bit slow and there are other EXP laners with a bit more potential to scale into that late game. Nowadays, having this bulk of a hero in the side lane is very effective because there's not a lot of obvious counter picks to it, and the heroes that are like super effective against it just generally don't work out in the meta anyway. So giving a newer player a hero that's really reliable is going to be a pretty good start for Lunatix.
Agreed. And if this Terizla is going to go up against someone like Paquito, at least you know that you can win out a majority of these trades naturally in the earlier stages of the game, right? Because again, with someone like Paquito, you have to get in and out of fights, right? You take a quick trade, you quickly have to dodge as much damage as you can, if not use heavy left hand to mitigate it. And I think with Terizla, there's just so much pressure and wave clear at level 1 itself that the first 3 levels is a little bit difficult for Paquito. But afterwards, right, it's the scaling that's going to matter. Paquito has a lot more kill pressure. The same can be said about Terizla, but eventually he's going to have more utility with his hard engages, with the penalty zone more importantly. And even so, Team Lunatix are also taking into consideration some of his counter matchups, right? Making sure that they're getting rid of the Faraga armor, which is so annoying, and the peel coming in from this export, as well as the carry, the true damage with the max HP.
Yeah, and that also gives you a good idea of where Team Lunatix projects this Paquito to go head into, right? They're like, wow, Paquito is most likely going to go into the jungle, Super Sky is going to play it. We want to protect our Terizla lane and make sure that he's going to have a good laning experience, doesn't get pressure, and he has a decent matchup. And removing the carry also means that your Martis and Terizla aren't going to get shredded. You open yourself up to very hardcore engaged type of tank, which is going to get picked up in the second phase. Whereas for Selangor Red Giants, they're going to get rid of artillery mages, no Novaria for those long range snipe, no Eve to deal with all these high mobility heroes that Selangor Red Giants might want to pick up.
Now, one thing we probably do want to point out is the fact that Esha was originally part of the Selangor Red Giants lineup, and back then he was playing as the roamer for their team. Now we see he's being flexed into the mid lane position instead, and his old teammates have elected to ban out the Novaria and the Eve. These are obvious heroes that you typically see that are pretty effective against an artillery mage like Farsa, but is there a possibility that they're aware of what Esha likes to play?
I think they are a little aware of what he likes to play, right? And that's why they're leaving it up till the very end. They are on red side, so they will have the final pick of the litter at the very end. They lock in that Franco. At least you have a little bit more pressure against the Farsa, forcing her to cancel her ult super early on. And if she commits to it, at least you have a stationary target to hook. It's really nice when you have the Bloody Hunt against the Paquito. He wants to engage, good. You better be using up that knock-up strike. If not, you double jab, you're basically locked in for good.
Yeah, we've seen some interesting interaction with the knockout strike, right? When if you buffer it before the Bloody Hunt, you actually get to cancel it immediately when the Franco tries to chomp down on you. But an interesting thing is that all the mid laners pick that we saw yesterday happen either picked or banned out. So we are definitely going to see a new mid laner picked out by Lunatix. The question is, who is it going to be, right? Esha Ohana has lost a lot of the traditional mid lane options. And for the side of Selangor Red Giants, they're going to lock in the last 2 picks. As Lunatix, they're going to get the Matilda for themselves.
Things were looking pretty default up until now, but we're instantly seeing a hard pivot from both sides here. Red Giants, that is not a jungle Paquito. It's going to be Gorgeous against the Terizla in the XP lane. Fanny, a hero that didn't get played up until now in the hands of Skies. Harif gold lane, as well as a Matilda mid. So potentially Esha going back to his support roots here. We'll find out what exactly is going to happen, but I'm very excited to find out how this game is going to go. Gideon, final thoughts.
Final thoughts on this. Esha was hard targeted, man. He's forced to play Matilda in that mid lane to kind of supplement the team. It's crazy to imagine that they don't have that much magic damage overall. These hard engages coming from the EXP, so many resources were expanded in the drafting phase, so hopefully we get to to see that actually come to fruition sometime around the 8-minute mark.
And I think the highlight at the end of this is just who is going to come out on top, right? Can Lunatix draw blood with the roster that they kind of put together due to all these recent circumstances, right? They are beaten and battered. If this is going to be any chance to make a statement, I think they have to at least get a game off of Selangor Red Giant.
So the first thing I'm noticing, this is not going to be... It's the mid-Franco. Unless Esha is playing on Roam here. We'll find out depending on who's got the Roam boots. But ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be game one between the Selangor Red Giants and Team Lunatix on the Land of Dawn right here. And we can already see Sky is not going to be bullied here in his own jungle.
Esha Ohana might just end up losing his own life, right? Trapped in the turtle pit, forced to flicker, and that is a very important spell already blown by the side of Lunatix.
I don't think he's going to need it for a while. He did slow down Super Skies overall, allowing someone like Martins to actually get the level lead on him. And with that, he's going to show up into into these neutral situations a lot faster in comparison to the Fanny. And with a level lead as well, it means that once he hits that level 4, expect to see maybe a dive in the side lane if it's set up correctly.
Selangor Red Giants has a lot of early game pressure overall. When they got Grok, they have Farsa, they have Fanny, obviously. You're gonna expect some very aggressive plays, especially since this team is known for very aggressive momentum towards that early and mid game as well. Lunatix does have the tools to deal with it, especially with 2 support heroes, but we'll find out whether they can overcome the team that surprised us all at the Snapdragon series.
Maybe a flicker used, Super Zack gets away. Yuna already hitting that level 4. Turtle will be spawning on the bottom side in 20 seconds, and Lunatix still focusing majority of that attention towards the top side, making sure Dedo has a good lane.
Yep, with Super Zack already losing that flicker, he has to be very, very careful with the way he actually approaches this upcoming neutral objective. But more importantly, I'm noticing that in terms of emblems, Kian decided to go for that Impure Rage. And it's kind of strange to see, right? Because again, I was expecting Brave Smite, I was expecting, you know, the traditional stuff. He did take the Festival of Blood as a secondary talent, but other than that, like, I'm guessing he's hoping to win this lane and win it hard.
He's going for the Impure Rage. It means it's more of an aggressive play by the Terizla, but we can see the turtle being contested.
They knock out Suko Goja straight to the back, but with the circling eagle, Super Zack engaged on, dashes away, but it's gonna go down anyways. First blood for Kian.
That's what I was talking about. Zack has to be so very careful. As soon as Matilda sees him on the map, moves towards him, instantly he's going to be popping that ultimate, knowing that Super Zack has to use the Wings by Wings. And if he doesn't have Wings by Wings, it's a guaranteed kill.
Yeah, this is a very difficult game here for Super Zack here, and we can see in the instant replay just how hard targeted he is using that Soar Eagle right there, pulling in Kian. It looked like Super Zack might get away for a moment, but First Blood being secured by a Terizla with Impure Rage means that he can continue playing even more aggressively than before. Wouldn't be surprised if he goes for more aggressive item choices like the Bloodlust Axe to make up for the lack of Brave Smite.
Yeah, I think, you know, Bloodlust Axe is always going to be good, but Brave Smite really gets you out of tough spots.
Bloody Han, they're going to drop everything on the Pancake. Decimation for the kill. Team Lunatix again finding a straggler from Selangor Red Giant.
Really good responses here. I think, you know, Team Lunatix have done their homework. They recognize how Pancake kind of rotates around the map and certain timings where he's going to be. Oh no, this might be a second kill.
This guy looking for Esha Ohana, dives under the tier 1, but he's out with the new cable. Zack tries to follow up, but it's going to bring Yuna down under the tier 1 instead. Super Goja just picks that up. It's 2 for Selangor Red Giants. Luna will have to retreat.
Zack has decided to take a flight that he wasn't part of. He had the tickets for it, but this is the wrong flight. I didn't expect to go that far.
You always feel bad when you get on the wrong airplane right there, and it just seemed like Zakas went a bit too far, and not only that, he brought a teammate along with him. Luckily, he's the only one. Oh, hold on though, Yuna in danger!
It's gonna end up going down. The hook disconnect though. Super Sky needs to get away. No Blade Hunt available. Deto to flicker forward with that kill. Finds it anyways. Super Gojas wants a trade. Deto dropping low. Tactical row is going to be there. Now the Bloody Hunt back up. Super Gojas pinned down. Lunatix doesn't find a kill, but Super Gojas gets out.
Oh, okay. Dedo already using all of his ultimates at that point of time, could not really punish Super Gojas, and even Esha Ohana just trying to slow down Gojas. But notice this, while this entire fight has been going on, Kian is sitting right on top of the turtle, actually leashing it while the rest of the team distracts that purple buff.
I am loving this sort of macro play from Team Lunatix. This is something we didn't actually see a lot from their previous lineup right now, controlling the turtle pit while denying Skies from an easy purple buff take. Mid lane, there is an engage on the Farsa.
Super Zack again forced to use the Wings by Wings to retreat. Flicker still on cooldown for the next 40 seconds, but Zack is going to be found by Super Skies. No kills there. Team Lunatix 3 members on the top side.
All right, so they start backing off, right? 3 for 3 so far. Gold lead basically negligible at this point in time. Team Lunatix haven't really gotten a secure lead just yet. But just notice how the bot lane is actually going, right? In the EXP, Gian is making sure that he's freezing this lane onto Super Go, just knowing that he has this EXP lead. And look at that trade!
Goodness, the Impure Rage is insane. Topside, Detto, tactical reposition to get out Asia Ohana in the middle. Yuna shows up, and now Detto responds. Zakus finds Super Red.
That was a beautiful play coming in from Zakus.
Yeah, really well done right there. Honestly, I'm super impressed by how Team Lunatix has been performing this game so far. Their macro has been immaculate, and their movements around the map have actually been outscaling that of Red Giants, despite having heroes like the Farsa, like the Fanny. Having this double support comp in the mid lane actually allows them a lot of utility. One of the things that they will have to watch out for, though, is their scaling.
Oh, that hook! Super Skies gets away. Zakus follows up, brings Dato with him. Super Skies will get out. Pancake this time, the right place at the right time.
Oh, thank God Asia Ohana did not have that bloody hunt. If he did, it was a guaranteed kill. Super Sky's managing to get out, but you don't feel his pressure on the map just yet. It feels like Selangor Red Giants have a very set game plan of trying to punish this gold lane, but so far nothing is really coming out of it.
Does seem like they're getting caught off guard a little bit here. Even Sky is not quite being able to fly as freely in the air as he would expect, as Team Lunatix are currently in control of the skies and in control of the momentum of this game. A 2k net worth lead at this stage is definitely very unexpected considering the performance we were expecting from the Red Giants.
Absolutely, but then again, week ones are always like this, right? Week ones is when the experimentation happens, all teams aren't going to look as the most polished as they possibly can. Wait.
Wow charge, better airstrike, Asia Ohana just glides out of there. Super Sky shows up, the Iron Hook does not connect, but Lunatix will get the top tier 1. Most likely will get the third turtle of the game as well, unless Super Sky will try, but not an attempt he wants to go for. The Team Lunatix so far, 3 turtles going their way.
Yep, yeah, with a bit of a misclick there on his flicker. I'm not entirely sure what he was looking to do. It's not like he was trying to attempt to go for a flicker ultimate or anything like that, so I'm just going to assume it's a misclick until otherwise when I look back at the replay. Oh, the lockdown!
There it is, the flicker penalty zone. You're locked in here with them, baby. Super Skies goes down. Lunatix just punishing Selangor Red Giants.
This is very impressive right now. We're normally used to Pancake and Super Zack being able to roam around the map very well, and a lot of that is supplanted by Super Gojas typically being able to aggro out his lane opponent, but having to deal with the Terizla, this is one of the benefits of the hero. It's very difficult for you to unlock yourself from the lane because he's just going to stay and keep pushing out the lane, and now Gojas in trouble.
Yeah, 3 of them knocked out. Knockout strike is dead. Iron Hook connects. Asia Ohana drags him back.
Ooh.
Pancake shows up with the wow charge! And a better airstrike for a double, but Yuna is in the back line. It's gonna be signed up. Decimation for the trade. Super Zack drops, but Super Skies is there. Asia Ohana needs help right now. Yuna will help him the best he can. Super Gojas will pick up that kill. Yuna gets out. Selangor Red Giants with a response.
Readjusting for the side of Selangor Red Giants. They actually win out on this trade, making sure it was a 1 or 3, but this purple buff is way too important.
Super Skies was able to get it, thankfully. Still 2 levels below Yuna, though, and that could be a point of concern because we are half a minute away from the next Lord.
We're just seeing beautiful performances by both these teams right now. Lunatix showing a side of themselves that we were not expecting, and Red Giants showing the adaptability that allowed them to go far on the international stage. That was a beautiful fight by them, taking advantage of the fact that Lunatix has been very aggressive in finding these pickoffs because it has been very successful for them so far. And after waiting for all the utility to be down, the Feather Airstrike getting 2 free kills allows them to claw their way back for a bit of a foothold in this stage right now. Lunatix still having the slight net worth lead, going for the tower push, but Red Giants in a more favorable position around the Lord Pit.
I'm very curious to see how Lunatix is going to actually abuse their lead, right? We've seen teams actually snowball out of control but struggle to close out games, and I'm hoping that Lunatix actually has a plan to actually play around these neutrals.
Going for Super Skies, the decimation. What is that?
Okay, so
That's
no decimation, and they don't have retribution. Keep that in mind. Super Skies can come back in and could potentially steal this, and I think Lunatix, they're just looking to fight from here on out.
And that was a massive escape by Super Skies there. If he died, that would have been free Lord for Lunatix, no questions about it. But now the question is more up in the air. I feel like Red Giants will probably want to send Gojas over to get some split push down and try and delay this fight against Lunatix because they know that Lunatix will be trying to look for the pickoff. And we can see that neither team wants to invest real hard since both junglers are up and healthy.
You need the purple buff as well, right? And that's why you see Super Red, Super Sky is going to be around that area. Give it over to Super Sky instead. Meanwhile, bot side, they actually got rid of Super Gojas as Yuna was able to get out of this. So Selangor Red Giants, they can't fight this. The massive damage, forcing this fan to disengage once more. I'm not sure if they want to stay there though. Kian is going to be the brick wall to tank out all of these output for Selangor Red Giants as Team Lunatix. They're going to start working on the Lord very, very fast. Yuna just chunking the health bar down, and I do not think Selangor Red Giants even has a chance. They will try. Super Sky's back in with the steel cables. Finds Zakus, Lord down to 5,000. Super Sky nailed it with the retribution! And Selangor Red Giants walks away with daylight robbery.
No way he gets away from that. He goes and gets a free kill, comes back in and beats Yuna at the retribution battle. The fact that he's 2 levels down, that's unprecedented. It shouldn't be this way. Don't tell me he gets another kill. Don't tell me he gets it as well! Making 2 kills and the Lord!
We're instantly seeing the reason why Fanny has had a 100% ban rate up until this stage. And it is questionable for Lunatix to let this through against the Red Giants, specifically Super Skies has his name for a reason. The king of the air here on Fanny, and he's in full control right now. Even if he didn't have the best start, we can see very comfortable. Already has that Blade of Heptases into the Malefic. Actually going for the Blade of Despair as well. Full damage on this hero.
This does feel like Team Lunatix, they're starting to feel that pressure a little bit, right? We're looking for some miracle worker, and just like you said, Sadalfa, Super Skies is the first pick the Fanny anytime. Super Red does use the Purify to get rid of the Iron Hook. Selangor Red Giants looking to break this mid-tier 1. No problem right there.
Yep, with Super Red already having the Feather and Starly Scythe, he's got a good amount of damage, right? He's got a good amount of damage to help chunk out these turrets and actually look and scrape the gold back into their favor. They've dimmed down the lead against Team Lunatix, and now all that snowball, all that early game, 8 minutes worth of work down the drain.
This is what I was worried about. A concern I expressed is that Lunatix really strong early game with the double support comp. But once you reach that mid to late game scaling, the Matilda, the Franco really does not output a lot of DPS compared to the Selangor Red Giants. So even if they're able to survive a lot of damage, it doesn't matter if the Red Giants are able to just slowly whittle them down and take control. And that is what we're seeing right now. Even though the net worth lead is even here, Red Giants having the better scaling comp are in a more comfortable position.
Lunatix are just giving them respect in the space that they actually get to play with. And with that, Super Sky's actually catching up very, very quickly to Yuna here. Only a level down against him right now as they're about to hit their max level. And sooner or later, it's going to get into max items as well, because a lot of gold has been invested onto these 2 junglers. If we look at the AI predictor, I would agree with it, right? 53% in the 4-minute mark. 52 is the shocker when we get to the 8-minute, because Lunatix really snowballed their lead out of control. But at 12 minutes, it goes back over to the Selangor Red Giants with 62%.
Yeah. And I want to quickly bring our attention to the net worth, right? There's no difference between these 2 teams despite that Lord steal from Super Sky. So from that perspective, you can say that Team Lunatix, they're on even ground against Selangor Red Giants if you just look at the money. But I also want to echo the point that Sadafa brought up. Where is the damage from Lunatix? Is the baggage now fully on Deto's shoulder?
Yep, I think Deto has a lot on his shoulders, and more importantly so, it's like finishing off the targets isn't really that easy, right? It's all about playing guerrilla tactics. You go in, you look for that initial pick, you back out straight away, because you can't just rely on Zakus to bail out the whole team. You can only pick out your most valuable players.
Looking for those valuable players going to be difficult though. Right now, both teams are in a state where they can very comfortably contest one another in a 5v5 situation. But Lunatix does have a bit of a condition on their heads. They gotta get a pick off. If they're not able to get a numbers advantage before a full team fight starts, Red Giants will just outscale them in terms of damage potential.
Also saw the Divine Glaive just got picked up by Super Zack, so even more damage, even more penetration from Selangor Red Giants. This late game nightmare for Lunatix is starting to manifest itself. They still want to do this dance with Selangor Red Giants, but it does feel like it's a bit hard to get anything done so far.
I mean, considering how their draft has been going, like, it's not resting on just Super Red's shoulders, unlike the Lunatix, right? That's why you can see that they don't really actually want to take this Lord away, because they know they can't close out the game without Deto. And unless they get their numbers advantage, like Snafa mentioned before, I don't think Team Lunatix is really going to get any momentum in this game unless Selangor Red Giants makes the mistake.
They're making a play.
There it is. Eshel Hana found the target. That is exactly what they need to do, and Deto finds that kill. Lunatix insta instantly engages onto the Lord. But remember, Super Skies is still in the conversation, but he's in the bottom side. Super Skies, not where the team needs him to be. The Lord will reset itself, but Selangor Red Giant is teetering on the edge right now.
I think they can just keep on doing this, and until we see Esho Ohana actually get that bloody hunt again, Team Lunatix, they're probably going to do the exact same move.
I do feel like Red Giants just kind of fell for the oldest trick in the book right there. Lunatix playing the map beautifully, using the bottom wave to get an ambush onto Gojes, but the contest still happening.
Better Ezra use penalty zone from Keanu on the 2. Banish range right there. Super Skies looking for Dedo, and he finds it. Traces his life away, but Zakas drops the Super Red. They get the root onto Tian. He is running away. Esha Ohana by his side. Yuna is also around, but Team Lunatix, they ran out of damage. They get the Iron Hook though. Decimation from Yuna. He's gonna run away, but Selangor Red Giants have successfully stifled the efforts of Team Lunatix as Super Red picks up a third.
Super Red finally hitting his item power spikes, finally finding the situation where everybody's cooldowns are gone, and they can immediately look to punish without getting CC'd at all. So that's what Super Red is looking for. He's waiting for the right opportunity. He knows that if he gets caught, there's not a lot he can do, and his battle spell is just far too valuable to utilize on any type of CC. It's just for the Bloody Hunt, and that's all, or an Iron Hook.
I just love the way that Selangor Red Giants knows exactly what each of their responsibilities are. Sky's being willing to trade his life because he knows once Deto is gone, there's not enough damage on Lunatix. But Lunatix looking for some vengeance right now.
And they really are committing onto Pancake, but you cannot bang your head against a rock! And 2 falls from Team Lunatix.
Oh my goodness. That one hurts. That one hurts to see. Super Zach, he just had to press tap his all 3 times. That's all he had to do. He didn't need to do anything else. A beautiful setup, and just Pancake, the way that he uses his Nature's Barriers to not only reset either minions, to slow them down in the lane, the resetting the Lord, and even neutral creeps as well. He's continuing to make it easy for Selangor Red Giants to flip these fights.
One of the benefits of Grok that no other hero is able to create is making those obstacles on the map, and having mastery of manipulating minion waves as well as objectives with that skill is one of the marks of a great Grok player. Selangor Red Giants have now regained full control, a 2k net worth lead. Normally not that much at this stage of the game, but very notable when you have a lineup like this.
He is so fed. He is so farmed. He is maxed out on his items. Everybody else is looking to get their last situationals, look for their 5th as well as their 6th items. Maybe even a consideration to selling the boots at this point because he's got so much money. But everybody else on the side of Team Lunatix, you can tell there's just such a lack of damage, and Deto needs to be protected. Yuna, obviously he wants to peel for his marksman, but at the same time he is in that jungle role, so his battle spell Retribution is that much more valuable than the life of someone like Deto. He needs to be able to secure these neutrals just to buy that extra bit of time.
Team Lunatix feeling the pressure, feeling the heat of the Red Giants as the Lord now pushes in top lane. 2 inhibitors standing. How many will remain after this engagement?
Bottom one's already gone down. Team Lunatix needs to expand a lot of their members to take care of the Lord on the top side. I mean, Esha Ohana, you gotta look for some of a marvelous hook to even have a chance against the Red Giants. And midwave is pushing in already with the hook missing. Selangor Red Giants looking for the final push. Deto able to dash away. Super Skies tries to look for him. The Winds of Nature keeps him alive. Tian also tries to dive for Super Zack. Couldn't find it. Bloody Hunt onto Pancake, but again, it is a grab, and there's no way you kill him off. Unfortunately, the Reina's apathy not enough to kill off Super Zack. And again, Selangor Red Giants, they disengage with the whole team alive, and they're able to do massive damage to Lunatix.
Super Zack recognizes that he can actually blow Deto up and put him down to 50%, putting him in range of Super Skies' lethal damage. So I think they've got a plan going for them. They have many different ways of actually executing it. As much as Deto wants to not be in that line of fire, I don't think he's going to have much of a choice. He might even have to use himself as bait to pull Selangor Red Giants to do a move like that again and get a free kill onto Super Zack.
Yeah, the members of Team Lunatix have a really difficult job ahead of them right now because Selangor Red Giants can just basically use the same recipe for every single team fight from now onwards. Skies dives in. He doesn't matter if he dies because if Deto goes, the rest of the team has the full advantage. And I really love that Super Zack, he literally feathered airstrike right outside the base in front of Esha Ohana because he knew the Iron Hook has already been used. And although it got cancelled by the penalty zone, that is another piece of utility that will not go onto Super Red. Lunatix right now doesn't have the right tools in their pockets in order to deal with the Selangor Red Giants.
And I have a quick question, right? We saw yesterday when Team HAQ was playing against Secret, we reached the late game stage. Net worth does not matter anymore. It's all about the macro. And Team HAQ, they did have that win condition, right? A good flank to close out a team fight against Secret. Does Lunatix have that luxury as well in this game?
Unfortunately, I think that Team Lunatix is going to be a lot worse on these sieges. Their high ground defense isn't as good as you would like to imagine it. Like, yes, Detto can clear the lane, but he can only clear one lane at a time. It can, yes, eventually these minions aren't going to be as easy to clear out compared to when he was at level 1 all the way up to level 7. Before that, we'll see whether or not they actually want to walk out of their base. I think it's a little dangerous for Lunatix to be here.
Yeah, Asia Ohana and Zakas are both there. I'm not really sure what the plan was, but Asia Ohana is 100% going to be expended at this point. Team Lunatix, one member down. You have both Yuna and Kian waiting at the Lord Pit. They're trying to start it, but it's just not fast enough. Selangor Red Giants converging on that objective.
I just straight up don't like that play. I don't understand the reasoning behind it. They send Esha and Zakas to try and buy time to get the Lord. There's no way Yuna and Kian can break it down before the Red Giants are able to get there. And all they did was sacrifice a Franco, which they really need in these team fights to try and contest the pickoff. The fact that they invested into that means that Red Giants are going to get this Lord for free.
I mean, it's definitely a bit of a blunder coming in from Team Lunatix's side. I mean, they needed mid to be pushed out at the end of the day, so there's no real reason to actually walk into the jungle in the first place unless you're clearing out the bushes one by one, which I can totally understand if you're in Asia Ohana or even Zakas' position, but with no follow-up damage and expecting Detto to walk past the inhibitor turret is already a big ask, considering that the Lord had already spawned, and 20 minutes into the game, the Lord is really, really strong now.
You just can't kind of bomb rush it, right? It's impossible. If you look at the Team Lunatix members, right now this final Lord coming in from the top lane once more, it does feel like Selangor Red Giants have kind of helped Team Lunatix sign that death certificate for Game 1.
The death warrant is already there, stamped and signed. The Lunatix, the game plan is still the same. No pickoff, no win. That is literally the only thing they have going for them right now, unless Red Giants makes a massive mistake.
Asia Ohana has to be the miracle worker, but it's not going to be easy though. Detto has a lot of work to do. Pancake straight to the back with the wild charge. Detto needs to get away with the Lord pushing in as Super Skies. He's going to go down first. Detto dealing the damage. Super Skies will go down. Detto holding the fort so far. Pancake is low. The Lord crashing in. But Team Lunatix have more than enough damage to kill off this Lord. Super 8 with a dash to safety. Team Lunatix, they keep themselves alive for a bit longer.
Yep, Selangor Red Giants were just a little too eager to get that kill onto Detto. Like, how many flickers was expanded to make that happen? We saw Super Zack actually utilizing his just to get into range with the Feather Airstrike to catch him off guard.
Oh, the wall!
What a Guardian's barrier. They do get away.
Okay, they force out the flicker, but now the conceal being made by Team Lunatix to try and turn it around, I think it's a little too early to go for something like this.
A great disengage from the Red Giants. They're not overstaying their welcome. They need to wait for Super Skies to come back, but Lunatix not going to give them that privilege as they take the mid tier 1.
Yeah, putting on the pressure. Super Sky still 15 seconds out. The Guardian's barrier not locking Yuna in place. Dakas gets him out. Lunatix forced to reset this, right? The base is in absolute shambles. All 3 lanes open up.
I mean, if they want to go for something crazy, I think that Team Lunatix, if they try to go for bush tactics, it's probably not going to work. The only way that they're really going to bait is with Detto, right? Everybody else is basically a non-factor. Unless it's maybe Yuna or even Asia Ohana, but I feel like those are way too obvious, and they don't seem tantalizing for Selangor Red Giants to actually bite on. Now, seeing that the movements coming in from Selangor Red Giants is towards this bottom side, they're expecting the Lunatix to go back to their same antics, sending 2 down in towards the opposite side of where the Lord is spawning to pull the attention away from it.
I like the adjustment. They understand that Lunatix is capable of these ambush strategies. They're going to identify points in the map where Gojas is actually most likely to go to get some split push in, and then check it first to make sure that the Paquito isn't taken out before an important objective fight like he was earlier in the game. One of the strengths of the team, their ability to make sure that if a mistake is made, it will never happen twice in the same game.
You see Team Lunatix once more on defense duty, but it feels like in this case, they have to make some sort of movement out of the base. This Lord, absolutely pivotal. The 4th in this game. And Selangor Red Giants, if they get it, I am not sure if Lunatix will have enough output to stop them.
I don't think they do have enough output. well, but so far Pancake just being really, really annoying, right? Selangor Red Giants, they don't want to be the ones sitting on top of this Lord. They want the Lunatix to be here, but even they don't really want it as well. So both sides just teetering on the very edge, just seesawing and not really getting much done here. And even the side waves, like top side is slowly building up. Bottom side is in favor of Selangor Red Giants. Mid is being constantly cleared, but Deto refuses to show himself until there is more information.
He can't show himself, literally. The moment he appears, Skies is just gonna say hello and bye-bye. And he cannot afford that at this stage of the game. We're into the 25-minute mark. Death timers are going to be massive. And so you can see both teams slowing things down. The state of the Land of Dawn is reaching a fever pitch. But Red Giants want to see if they can break this stalemate. Concealed play, unfortunately, gonna run out before they can go too deep. But they do have their eyes onto Kian. Is this the right target?
And Deto is also around the vicinity. He does have Isha Ohana with him, hiding in that bush. That's pretty much it. Selangor Red Giants. Are they going to pounce though? That is the question. Zakas going to check the bush. This is going to be a big pickoff. Zakas instantly obliterated. Immortality is going to get him out. Penalty zone will be there, but Kian will have to spend his life. Maybe not. Zakas reels him away like a fishing pole. Team Lunatix gets the whole team out.
Okay, they need to reset right now and then look for a fight because we have no cooldowns for the side of Selangor Red Giants, and they can punish this as soon as they can. But if they don't find this timing, Super Zack is going to get that feathered airstrike and flip the fight once again. So Team Lunatix, they have very, very small windows to abuse the Red Giants.
But they can't really afford to take that risk either. You can see that they're actually going to go for the split push on the other side of the map. They understand that even with the utility of the feather airstrike gone, they know that the cooldown is low enough that by the time another fight happens, it's already going to be up. As we can see, Super Zack has it available once again. Oh, but in the mid lane, Kian.
He's going to go down for sure this time. Immortality, at least still on tag. Going to be getting rid of by Super Skies.
Oh, no.
Esha Ohana uses the conceal to try to get Deto out. That is the guy that they need to keep safe. Rescue the president. Deto road to safety. They're going to lose Kian. Deto now gets a free one of the Super Gojas. Immortality use Deto, trying to go to the finisher. Winter Truncheon right there. Super Gojas still decimated by Yuna. 70 seconds without him, but it's 2 dead from Team Lunatix.
Oh my goodness, this is bad. This is bad. Like Deto has to pull so much weight at this point. Somehow find 4 kills in this fight with minimal setup.
Pancake instantly flicker wild shot. Deto needs to put out the damage so far. Still alive. Zakas is gone. Pancake breaks the immortality of Deto, but Super Skies beside him. He is dead. Super Red found him. Yuna, the last survivor of Team Lunatix in this game 1, can't find any more decimation. Selangor Red Giants under the echoes of the war drums. Game number 1 is going to be theirs.
Game secured coming in for Selangor Red Giants against the Lunatics. Woo! Oh boy, 27 minutes as they now go into carousel mode, hovering around, making sure that it is known game number 1 is theirs. GG, well played, the Selangor Red Giants.
On the debut of both these teams on the MPL MY Season 12 stage, the Selangor Red Giants claims their first victory. Will this be a sign of things to come? Or will Team Lunatix show their fangs in game number 2? For now, the Red Giants can definitely feel proud of their performance. They are being able to come back from not having much control of the map towards that early game and understanding that their lineup will have the advantage once they're able to get those items, get that scaling, get to that late game stage. And we're definitely seeing a team that is young but matured in their experiences on the Land of Dawn.
I think it wasn't the most cleanest game in the world coming in for the Selangor Red Giants, but I think, the recovery, the steps that they took during the mid-game towards the late were a lot better and shows that maturity, right? But the set plays need to be cleaner. They needed to have a better game plan coming in, especially for that early game, because there was no reason for them to be losing that hard, especially with a Fanny on their side, and they managed to get the early purple buff without getting too disrupted too much afterwards.
I think you're also looking at the comparison between the power ranking of these two teams, right? A lot of people were expecting Selangor Red Giants 15 to 18 minutes, you run over Team Lunatix to get a clean 2-0 in the series, and then you wave goodbye to Saturday. But Team Lunatix brought us to almost a half-an-hour game, and the Red Giants have to work for it. So this does leave some room for us to think about how far can Team Lunatix push this. There is a chance we go a game 3 if this continues.
Honestly, I'm really shocked and really impressed by what Lunatix was able to show us here. We already knew that going into this game that Red Giants would have a lot of potential that they would be the favorites going in because they've already shown us such amazing performances on the international stage against some of the top teams in the world. So, like Husky said, just the fact that they were able to bring this game out that long, just the fact that they were able to control the early game so well against one of Sky's signature picks shows us that they still have growing to do. And I think we can expect a really strong performance from them for the rest of the season.
I mean, as you mentioned, this is a super young team. They're very instinctual, right? They don't have to think it. They just feel it. And half the time, they're pretty correct about a lot of these calls. For an example, they go in blind, find 2 down by the bottom side, immediately look to punish Can, and they already know, okay, there's a good chance that the rest of the team isn't going to be there. So let's keep on committing to their first initial engager, take him out of the equation, and force the rest of the rats to come out.
I think what Selangor Red Giants did really well, especially when we look at the MVP, right? Super Red on this Harif for the majority of the early game, completely left untouched, uninterrupted, just waiting for his time to show up. And there's this one team fight, right, that Gideon talk about. We'll talk about that in a bit because now let's look at the mic check.
Different ko. Resa natin nga yan. Ay.
Hindi, okay lang ako.
Resta.
Fight. Noterista. Biko. Go.
Kefu. Oh, Franco me.
Go.
Franco no flicker. Follow the leader. Let's go. Grapes and gals goes round and round. Round and round. Round and round. Go round and round.
A little bit of tunes to kind of bring us out of game number 1, right? Lovely stuff from Selangor Red Giant. The MVP of the game again, Super Red. And I want to kind of bring us to the point of what Gideon pointed out in one of the team fights, right? Where Gideon did say, Super Red on this Harif, full items with the Purify, just wait out the hard crowd controls, and then he can go to town with the damage. And that's exactly what he did.
Absolutely. And I mean, he continues to show up why he is a very exciting player to keep your eyes on. All the way from the Philippines, he's made his debut known here in MY and even the SPS. And look at his emblems, right? He's not thinking about agility. He's thinking about, oh, the more dashes I have, I don't need the agility. I don't need the movement speed. I just need a chrono dash to close the distance.
Yeah, there's never been a better match made in heaven than Harif and cooldown reduction. It's just the love of his life right there. Not needing the boost towards that late game. And I just really like the way that Super Red was playing, not really drawing attention to himself during the early stages of the game, making sure that a lot more pressure is going to be put onto Super Zack, onto the Skies, onto Gojas, because the more time and free space he's given, the more farm he's able to get to come online towards those later stages.
Looking at the overall items, right, we can immediately see that Gojas, his main idea is he wants to be a threat, but at the same time needs enough defensive items to keep himself alive if he gets stuck in a situation where Winds of Nature is popped, right? Malefic Roar, Hunter Strike, right into the Bloodlust Axe as well. We look at his emblems, he even decided to go for the Quantum Charge, and I particularly like Quantum Charge, right? The extra movement speed definitely helps you feel like a true boxer weaving in and out of these fights.
And you look at the side, look at the emblems, the entirety of Selangor Red Giants went for, right? Very, very standard. The Quantum Charge is one that I agree with Gideon, right? Lets you weave in and out. These fights give you the sustain that you need. And we talked about Terizla. He wants to stick onto, he wants to be constantly winning those trades. And the Terizla on the side of Kian, he does have the Impure Rage, but with the Quantum Charge, you kind of negate the efficiency of that because you get to dip in and out of these short trades.
Yeah, about that Terizla, I definitely want to highlight his items in a moment here once we get to see them, but I do agree with what you guys mentioned. Quantum Charge is honestly being used all over the place here because movement speed is such a valuable tool, but this is what I wanted to highlight. Berserker's Fury has Claws Terizla. We were talking about how Bloodlust Axe might be the more aggressive, greedy build, but Kian just decides, I'm gonna blow right past that. I'm gonna go for the most luxurious items I have ever seen on a Terizla. Gideon, thoughts?
I mean, it's a statement to Ditto where you can definitely tell that Kian, he's looking at him, it's like, look at me, I'm the marksman now. I have crit damage. Do you have crit damage? I don't think so. And I also have an immortality. I mean, it's obvious that he decided to buy items, sell his items and then buy it later on. And I can't wait to see the post game stats. I'm curious to see whether or not this Quantum Charge actually made a difference for him because he was winning his lane. Don't get me wrong, he was winning it very, very hard. And you could tell that Gojas was like a little uncomfortable dealing with the overall damage output because of the Impure Rage built in on top of the fact that his penalty zones really hurt. The executions as well, especially with the charge, sorry, not the Quantum Charge, but the Impure Rage proc at the same time. That's when you feel like, oh man, I can't really win any of the engagements at all.
I think when you look at the stats from an overall perspective, it's fair to say that Team Lunatix, early in the mid-game, perfect control, right? All 3 turtles go their way. They've been able to win that XP lane. They're forcing Super Gojas to take this off-roll and cutting minion waves in between the inhibitor and the tier 2 towers. But mid to late game, all Lords went to Selangor Red Giants, and that all started with a Lord steal by Super Skies.
Yeah, I think we could see from that mid stage of the game that Selangor Red Giants understands exactly when their power spike is going to be. And ideally with a lineup like this, they do actually have a lot of early game pressure. When you have the Fanny, you have Pancake roaming around to support. But you realize that, okay, the Franco, the Matilda, there's a little bit too much utility here. And I have to say, Esha and Zakas were doing an amazing job this game. The Iron Hooks were on point. The guiding winds pulling people out of like really sticky situations that I think even the Red Giants were not prepared to deal with, saving people. Otherwise, I feel like the game would have ended a lot earlier. But this just goes to show that there's a very interesting dynamics between heroes under the current meta, as well as how these teams are performing here. And speaking of their performance, let's have a look at the heat map here for this game.
Yeah, let's look at the junglers especially, right? We know that Yuna was dominating pretty early on into the match, but then we see this turning point between the 7th and the 11th minute. Super Skies and as well as Yuna, Super Skies as yellow, Yuna as red. The movements across the map basically was Yuna going to invade, and invading pretty constantly, right? It doesn't matter whether it's his purple or his orange buff. Generally, as long as Yuna is a level ahead of Super Skies, there's a high percentage that he can actually take away these neutral objectives when they start spawning up. But that's when you see the problems start to emerge, right? You find the kill down on bottom side, you try to deny that purple buff, you end up getting killed by the enemy team, especially at the most critical time when you are trying to close out the game and secure your own gold hedge fund. You die out. They take the Lord, they flip the fight immediately after, and that's when we see the next side of the Selangor Red Giants, with now they get a little bit more aggressive, they start invading your jungle, and eventually Yuna loses his relevance.
And I also want to say that a lot of credit go to Selangor Red Giants, because every single time Yuna tries to invade and steal that purple buff, they have 4 members, 5 members, just to make sure that Super Skies doesn't lose his buff so that he can always be cutting these waves, split pushing. And there are a couple of times where he is dragging players from Team Lunatix to deal with him on the top side and actually escaping.
I mean, we can see it in the heat map itself. Yuna is just man-to-man defensing sometimes up in that top side just to make sure that Super Skies doesn't have as much influence over the overall map.
And when you see the Martis versus Fanny lineup, you expect for that early game aggression, but the fact that they were able to turn things around is something I think Lunatix were not prepared for towards the mid stages. As we can relive these moments in the highlights here brought to you by Republic of Gamers, we saw a really amazing start from Team Lunatix, getting first blood, being able to stop Gojas, being able to take ganks here. But we could see a bit of a mistake down here where they over-invested onto killing Gojas, and that resulted in a beautiful feathered airstrike into double kill. And then after that, losing Yuna on top of that, not really the most ideal sort of situation, as you can see them getting pincered around, because that utility not going to work if you don't have the best positioning.
Absolutely. And I mean, just when you think that, oh, finally, Fanny is down and out of the game, you just disrespect her too much. You get put down to 40% of your HP. Oh my goodness, you are in the lethal zone.
And overall, it's just Selangor Red Giants able to respond really well. They let Super Sky recover from like what, a 3-4 level deficit against Yuna, managed to make that comeback, pick up these stragglers, and at the end, the Red Giants identified their targets really well, able to constantly assassinate Dedo, or at least put him out of commission, force him out of the fight, and forcing the rest of Team Lunatix to kind of brick wall themselves to protect this carry.
Basically, in summary, Lunatix just got made really uncomfortable in this game. They got squished into a really tight little box by the Selangor Red Giant. And you're not going to be able to play if you can't move your limbs. So you could tell that this worked out really well for them. And what I love after looking at like big picture of this game is how Selangor Red Giants instantly pivoted. You could see the style that each player was playing change at a specific moment. Skies, once he realized there's a lot of pressure here, I'm going to play safe, I'm only going to go for kills. Once that moment passed, I'm going to dive straight in and sacrifice my life for Detto. Super Red, I'm just going to not be on the map. I am a ghost. I am invisible to Team Lunatix. And then after the mid game, aha, welcome guys, I'm here and you're dead.
Exactly, and I think, you know, for at least for Selangor Red Giants, it's very clear that the comp was always going to be better the longer the game progresses. Their scaling is better, they have overall, you know, good distribution of damage. All the eggs are not in one basket, and that's what happens when you have two roamers for the side of the Lunatics. I mean, they played their roles well, but the heroes don't provide that extra bit of comfort or at least that level of security that would make sure that Ditto wasn't the only person that had to be targeted, and they had to go through a wide variety of hoops to actually get to him. But unfortunately, that's just not the case, right? I mean, hard target bans towards Asia Hohana and Zakus' side. A lot of mage bans were taken out and was instantaneously. And even if you wanted to play something as good as Lilia, there's just a lot of CC to deal with, and you can't deal with the overall artillery mage style as the Lilia.
And I think that kind of brings us to one of the initial questions when we look at Team Lunatix draft, right? Before the Matilda came out, the biggest question mark was that what is Asia Ohana going to play? Who is going to be in that mid lane? I know we saw Gord yesterday, but that is 100% not going to be an option, right? No Valentina, no Kadita, no Eve. All the traditional mages have been eliminated, and they decided to throw a curveball at us with the Matilda. Sure, early to mid game, full dominance, getting all the turtles, getting all the objectives, getting Yuna 4 or 5 levels ahead of Super Skies. But what is the plan past 15 minutes? Team Lunatix didn't really have any.
I'm just hoping that this was a bit of a trial run for Lunatix. Hey, we have Zakus, we have Esha, both really solid roamers. Let's try a double roam comp. And I'm hoping that is not a hero pool issue. Because even though, yes, lots of mages were banned out, I still feel like there were options. Things like the Kadita, for example, still available in the pool.
That was banned out, actually.
Was it banned?
It was banned in the
It was
first
banned,
phase.
really?
Yeah, the second
wow,
ban.
I didn't even notice that.
Yeah,
and they also made sure that they kind of covered their bases as well, banning out things like Angela, things that we've seen Zakus actually, you know, played official games of. So all the information has been laid out, and I think the preparation for this matchup coming in from SRG has been great. You know, they're making sure that Aisha Ohana feels uncomfortable as well as Zakus at the same time. It's not because they're the weakest links, but they know that there's only so many heroes that you can actually provide, bring to the table, but you can't bring them all.
Yeah, and this is where I want to kind of throw this question out, right? We know that both teams, they have the analysts, right? Stingy on Lunatix, you have Ozora, Veki on the side of Selangor Red Giants. But Team Lunatix, they are missing a coach, which is a luxury that Selangor Red Giants has, right? They have Arcadia on their side. Do you think that this two-brain power team is going to have a bit of an advantage in the draft over Lunatix?
Well, there's a reason why teams have separate coaches and analysts. Having more brain power is always going to be useful. You don't have to rely on your last 2 brain cells after all, especially when it comes to the stakes like this on the stage. And Arcadia is obviously a really accomplished coach. His connections reach far and wide. I feel like ever since his introduction to the Red Giants, their gameplay has just evolved to another level. So I think Team Lunatix are definitely going to have some catching up to do right here. But entering into game number 2, we can see that both these teams have elected to stay on the same sides of the draft.
Same sides of the draft. Once again, Selangor Red Giants on the blue side with Team Lunatix on the red. And now, making sure that they are getting rid of the good old usuals, but more so just such heavy target bans towards Zakus and as well as Aisha Ohana.
It does feel like if you're Team Lunatix, you're going to pivot back to the same ban to take out that Joy, because I do not think that they have enough resources to deal with a hero like Joy. And you know, not to forget, right? Aisha Ohana was with the Selangor Red Giants. If anything, I think the Red Giants are more than prepared to deal with one of their former teammates, and you can kind of see the discomfort in Game 1. Team Lunatix taking a lot of time to think about this last ban. It is going to decide the trajectory of what the first phase is going to be. They decide to ban the Paquito instead, so Joy is going to go through for the first time.
Okay, I actually kind of like this option here. Paquito doesn't seem like the obvious choice when you still have heroes like Joy, like Fanny, but Gojas was doing a good job of like keeping Kian in lane. And the value that this hero brings as an EXP laner right now, it's obvious to see why he's one of the top contested picks. Lunatix are basically proposing the question, do you want to go for Fanny? We can pick Joy, we can contest for all of these really powerful heroes towards that early stage. And we'll see, I like this response.
I think Selangor Red Giants are in a situation where no matter, even if they want to show their hand first, there's always a very good response from Red side, especially after the first pick. So I think Valentina, very safe direction to go with. It kind of tells us that we're not hard targeting a lot of the mages. We think that even if you do get it, it's not going to make that big of a difference. And we'll see whether that's going to bite them in the butt later on.
I think I do feel like they're also putting that, throwing the ball to Lunatix court, right? Are you going to secure Asia Ohana's hero now that you've seen what we have in our middle lane? Or do you want to go for what you did in game number 1? Asia Ohana put him onto that second phase, and if so, we're going to start hammering down on that hero pool once more. Martis and Beatrix, same pick from game 1, picked up by Lunatix.
Ooh, a risky choice by Lunatix here. They would go out of their way to leave a lot of picks open, but go for the exact same start they did in the first game. And we can see it's popcorn time. Pancake! Let's take a moment to talk about Pancake here. This man has been making his name known on the MPL MY official Facebook group. And I think the fans have just been loving it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. He has just been, I wouldn't even, the thing is, he's not even like being toxic or anything. He just has some really good comments.
Was he the guy that got like 5,000 points in the Facebook group? Was that him?
Yeah.
I believe so.
I believe it's him, right?
That's the guy.
It's like he's not even making anything, like he's not even stirring drama, he's not making toxic comments, he's literally just walking into the room with a bucket of popcorn and saying, hey guys, what I miss? And everyone loves him. It's so weird.
Some people just have everything, man. Got the Riz, you know?
He's got that Riz in the Facebook group. All right, coming back into the towards the draft, right? The fact that we see Team Lunatix actually opting to go for the Beatrix as well as a Martis, personally for me, that just shows that there is a problem with the hero pool, right? Because I was expecting something as simple as Joy into the Franco just to make sure that you have the counter pick already taken away and you can't suppress her, and then it puts Selangor Red Giants in an awkward spot. The fact that they have the Franco and the fact that they have the Terizla already shows that they want to apply a lot of pressure, maybe not through mid, but at least their side lanes will be able to hold on a lot better.
And you see the export picked up by Lunatix as well. This was a hero that they did ban out in game 1 after picking Terizla, but now they have a very direct answer to what this Terizla wants to do for Selangor Red Giants. Now the question is, that Joy still in the pool for now, is it still an option for Selangor Red Giants? We've seen them run that Joy in the jungle before, and Super Skies hasn't had this hero picked yet.
Yes, I think that at least for Selangor Red Giants, I agree that Joy, honestly, not that bad of a pick. I think it can do even more because you can basically run through everybody and get away with it, right? My only issue is this. The fact that you always have to look for these angles takes you away from these objectives, right? These early turtles, right? They're not the most important thing. It's not a live and die situation, but these early objectives allows your side laners to actually get a lot stronger. And the fact that you have Terizla on your side going up against, I would assume, the X-Borg in this particular situation, it's going to be a little tough. Brave Smite on the X-Borg into the matchup where it is quote-unquote range versus melee almost.
Yeah.
It's a little painful to deal with.
It's really painful. As anyone who plays EXP lane knows, dealing with X-Borg is really difficult when you're on slower, tankier heroes, and Terizla is literally the definition of slow, tanky hero. You look in a dictionary and he is there next to that definition. So X-Borg is a great option here. Lunatix understands this very well since they banned it themselves when they had the hero, and I like this exchange, and I'm pretty sure it's going to go into the EXP lane because while Martis is not bad against Terizla, it's nowhere near what X-Borg is capable of, and Yuna has already shown a bit of a mastery in the hero in the jungle, so Lunatix doesn't want to vary their lineup a bit too much.
Absolutely. Now, looking at the previous game picks and bans, right, you can definitely see the shift in the ideology coming in from both Selangor Red Giants as well as Team Lunatix, where Selangor Red Giants taking away some very key picks here that were shown by Lunatix in the previous game, just to get, you know, throw out the feelers, get a bit of a read, and then immediately look to start target banning. I wouldn't even say the weaker players, but at the very least, knowing that there are two roamers, making sure that they feel the most uncomfortable.
I think at the same time, you also look at the bans on the side of Team Lunatix, right? They are deciding to let the Fanny through. If Super Skies wants to go for it, go ahead. Plenty of options right there. But for Selangor Red Giants, with this Kufra ban, it is very, very evident that they want Super Skies to fly free once more in this game too.
Yeah, and more importantly, with that Kufra ban, it actually takes away a lot of the problems that Selangor Red Giants would have probably faced if that had gone through. People like, oh, if I decide if I wanted to go for the Fanny, at least I'm not going to get stopped by the Kufra's bouncing ball. I'm also talking about Terizla, if he wants to go for that ultimate, the bouncing ball flicker, a flicker to match the penalty zone, you can actually cancel that out as well. At the very least, Kufra overall, just a great ban for Selangor Red Giants.
I'm just seeing a huge target onto Zakus and Esha's faces right now. And we can see the Diggy get pulled out. When I heard that Esha was gonna shift into a mid lane position, one thought hovered in my mind. Are we going to see mid lane Diggy at some point this season?
I don't know.
I was not expecting it this early, but I feel like this is very likely because Esha loves Diggy. He just loves the hero. He's so annoying. It's very difficult to deal with in the right hands. It's very good for the penalty zone, but it's also giving the time journey to Super Zac. So I'm really worried about whether Lunatix may just have a shallow hero pool.
Yep, I mean, it's obvious that they do, and more importantly so, the fact that we are seeing this Diggy going somewhere along the lines of roam or support. Wait. That is an entire... The marching band hadn't fully... I thought all of the marching band was in the room, but it looks like even more fans are spilling into the arena just to watch the Selangor Red Giants game.
And we actually see the Clint and Fanny picked up. Fanny, no surprise, but Clint, right, the first time it's picked in MPL MY so far. I had someone ask me this question prior to MPL. Beatrix and Clint, which one is better? And I want to get your guys' opinion.
I have a bias for Clint just because I love Clint. He's so fun to play. The double shot is really effective against most marksmen because Clint will just straight up outrange them. Now, Renner is one of those exceptions, but it requires Detto to be pretty good at his sniping game. And we saw in game 1, it was not bad at all. But what we're seeing from this is that Super Red just wants to take a step back and allow for Franco and Terizla to take the front line. Whereas Team Lunatix, they understand that. They're gonna say, oh, Super Red, we're not gonna let you stand safely at the back anymore. The Cho is gonna come out, so it's a very similar double roam sort of composition here with the Diggy in the mid lane.
Yeah, no, personally for me, I definitely think that Clint has... it is a bit of a skill matchup because level 1 by far is going to be so important for both Super Red as well as Detto. If Super Red is able to get a full combination off, it's going to feel good. But if we see Beatrix get an entire mag of Nibiru specifically on top of him, that's when the trait starts to even out and it comes to that break point, right? One auto attack after the entire mag is just going to be a surplus.
So it's basically going to be who fires first.
Exactly.
We got a Wild West duel on high noon here in the gold lane in game 2 between the Selangor Red Giants and Team Lunatix. Husky, what are you expecting from this game?
I mean, I hope we get a game 3. I already see some of the differences in that emblem as we head into game number 2 of the series between Selangor Red Giants and Team Lunatix. Just quickly on the topic of the gold laners, Detto opting for the tenacity, more survivability in lane, but for Super Red, he's like, I'm going full damage, weapon mastery.
Right, weapon mastery. Interesting. Wants to be able to kind of scale and wants to be able to get the maximum potential of all of his items and extra bonuses at the same time. Just notice the early proxy coming in from the mid EXP from the side of Selangor Red Giants, knowing that Kian is really frustrating to deal with at level 1, but Pancake looking to get punished here.
Again,
oh,
no. Pancake, he's gonna go down, right? Yes, there it is. Zakus, first blood again, Lunatix. I mean, you cannot underestimate their early game.
No, you cannot. You absolutely cannot. And mid-prio is so very important here. That's why when we see Team Lunatix push out that mid lane, instantly they saw, oh, what are you going to do about this? Nothing? All right, I'm going to chase Pancake down. It's not like you can push out this wave by yourself.
What I'm understanding from this situation is that every other MPL team is going to be very happy with this because Lunatix are just straight up showing their hand. This is what they're going to start every game with.
And Esho Ohana is going to be shown down in the bottom side, taken out very quickly. The Skies trying to fish a bit more, can't find it, but does want to try and contest this camp. Level 4 insight for the Spanny. Yuna, can you get it though? Backup needs to show up really quickly. Super Skies will get it. Should be able to get away. Pancake might not be that lucky. Zack is sticking onto him with the Chikundo. Eshahana, he just revived. Force a flicker already, but ends up going down anyways. Super Red as Super Zack finds Zakus. Yuna sent on the run. It's Selangor Red Giants picking up 3 kills.
Ooh, that's a little sad. Super Zack did kind of whiff there on one of his abilities. He could have gotten another kill had he landed it, but back on towards topside, towards that turtle, you can definitely see the duel going between the EXP laners, right? Super Gojas, he wants to go in, but Xborg is just not going to allow him and just spaces him out. He's playing the footsies game.
Yuna in game 1 always had an XP lead until the late game, but in this case, you can see the adjustments from Super Skies and the rest of Selangor Red Giants. This Martis is 2 levels behind this Fanny.
Yep.
I'm really loving the adjustments actually. Red Giant, once they saw what they were dealing with in game 1, instantly start reversing the fate. They're gonna pull out a hero that's a bit more effective in the early game for the gold lane. The Clint actually does a lot of DPS and they can actually fight.
Penalty zone onto Kian to use the last insanity. Yuna wants to get away, Pancake on him. They blow up Super Gorgeous and Super Zack. Team Lunatix with a turnaround, and a Pancake finds himself in no man's land. Backup isn't there. Team Lunatix, they'll shoot a bit against Turtle, no problem.
Yup. Super Gorgeous was like, okay, I'm just gonna take it. Oh!
Super Skies, an attempt to steal, can't find it, but does get the kill. Unfortunately, he's gonna give up his life this time as Yen barbecues him.
Yep, very patient from Yuna. He purposely waited for Super Skies to make that decision. Are you going to try and go for the retribution and then try to kill me, or the opposite way around? Regardless, as long as Yuna has his finger over that retribution and he retributes as a secondary, he will secure it, and that's where he finds his success in securing the turtle. And not only that, because of this turtle, he's actually closing the gap onto Super Skies, who's just been taking away and constantly invading his farm.
Yeah, it does feel bad for Super Skies there. It actually would have been worth losing the turtle if he got out after killing Yuna.
Yep.
But the time reversal there from Esha, actually a skill that really messes with Fanny, being able to catch him out. And we can see now Super Gorgeous. Oh, some fancy footwork.
I mean, that is some dancing shoes. Bottom side, the way of Dragon onto Pancake, he is dead. Super Zack does come in. Super Skies actually does get a purple buff.
He gets
Okay,
it.
wow.
What?
The timing a bit off for Yuna. Not what they wanted, but maybe they can get Super Zack as a consolation prize. Zackers can't find a kill. Yuna not even close to that. Team Lunatix, but they will be able to walk away with a camp instead.
Yeah, I think that's not too bad actually. In exchange for Pancake being squished like his name, Super Skies is able to steal away a purple buff for himself. And we have to note, in the early game, I'm pretty sure Red Giants are quite comfortable with Pancake dying a few times, because against a Cho and a Diggy, there's just no way he's able to survive. So he just wants to use him as a bit of a meat shield set up for that mid to late game, while making sure that they're able to start getting snowballs through assists and kills. Super Red already 2-0 on the Clint.
Yep, I think, Super Red is going to have the best time in the world when it comes down to these team fights, right? Because realistically, who can actually get into the backline other than Zakas? And you can play around this Cho. There is a lot of counterplay. The follow-up isn't going to be as quick as you would expect other types of dive comps, unless the angle coming in from the Lunatix is incredible from Zakas. And even then, you're banking a lot on this Cho kick.
I mean, so far, Team Lunatix had 100% total secure rate. Let's see if they can get the 5th one. Super Gorgeous and Super Zack going to be around this corner, but with no jungler in the vicinity, Team Lunatix will get their 5th turtle overall in the series. Both of them in this game. Pancake, meanwhile, will get their bloody hunt. Time journey a bit late. Detto will be sacrificed and fed to the wolves as the killing spree is obtained by Super Red.
The unfortunate thing is, time journey doesn't quite work on the almighty keyword. That is suppression right there. And Bloody Hunt is going to be keeping Detto locked down long enough for Super Red to chalk up another kill for himself. Lunatix, they've been doing a good job of controlling objectives and the map, but Red Giant still making their awareness known. Super Zack.
I mean, Ohana, he just got back. Someone let him play the game, man. Death number 4 already under his own tower.
Yeah, that's a bit of it feels bad, especially since he did take the Impure Rage, because he wants to stack up his auto alarm bombs, right, consistently. And the bigger the damage, the better it is for the side of Team Lunatix to actually find these resets coming in from Yuna on this Martis with the decimation. But right now, Selangor Red Giants, they just have to play at this continuous pace, right? It's a good...
Flicker kick into the open. There it is. The time journey stolen by Super Zack, the safest teammate.
Insurance policies. That's why we need to start paying our insurance policies.
Yeah, always gotta get that. You never know when you may need it. As right now, Zakas, he may need it, but it's Skies.
Wow, the Jigundo knockup stopping the steel cables. Pancake is low. Detto thinking of a kill. Double shot, almost finishing Mob, and now penalty zone in, but thankfully, Ohana with the time journey keeps all of them alive.
Good play coming in for Selangor Red Giants. They chunk out everybody. They get some big battle spells out of them at the same time. They get the bottom tier 1, and now the question is, Selangor Red Giants, how exactly are they going to snowball this out of control? Because at this point, turtle or no turtle, it really doesn't matter to them. I feel like they need to be chunking out structures and playing...
Zakas, he's just going to Jikundo in. Bloody Hunt's going to be there. Instantly cancel. Super Skies on top of Detto. The time reversal pulls it back, and Yuna finds a decimation. Super Zack and Super Skies both down already. Super Gorgeous showing up trying to defend the tower the best he can, but it's going to be not that easy though. Pull back, but the time reversal, penalty zone used, Zakas dashes away with the stun pole, as Kian just puts his Pirata armor as a shield. Team Lunatix, they're gonna get this turtle.
I'm pretty sure that time reversal actually helped him there.
Yes,
Yeah.
it did. It ended up catching Kian, and Kian, all he wanted to do was just to press his alt in the penalty zone. I was like, nope. I'll try to get nope. Trying to get one more time, nope. Just canceling him constantly.
That's unfortunate right there, but it still does result in a bit of a victory here for Team Lunatix. I think this export pick has definitely been helping them out a lot in holding onto that top lane. And while Red Giants has a similar sort of issue where they actually have more damage potential compared to Lunatix with the double support, they weren't quite able to take that fight on their own terms. I think Skies actually did end up losing his composure there. Quite a rare situation.
Yeah, I think he got a little desperate, a little frantic, as a matter of fact. Oh,
again!
Beautiful!
The Chikundo into the Wheel Dragon gets the kill on the Super Zack, so no Valentina already for Selangor Red Giants. We say that Zakas is the only one that can hit the backline, and this man has been dancing around Selangor Red Giant.
Yeah, I love his target selection because, again, if he targets for Super Red, the same situation will happen where you see Super Zack actually decide to pick up that time journey and bail his marksman out of these tough situations. But if it's the opposite way, there's no saving you. You are just gone.
They're going to try and fight in this tight area. Tian, last insanity, pancake instantly. Just barbecue, turning to charcoal. Super Skies able to get away with a kill onto Detto, but the Super Golia is going to be pulled back. Time reversal, kicked again. He's very durable. Super Zack back in the fight already. Yuna is low, turns around, no decimation. Super Zack, he is the one that's decimating the lineouts of Team Lunatix as Zakas finds two, but Tian, he's going to lose the immortality. Super Skies on top of him. Tian needs to get away. Firaga armor still online. Super Skies with the steel cable gets out with his life.
Oh, okay, finally. Things start to calm down here with Team Lunatix using every resource they have in their arsenal to try and claw their way back into this game and hold that lead in their hands. It's been a back and forth between the Selangor Red Giants and Team Lunatix. Both sides refusing to give any space. Oh, and they also land the Iron Hook. The force out Isho's Ohana's ult instantly.
Up and Skies, he gets that purple buff as well. Right now, we are seeing Team Lunatix put up a very impressive fight, but the Red Giants are still maintaining very solid momentum across this game. And as we know, the later the game goes, Lunatix are going to fall back in terms of damage scaling. Yes, Diggy has more damage than before, but
yeah, that's the conceal play. Selangor Red Giants finds the pick up on the Zaka, so no backline dive for now for Team Lunatix. Yuna might be the next target. They're just going to commit everything onto Yuna. He's gone. Detto forced away by Super Gorgeous as Kian is late to the party. Time reversal. He's going to pull Super Gorgeous back, but he will happily be pulled back. Time Journey is stolen by Super Zack to get him out.
He gets the bailout for free. They get 2 kills in the meantime, and most importantly, they've taken out Yuna. And with no Zakas there to try and make some backline dive play, Selangor Red Giants will be able to secure the first Lord of this game.
not only that, but Super Red was able to get the 3-kill shutdown onto Zakas too. So this Clint is just slowly getting more and more farm. And I honestly am a little bit excited to see the late game damage from this hero. This is one of my favorites, but it's not going to feel good for Team Lunatix right now. A 1k net worth lead, usually not a big thing, but the meta has been shaping up in a way where this makes a difference.
Zakas again with the kick. Super Zack ends up going down once more. I mean, this man is a magician as Super Skies dies underneath that tier 1 mid. Again, Zakas gets Super Red knocked out with the Jikundo. Super Red needs help right now. They have lost the Terizla. Everyone on Team Lunatix running as the Selangor Red Giants. Lord or no Lord, Team Lunatix have found 3 kills.
How did they find 3 kills after all that? Zakas is just perpetrating why Team Lunatix is still in this game. Everybody has not been able to make a significant play except for Zakas so far. And even though he finds one person, I'm surprised that they're getting like 2 and 3 for free in the bundle.
I'm just remembering the old days right now, watching Zakas play. I can imagine just like your forefathers, your ancestors talking to you from beyond the grave. When it was my generation, we spoke of the legends of Zakas Cho. And right now we are seeing that here. The man is back. He hasn't been able to grace the Land of Dawn for ages. And he is really setting up these engagements for Team Lunatix, even though their lineup on paper shouldn't quite match up the Red Giants.
I mean, Zakas was an MPL champion in Season 7, back then with RSG, right? So this guy has been there, done that. We did see Selangor Red Giants once more with this Lord. You look at the AI winning prediction at 12 minutes, 56% in favor of Selangor Red Giants, but I'm not so sure about that because the Lord swing isn't really that huge. They did end up losing members. Mid tier 1 will go down. Esha Ohana under pressure, but Team Lunatix were able to hold on just fine. And look at where Zakas is. He's looking for a flank again.
Yep, so far so good here for the side, at least for Super Red. His damage is extremely relevant in this game. He probably is going to need a Malefic Roar at some point of time, considering how tanky everybody is from the side of Team Lunatix and also a GDS, of course. But until then, we're going to see. Oh, hold on.
There it is, Zakas. This time he's going to get Bloody Hunt. No more kicks for you, my friend. Zakas sniped from afar. He goes down, and that means Super Sky. He's going to go in. Detto needs to get out right now with the flicker. Esha Ohana protecting the goal laner, but this Beatrix is far from home. He's far from help. The Iron Hook lands onto Yuna. Everyone from Team Lunatix scattered into the wind. Super Go just in the front line. He's able to at least force Lunatix back, but Detto, Nibiru's passion is not enough. Super Zack easily takes care of business.
Yep, at least Super Zack, he's not whiffing it this time, making sure those Shadow Strikes actually count, but more importantly, with Detto already gone, this is where Selangor Red Giants actually pump up the gas. They keep on pumping it up, and they need to be able to at least crack open an inhibitor or find another kill to make it worthwhile.
Pancake gonna be able to hook Kian right there, but obviously not gonna go for the engage. Zakas is back. They're not gonna risk it. With the Lord back up onto the Land of Dawn, this should be a very easy take for them and a very difficult defense for Team Lunatix. The Time Journey is a very good defensive utility tool, but they need to try and force something here because they play off of pickoffs.
Zakas a bit too late to the party, and now the penalty zone actually doesn't connect. He gets pulled back by the time reversal. Zakas gets the kickoff, but has to use the flicker to escape as well. So Lunatix this time will not be able to punish the Red Giants.
Well, they have to take their time now. GDS already built onto Super Red. He's going to have some extra movement speed every single time he drops his ult. And remember, he's got multiple charges of it, right? Cooldown of 15 seconds to get that 7 seconds worth of movement speed immediately after from that GDS. So he's going to have a lot of uptime.
Yeah, there's just so much value for this item on Clint because like you mentioned, unlike a lot of other heroes in the game, Clint's ultimate has charges, and every single time he throws out a grenade bombardment, he gets that extra movement speed. And along with the Quantum Charge, Super Red is just going to be zipping around all over the place, and it's going to give him a lot of freedom to maneuver around team fights.
Yep, hopefully that's going to be enough to actually, stray away and kite Zakas out, but it's a little tough to react to like a Flicker third hit G could no combo or something like that.
They did get rid of the Firaga armor, so forcing Kian to back off. Zakas will not be able to find all these dives as easy as he did. Kian once more is going to throw his body in front, and Super Gorgeous will do the same, but Super Sky toying with the idea of a dive, just not find it. Hail Dragon used. Esha Ohana flickers forward. They really must Super Sky. Super Gorgeous! 4-man penalty zone. Esha Ohana bails them up. Team Lunatix looking to commit to a fight. Zakas might lose the immortality, and yes, Super Red takes that out. So no more immortality for this show.
Great bait coming out from Super Skies, right? They are just looking for anything. And they got the Way of the Dragon. As soon as Zakas doesn't have Way of the Dragon, people like Super Red can start walking up confidently in these fights. If Chan decides to break his Firaga armor by using that last Insanity, it's a bit of a throw, right? You either combo it together with a penalty zone, or at the very least, when Yuna lines them up for him, then it might just be worth it when you can hit multiple members. If not, you are losing 50%, if not more, of your HP just using an early ult. And yes, you do have the immortality to give you that second life, but every single percent of your HP, considering his build right now with the anti-cuirass as well as the radiant armor, is just going to be far more valuable.
Yeah, Team Lunatix, they're being forced to use a lot of their utility there, and Skies was just being so annoying in that situation, literally embodying that mosquito that knows how to fly into your car but can't for some reason find the window out. And they just were forced to use so many resources on him, not even getting the kill, allowing Red Giants to take full control of the situation.
Super Sky is also taking advantage of that purple buff. So much value. Energy regeneration allows him to kind of zip around and create all these space where you're getting info. You're very confident that you're not going to be killed by Team Lunatix. But have we reached that stage where Team Lunatix is defaulting back to that game 1 predicament, where a lot of that damage is just on Detto himself?
I mean, that's a draft problem more than anything else, right? I mean, they could have created some secondary win conditions, but they just don't have the hero pool for it, and Selangor Red Giants took full advantage of it, right? As long as this game drags out, eventually the Red Giants will outscale their opponents, and considering that Super Red just finished his Berserker's Fury, every single one of those crits is going to be devastating.
Having a lineup that's so dependent on the numbers advantage is really costing Team Lunatix here. They need to be able to fix that for their next games in the season. But before they can even think about the future, they gotta deal with the present, and that is Red Giant getting the bloody hunt.
And they found Zakus. That is the guy that cannot go down and he dies. Yuna cannot deal with the damage. Super Zack instantly becomes that Martis with the decimation. Yuna drops. Jen loses that Fragga armor. Detto dove on by Super Skies. This could be it. The jugular on Team Lunatix exposed to the Red Giants. 3 dead as Selangor Red Giants looking to close it out in a 2-0 fashion. That Siege Maiden is gonna die, but the next wave is coming in pretty soon from the bottom lane. Super Gorgeous by his teammate Sai Super Red. He wants more kills. He wants the glory. And Selangor Red Giants in the debut series in MPL MY Season 12 gets a 2-0 win over Team Lunatix.
GG, well played to the Selangor Red Giants, continuing to show us they're a young team. They are instinctual, but the best. But wait, no, he's doing it! Oh, he's snacking like a legend!
We don't quite have the popcorn, but we do have Mr. Potato. Absolute deliciousness. He even sharing it with the rest of the team. And of course, the can is in the signature Selangor Red Giants colors, offering it to you all watching at home as well. This is why the community loves him.
Oh, Pancake's a gem. He's a gem. He's so funny.
You gotta love these kind of personalities, right? Graceful in defeat, but doesn't mind bragging about it when you win on that big stage. There's all smiles from both teams. Esha Ohana giving those fist bumps to his previous teammate. They've been there before. They've played together, and this defeat is just the first one. We still have a long journey for these two teams. It is their debut. The Red Giants came out on top. A very clean game too, but I would say Team Lunatix, they did exceed some of our expectations coming into this.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. It feels like Zakus has found his confidence again, and it looks like, you know, I'm pretty happy with the way Kian actually plays his laning phase and the way he maintains his overall team fights. But with that being said, it looks like we're gonna throw it over to our host Rose up on stage for the interview.
Dewan Sri Putra, give it up for Selangor Red Giants! Okay, wow. Okay, the first game and the second game, very, very different. All right. Let me think. Who should I interview? Who do you guys want? Oh, okay, I see the popcorn there. I know who to give the mic to.
Thank you for the popcorn, bang.
Okay, Pancake. After you guys won, why were you eating Mr. Potato up on stage?
Because I don't have bring popcorn. Because I watch too many drama.
What's your favorite drama?
Secret.
Oh, secret. Okay. All right, on a serious note, where's Super Red? I want to ask Super Red something. All right. Super Red, just now, you performed extremely well in your debut match in MPL Malaysia. How is it like playing with Red Giants? How is your teammates like?
It's different like from Philippines. Yeah. But no one changed because we played in ESL Snapdragon. Yeah, that's why. Yeah.
Do you like your teammates?
Yeah.
You love your teammates. All right, one last question. Gorgeous?
Yeah.
Gorgeous. Just now, game 1 mic check. What were you singing? Can we hear it again? Sing it again.
Yeah, I just remember round and round.
How many times did you pusing-pusing? Berapa kali pusing-pusing tadi?
Tadi tawaf base tu 5 kali.
Oh, 5 kali. Alright guys. So kita kena pusing base 5 kali baru boleh end game. Tapi sekarang kita tak payah pusing untuk dapat tahu siapa MVP. Korang rasa siapa? Okay, count with me, okay? 3, 2, 1. MVP is Super Red! Wow, debut match in MPL Malaysia and MVP. What do you have to say to all the fans watching here and of course online?
Thank you for supporting us. Of course, the Red Giants. Thank you guys and all of the fans in Malaysia. Thank you for supporting us.
Wow, all right. Thank you, Red Giants. Congratulations on your win. Thank you so much. You guys may now have your well-deserved rest. Untuk semua orang yang tengah-tengok dekat rumah, jangan lupa datang ke Dewan Sri Putra to experience the venue, meet the players, and of course, have some fun with us here. Okay, thank you guys. You guys can go now. All right. Alright, mari kita dengar mic check dorang pada game kedua sebab I nak tahu kali ni Gorgeous nyanyi Round and Round ke tak? Atau dia nyanyi nursery rhyme yang lain? So, mic check, let us see what you have to say.
You die, Chi.
I got.
Yeah, I think.
No, you're not dying.
Good trade,
Nice, Ade.
Solo red dyan, You alive there?
Ulti sak.
Okay, guys.
Yeah,
Can we?
Can. Perfect. That's one. Oh, go. Can. Amigas.
Noki. Wait.
Okay, enough.
Still a bite. Noki. Oh, go. I got Taya. Ay, Martis.
I nothing.
I
Leave it to Super Red there.
I firmly believe that because Super Gorgeous is on the team, right? So every time they're like, we fight, we just go, Gorgeous.
Just go.
Just go.
Just go. I mean, that's the statement for most of these pro players. I'm pretty sure they have a chant going on in the back. I'm trying to figure out what they're trying to say, but in the meantime, guys, keep in mind, Selangor Red Giants, they've been together since the Snapdragon Pro Series, and afterwards, they are looking very, very polished. This isn't technically their debut of playing together, but it is their debut here at the MPL MY, just to kind of keep expectations in check. However, I am a little impressed with the overall performance of Lunatix, despite not playing the full lineup. The raw mechanics and at the very least, the communications during these team fights are a little clean.
And I'll say, despite like some questionable decisions in game 1 and 2, right? Overall, you gotta say, if you're looking at Zakas, we have to welcome him back into the fray because this man kept the team in game 2 for a really, really long time. Overall, I think Team Lunatix have expected our initial expectations, but for Selangor Red Giants, look at it, just bathing in the glory of this victory.
Now that's just something else right there. The fans of the Red Giants showing their love, their support, having a proper chant, a proper song for the players right there. And while that's gotta feel good, I can't help but feel how I would feel when everyone is singing at me the birthday song. Always an awkward situation. But either way, we gotta highlight once again MVP of the match right there. And of course, we always gotta leave it to Super Red to make a splash on his MPL MY debut by painting the town red with the blood of his enemies.
I mean, he is a consistent gold laner. You don't ever see him lose super hard, and even when he does, he's able to catch right back up and actually turn the fights. He's got great situational awareness, and with the communication from the rest of his team, it allows him to find these windows of opportunities to actually get into the middle of the fight and get those free hits where it matters.
I think overall, you look at his match KD, right? 14, 2, and 9. This guy is not only not showing himself when he doesn't need to, but he's making sure that he's always hitting his power spikes and delivering the damage when needed. Look at the overall stats as well. In game 2, he's 7, 1, and 5. So you can say that he has 7 kills in game 1, 7 kills in game 2, and only 1 death per game.
And he's not the only person who's like moving the momentum for the team. At least for Super Skies, he was tired of game number 1. He remembered what game 1 was like, constantly getting invaded. He walks away with 16 total purple buffs, 9 orange buffs compared to 4 purple buffs and 7 orange buffs coming in from Yuna.
The purple side of the jungle literally just belonged to Super Skies there, and we gotta give props here. And we're looking at the items. There's nothing too unusual. We already mentioned how great Dragon Spear, lots of utility for Clint since he can cast his ultimate multiple times in a row. In terms of emblem sets as well, things not too unusual on either side. I do also want to, before we move on over to Team Lunatix, give a bit of a shout out to Super Zac. He definitely got outshadowed here by Super Red as well as Skies, but being able to steal that time journey, constantly having it available during team fights, as well as getting some pretty cheeky kills himself. There's a reason why we can call him Super Zac after all.
Yep, you can definitely see his aggression at the very least, right? You definitely see him, like, if nobody gives him the signal that he is going to be prime target, he's just going to keep on going forward. And that's when people like Zakas look to respond, look to find it. Oh, you're out of position? No problem. I'm going to take you out. You're going to start to respond to it. I'm going to go even further when I have Flicker.
And again, overall, it's just Team Lunatix. They're posing these individual problems to Selangor Red Giant. Zakas, I would say, losers MVP belongs to him for sure, but he created so much pressure that I would give credit to the Red Giants for being able to adjust, right? Like, we gotta be aware of this show, we gotta be aware of the kick. We need that Franco to be there when Zakas shows up.
Adaptability has ever been the name of the game at the Land of Dawn, and ever since the latest patch with the complete emblem revamp, you can tell that teams really had to work hard to figure out what is the meta now, what's good, what's strong, what's effective for us. And I do like that Team Lunatix are trying something a little bit different with Esha and Zakas going for the double roam. I'm actually a little surprised that they went for a tanky build with Diggy. I actually thought he would go more damage because they already have so much bulk on their side, but that just kind of played into the lack of damage in their late game.
And I want to quickly just draw out attention to the gold laners. Look at the comparison of damage dealt. Look at what the Clint has and what the Beatrix dealt out, right? And we did make this comparison when we looked at the emblems before the game started, right? Detto went for Tenacity, Super Red, straight up weapon mastery, and once he got his core items, he dealt just absurd amount of damage, 121,000.
This is just crit, true damage, all put in together, and that's why with GDS coming in as a supplementary item to actually validate the fact that people have been trying to greed out, forcing a Berserker's Fury into the build after, as a third item after you decide to go for, Blade of Despair plus that Malefic Roar. People like that extra bit of damage and the luck of the draw when you get the auto attack. So well done, well done.
Of course, he's the rich guy as well. You usually are the rich guy when you're able to earn 6 digits right there. Super Red just painting the town red like we can see in the heat map right here, brought to you by Mr. Potato.
Looking at the heat map, considering that Pancake on yellow with Zakas on red, it's just man-to-man defenses all the way. Like, it's clear that Zakas wanted to mitigate how effective Pancake was going to be with those Bloody Hunts. Every time he throws it, hey, I can just Shunpo and body block it for anybody on my team, and I'm not going to get pulled at the same time. So it's a great way to kind of nullify the influence of Pancake overall.
And I do like how Zakas is also making these longer rotations, right? You want to dodge Pancake as much as possible to get these early pickoffs. This is why you see on the heat map itself that Relo color for Pancake, he's sometimes playing that catch-up game to try and match Zakas' roams, but every time he does it, look at Zakas, he's going to make that big round from the jungle just to make sure the Franco doesn't spot him.
What I do like from Pancake, though, is the fact that he wasn't overcompensating. He understands that as a Franco versus Cho and Diggy, he's not going to be able to control the map movements. In fact, he's probably prepared to die once or twice in the early game. That's why you saw he wasn't going for invades, he wasn't trying to mess with the buff or anything. He knows he's not going to make too much happen towards the early stages. His job, meet shield, get some stuns, get some hooks if it's possible, but otherwise, be there as a presence for the team to potentially zone out enemy engagements.
And more importantly, it's just who do you target down with the Bloody Hunt, right? Like, there's many benefits depending on who you want to lock down, but I think it became very clear for Selangor Red Giants that Zakas needed to be taken out. He was the trigger finger for Team Lunatix. Nobody else could really get into the middle of that fight and walk away scot-free. And even for Chan, right, he's great at peeling, he's not great at engaging, and that's the beauty of Xborg. But when you start parrying it out with people like Yuna as well, you create this impenetrable wall of just hard displacement and peel for people like Detto to actually have a comfortable time.
And I think at the end of the day, it also boils down to what we all discussed during the game, which is Team Lunatix very cooldown reliant, right? You don't have the Cho ultimate, no time journey, it's a no-go. That green light starts from Zakas and it stops at Zakas.
And you definitely don't want to have to field a lineup like that, where it's so conditional, where you have to rely on specific circumstances, while you could tell that Red Giants were very comfortable to decide when they wanted to engage depending on what resources were available. But with a clean victory there, we can see the Selangor Red Giants shoot to the top of the standings with a clean 100% win rate. Now overtaking Team HAQ. Points are tied though, so anything can happen.
I would say say if there's a team that can overtake Selangor Red Giants, it's going to be Team HAQ because they will be playing today in our final series against MPX NC. So that would be a series that I think a lot of people would be excited to watch.
Yeah, but I mean, there's so many games that need to be handled with, including the upcoming game, Homebois versus RSG MY. One of these two teams are going to start joining into the upper echelon of that bracketing, and more importantly, so the big question everybody has on their minds is MPX NC. Have they improved from their last time after departing from Madness Esports?
I think overall, it's a lot of fans of X Madness and now MPX NC are looking forward to this, right? Because Madness, they released their spot in MPL, MPX NC picked it up, took the roster with them. And I think this secondary return, as much as we have expectations, what we want to see is the improvement, right? They don't have to win it all, but they got to show us that over the season 11 to 12, there is some sort of growth.
Growth gonna be very important here, and we're already seeing it. Leaps and bounds from some of the rookies that have been showing up on the stage. We have to remember, Red Giants, this is literally only their second season here in MPL MY. It's the debut of Super Red and Pancake as well. We've already seen lots of new players show their stuff. Lunatix didn't perform the best, but we have to remember, there's members of Lunatix Academy making their debut here as well. So we always gotta keep our eyes peeled. Anything can happen as the season progresses, but after this, a spicy match, you won't want to miss it. We'll catch you guys in a few moments.
Look who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? Stop, or she gets it! Then you'll have to answer to Eruditio.
Eruditio? Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty!
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Eruditio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
You have been slain.
An
finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? Once she gets it, then you'll have to answer to Eruditio.
Eruditio? Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty.
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Eruditio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
You have been slain.
selamat kembali ke The Hot Link Meet and Greet. Hari ini saya dengan satu fan Selangor Red Giant. Hi, what's your name?
My name is Ahmad.
Okay, Ahmad. You tengah pegang satu pinggan ni dengan popcorn.
Yeah.
I pura-pura tak tahu je lah kan?
Okay.
You ni fans apa sebenarnya?
Saya, of course, my favorite player is Popcorn.
Hah? Popcorn? Red Giants?
Pancake.
Ingat Red Giants ada player nama popcorn?
Tak ada.
Okay, so you suka pancake kenapa?
I like Pancake because I'm used to be a Roma player. So I love to watch his gameplay and everything.
Okay, nak bagi dia pinggan of popcorn ni tak?
Nak?
Okay, jom.
Okay.
Knock knock. Hi. Hello. Excuse me. Let's go. Excuse me. Hi, Pancake. Okay, Pancake. So, I'm with a fan of yours. His name is Ahmad.
Ahmad.
Okay, say hi.
Hi, Ahmad.
Okay, look. He got you a plate of pancake. A plate of popcorn.
What's the flavor?
I think caramel.
Yeah, caramel.
I eat dulu.
Oh, you eat dulu.
Is it good?
Okay, he really loves his popcorn.
Best to eat while watching drama.
Oh, while watching drama.
Let's swap.
Oh, let's swap.
I want that.
Okay.
Let's swap.
Sure.
Okay, that's very fast. But wait. Before you start eating and continue eating, and before you take away your jersey,
Okay.
one word you have to say to Pancake and to the entire Red Giants.
Okay. My word is I love you guys and I hope we can meet in MPL final. Good luck for all of you.
Let me unbox this for you.
Oh, wow! Unboxing. I think if Pancake is no longer a pro player, he can be a content creator. Ada bakat?
Yeah. So fit to you, It will fit for you.
I also have one. Alright, take your popcorn, show your jersey to the camera, and say bye-bye.
Bye, guys.
You have been slain.
Unstoppable.
Defeat.
Look who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? Stop, or she gets it! Then you'll have to answer to Eruditio.
Eruditio? Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty.
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Eruditio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
You have been slain.
semua, selamat kembali ke The Hotlink Meet and Greet. Hari ini saya dengan satu fan Selangor Red Giant. Hi, what's your name?
My name is Ahmad.
Okay, Ahmad. You tengah pegang satu pinggan ni dengan popcorn.
Yeah.
I pura-pura tak tahu je lah kan?
Okay.
You ni fans apa sebenarnya?
Saya, of course, my favorite player is Popcorn.
Huh? Popcorn? Red Giants?
Pancake.
You know Red Giants ada play nama popcorn?
Tak ada.
Okay, so you suka pancake kenapa?
I like Pancake because I'm used to be a Roma player. So I love to watch his gameplay and everything.
Okay, nak bagi dia pinggan of popcorn ni tak?
Nak?
Okay, jom.
Okay.
Knock knock. Hi. Hello. Excuse me. Let's go. Excuse me. Hi, Pancake. Okay, Pancake. So, I'm with a fan of yours. His name is Ahmad.
Ahmad.
Okay, say hi.
Hi, Ahmad.
Okay, look. He got you a plate of pancake. A plate of popcorn.
What's the flavor?
I think caramel.
Yeah, caramel.
I eat dulu.
Oh, you eat dulu.
Is it good?
Okay, he really loves his popcorn.
Best to eat while watching drama.
Oh, while watching drama.
Let's swap.
Oh, let's swap.
I want that.
Okay.
Let's swap.
Sure.
Okay, that's very fast. But wait. Before you start eating and continue eating, and before you take away your jersey,
Okay.
one word you have to say to Pancake and to the entire Red Giants.
Okay. My word is I love you guys, and I hope we can meet in MPL final. Good luck for all of you.
Let me unbox this for you.
Oh, wow! Unboxing. I think if Pancake is no longer a pro player, he can be a content creator. Ada bakat?
Yeah. So fit to you, It will fit for you.
I also have one. Alright, take your popcorn, show your jersey to the camera, and say bye-bye.
Bye, guys.
You have been slain. Unstoppable. Defeat.
Look who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? Stop, or she gets it! Then you'll have to answer to Eruditio.
Eruditio? Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty!
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Eruditio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
You have been slain.
kembali ke The Hotlink Meet and Greet. Hari ini saya dengan satu fan Selangor Red Giant. Hi, what's your name?
My name is Ahmad.
Okay, Ahmad. You tengah pegang satu pinggan ni dengan popcorn.
Yeah.
I pura-pura tak tahu je lah kan?
Okay.
You ni fans apa sebenarnya?
Saya, of course, my favorite player is Popcorn.
Hah? Popcorn? Red Giants?
Pancake.
Ingat Red Giants ada play nama popcorn?
Tak ada.
Okay, so you suka pancake kenapa?
I like Pancake because I'm used to be a Roma player. So I love to watch his gameplay and everything.
Okay, nak bagi dia pinggan of popcorn ni tak?
Nak?
Okay, jom.
Okay.
Knock knock. Hi. Hello. Excuse me. Let's go. Excuse me. Hi, Pancake. Okay, Pancake. So, I'm with a fan of yours. His name is Ahmad.
Ahmad.
Okay, say hi.
Hi, Ahmad.
Okay, look. He got you a plate of pancake. A plate of popcorn.
What's the flavor?
I think caramel.
Yeah, caramel.
I eat dulu.
Oh, you eat dulu.
Is it good?
Okay, he really loves his popcorn.
Best to eat while watching drama.
Oh, while watching drama.
Let's swap.
Oh, let's swap.
I want that.
Okay.
Let's swap.
Sure.
Okay, that's very fast. But wait. Before you start eating and continue eating, and before you take away your jersey,
Okay.
one word you have to say to Pancake and to the entire Red Giants.
Okay. My word is I love you guys and I hope we can meet in MPL final. Good luck for all of you.
Let me unbox this for you.
Oh, wow! Unboxing. I think if Pancake is no longer a pro player, he can be a content creator. Ada bakat?
Yeah. So fit to you, It will fit for you.
I also have one. Alright, take your popcorn, show your jersey to the camera, and say bye-bye.
Bye, guys.
You have been slain.
Enemy unstoppable.
Defeat.
Look who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? Or she gets it, then you'll have to answer to Erudicio.
Erudicio? Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty.
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Erudicio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
You have been slain.
Look who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? Stop, or she gets it! Then you'll have to answer to Eruditio.
Eruditio? Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty.
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Eruditio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
You have been slain.
Look who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? Once she gets it, then you'll have to answer to Eruditio.
Eruditio? Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty!
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Eruditio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
Ay, ay. I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star?
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. Trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star. Yeah.
Rockstar?
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Hey.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. Trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star. Yeah.
Rockstar?
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Get on my way, aku nak push, naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar. Yeah.
Rockstar?
Ay.
kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise.
MPL Malaysia Season 12 is powered by Montong, official mobile internet hotlink. Score an epic MLBB skin for only RM1 with Hotlink. Summon your legends, unleash your style. Lightning-fast gaming experience with Hotlink all-new prepaid. Now with 5G. Visit the Hotlink booth today. Champion Extra GG with Garnier Men. Fight 99.9% acne-causing bacteria in just 10 seconds. Thank you to all our sponsors for your support in MPL Malaysia Season 12.
Hello semua dan selamat kembali ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-12. Ini adalah seru Saturday kita. Anda bersama dengan saya, Rose. Of course, your host untuk musim ini. Dan kalau korang perasan, saya tak ada kat atas stage sebab saya dekat booth RSG. And we have a special fan. Hello.
Hi.
How are you? What's your name?
Amirul.
Okay, Amirul. Kita nampak you ni fan RSG, pakai jersey semua.
Yes.
Okay, so Amirul, untuk perlawanan ni kita akan saksikan RSG MY versus Homebois.
Yeah.
Manakala last season Homebois pernah kalahkan RSG 2-0.
Betul.
So untuk musim ni you rasa apa akan jadi nanti?
Of course kita akan counter balik 2-0.
Counter balik 2-0. So RSG 2 lah.
Betul.
Ingat Homebois 2. Oh,
2-0.
Alright, so I nak tahu bagi ayat pedas sikit dekat side Homebois. Dengarlah ayat pedas-pedas. Baru nak start kan?
Okay, watch out Homebois. Kita ada orang import tahun ni. This one.
Oh, apa nama import tu?
Demon Card.
Wow.
We see Demon Card here today.
MSC 2022 champions. Okay, thank you so much, Amirul.
Thank you.
Wow! Good luck to Team RSG. So now we'll head on over to the Homebois booth. So let's go. All right, and we are now over at the Homebois booth. So untuk perlawanan ni, kita akan saksikan RSG MY versus Homebois. And we have a fan here. Hello, how are you?
Yeah, I'm right.
Okay tak? Alright. Apa
Okay.
nama?
Hamizan.
Okay, Hamizan. So kita boleh nampak tadi Amirul pakai RSG jersey. Sekarang dia pakai Homebois jersey.
Yeah.
So last season, I tanya Amirul, last season Homebois pernah kalahkan RSG 2-0.
Okay.
Adakah benda ni akan jadi sekali lagi?
Saya rasa untuk season ni tidak, Homebois sangat kuat season ni. InsyaAllah akan dibalas balik.
Wow, okay. So dorang cakap, dorang ada import, nama dia Demon Card. Homebois ada apa?
Come on lah, Homebois ada macam-macam kot. Semua, memang hebat.
You rasa paling excited nak tengok siapa atas pentas nanti?
Semua player Homebois.
Satu je?
Zona.
Legendary
Zon
Zone.
dan Ryzen.
Oh, Zon dan Ryzen. Okay, tadi dorang cakap kan, dorang bagi ayat pedas-pedas dekat Homebois. Takkan Flame Boys nak kalah? Bagi balik dekat geng RSG tu.
Tak perlu kot. Rasanya boleh cakap gulak lah RSG. Itu saja.
Itu saja.
Yeah.
Alright, thank you so much. Alright guys, so mari kita tengok player walk-in untuk perlawanan kedua kita untuk hari ini. Alright, Dewan Sri Putra. Tadi kita nampak Rose up there on the screen. Sekarang I'm down here. Tapi sebelum I ajak kedua-dua pasukan ke atas pentas, Dewan Sri Putra, let us hear you roar. Tak, sekali lagi. Dewan Sri Putra, let us hear you roar. Alright, and with that, mari kita ajak ke atas pentas RSG Malaysia. Pasukan RSG sangat sibuk sebelum musim bermula. Membawa masuk bakat baru ke dalam pasukan termasuk Storm dan Demon Kite dari Philippines. Sementara Reborn, Izanami dan Lolial telah bersedia untuk menunjukkan apa yang diperlukan untuk mendapatkan title juara kali kedua untuk RSG. Bolehkah RSG membalas dendam mereka dengan memberi sweet revenge kepada Homebois? And now for their opponents, Flame Boys, give it up for Homebois! Antara pasukan paling popular di MPL Malaysia, mereka juga mempunyai barisan pemain yang sangat mengagumkan hari ini. Selain daripada mengekalkan 5 pemain utama dari Season 11, mereka membawa masuk The Legendary Zorn dan juga Rizal yang berbakat dari MPL Indonesia. Bolehkah Homebois tunjukkan kepada kita permainan yang hebat hari ini? Masanya untuk kita saksikan. Sekarang, marilah kita menjemput barisan marshal kita yang akan mengelas tugas untuk memastikan perlawanan sentiasa berjalan dengan adil dan lancar. Memperkenalkan di Head of League Ops, Johnson, Head Marshal Lukman dan Marshal Yitze dan Raditz. Mari kita teruskan dengan fist bump di antara pasukan sebagai tanda profesionalism. Inilah gaya kita. Inilah semangat kesukanan kita. Kawan di luar gelanggang, lawan di Land of Dawn. So, since hari ini full house, I want to play with the audience. Boleh tak? Alright. So, if I say this side, korang cheer. If I say this side, korang cheer. Okay? Let's start with you guys. Gang RSG! All right, and for this side, when I say Flame Boys, you guys cheer, okay? Flame Boys! Okay. All right. Okay, amazing energy. Players, tengah baca doa. Okay, guys. Korang rasa for this side, siapa akan menang? RSG. 2-1, 2-0. Side ni, siapa akan menang? 2-0, 2-1. Oi, Fix kat sana tengah 2-0 dah. 2-0 Fix. Alright guys. Alright, I think semua dah ready. I dah ready untuk saksikan game yang sangat panas untuk hari ini. And with that, teams, this is your moment. Game on.
Ladies Ladies and gentlemen, our highlight match of the day, a Royal Rumble is about to occur on the MPL MY stage. And we here on the English desk are very happy that you've decided to join us for the momentous occasion. My name's Stafa, along with Gideon and Husky, welcoming you back to MPL MY Season 12 for a match that I don't think any of us want to miss.
I wouldn't. I almost lost sleep yesterday. I dreamt about this match for a really long time, and both teams have brought in new additions that have boosted their firepower by 10-fold. You know, Demon Kite from RSG MY, Zorn and Ryza returning to Homebois. I think this is going to be a banger.
Yep, I think, you know, this match is going to be a true test of skill, and more importantly, I think these two organizations are both gunning RSG to make it 2-time champs and for Homebois to actually achieve a championship here in MPL MY.
I think the craziest thing is that you look at the coaches themselves, right? Both coaches have achieved an MPL MY championship title before. Skadaga, Season 7 with RSG, now he's back with RSG MY. Pubs, he did achieve a championship title before, but not with Homebois.
That is true, that is true. Champion level coaching up on stage right now, which is definitely gonna make all of you guys' jobs quite difficult, because if you want to participate in MPL Predictor, all you gotta do is scan the QR code below and tell us which of these teams is going to win, who's going to be the MVP of the match. And if you guys do get it right, hey, maybe you guys can get a little bit of bonuses as well as contribute to which player will be on the big screen at the end of an incredible series right here. And I'm pretty sure this is going to be a series that none of us want to miss out on. So I get the feeling that it's going to be very important for all of us to stay refreshed as well as awake for what is about to come.
Yeah, honestly, you know, I'm waiting for this game. I was already starting to power down, and I don't know, sometimes you're just waiting for the next game.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you feel like you need an extra boost in that energy, the boost in that awakeness, don't worry, we have Nescafe with you. Never stop fighting, grind on, and power it up only with Nescafe. If you need an extra boost for your next Mobile Legends Bang Bang game, oh, don't worry, just power it up with Nescafe. Confirm power. You're gonna reach the next level, reach that mythical honor, mythical glory, reach that mythical immortal. Just like me, I've done it. Almost. I can 50
feel
stars
it.
away, but I'm almost there.
I can definitely feel the energy coming from that side of the table
I had
here.
the Mocha Nescafe this morning,
It's
man.
very obvious who has had the most Nescafe on this desk. Hopefully, both teams will have their own share of Nescafe, because I think they're gonna need all the energy that you need to go against one another. Two accomplished teams with rivalries in place. Let's see what they have to say.
A pretty awkward angle.
Yeah, it's like that.
Yeah.
Janganlah buat mistake-mistake gitu
Dia adalah Roman dengan ada tambahan jungler. Perhaps season ni dapat buat yang terbaik lah.
Pandangan saya terhadap line up kita orang, saya sangat rasa yang peluang untuk dapatkan grand final tu adalah tinggi, dan kemungkinan besar kita orang akan champion dengan line up ni. Okey, kepada tim RSG ya, saya tengok line up dia, saya dah tahu dah orang memang betul-betul all out untuk season ni. Tapi make sure orang kata berhasil lah Tiko, kita dah tahu lah first match kalau jumpa kita orang kan, macam biasalah season lepas Homebois dah bantai orang kan, kali ni sama dengan datangnya kita akan lawan sekali gitu. Okay.
Untuk season pula, itu kalau lepas benda dah lepas. So last time kalah, kali ni aku menang. Tak ada benda tu dua kali akan ulang.
Mungkin untuk report, sebab season lepas dia dapat best EXP. So saya akan ambil best EXP tu season ni.
Best EXP? Kalau tu best EXP local dia, aku dah best EXP international. Jaga kampung.
Untuk RSG saya akan bantai korang lah 2-0. Kalau untuk player RSG pula, actually untuk jungler dia lah, hati-hati lah jumpa dengan saya.
Do you know Chibi from Homebois?
No. I think with my experience in the Philippines, I can bring something to the team.
spicy, spicy stuff up here on this stage. These two teams have been rivals for the longest time, ever since their debuts here on the MPL MY stage. They're just throwing things all across the board right here. And honestly, I'm just gonna leave it to you guys, Husky. What are your thoughts right now?
So many things to unpack, right? Homebois wanting to go for a run it back, another 2-0 on RSG MY, wanted to take the first championship title as an organization. But my favorite part, honestly, is Ripple flexing that international best XP laner, Demon Kai showing up. You know, he's the most accomplished player so far in this 10-man roster, and he's like, who's the enemy jungler? I don't know. I don't care.
Yep. I think it's totally understandable from Demon Kite's perspective, right? He's won MSC before. He's made championships happen for RSG PH prior to this as well. So he does bring a lot to the table. But at the same time, I think it's a really good test between both of the teams, right? These are two expected teams to actually make it to the grand finals to challenge, you know, competitors like thwart who have been consistently at the grand finals every single season.
Yeah, these are two champion-level teams with champion-level coaches, champion-level players. And you can tell just from that video alone that both sides are very eager for that grand final spot, for that championship title to represent MPL MY at the international stage at M5. And of course, talking about the coaches here, like Husky mentioned earlier, Skadaga returning to RSG MY. This is the coach that brought them to victory in Season 7.
Which is kind of a crazy thought, right? He brought RSG MY to a trophy, goes on to other teams, and returns in, I would say, one of the most important seasons ever with a hashtag MPL Malaysia. We're looking for the international stage. We're looking for a good placing. And he's up against the likes of Pups on the side of Homebois, right? He's also up against the likes of Antagonist, the analyst of the side of Homebois. And Pups, I think he also had a title with Team HAQ, if I'm not mistaken, and now he's trying to do the same to Homebois.
And let's not forget, Antagonist as the analyst, Rain as the analyst for RSG, both are going to be the supporting characters to make sure that the team is going to be performing at their tip-top shape with information on each other, which I'm pretty sure that they've done extensive research into the overall habits, timings, and more importantly, compositions, as we are about to get into the draft in about 53 more seconds.
Yeah, I can imagine, though, they've had to do a little bit of extra research because both these teams have brought in a couple of new players for this season as well, and we're going to instantly see them fielded as part of their primary lineup for this incredible series. Starting things off with RSG MY. It's going to be Demon Kite, a name that many of us are familiar with, Storm, Lolil, Izanami, and Rippo.
So much accolades in this roster alone. You cannot help but just look at both Storm and Demon Kite, right? That is a dynamic duo that RSG MY is going to focus a lot on. And I think you can say the same when we go to Homebois later on. We're looking at the duo of Ryzo and Zorn. These four guys are going to be direct competitors on the Land of Dawn.
Yep, they're making sure that they are setting themselves up for a championship run. But their competitors are no slouches either, having almost a miracle run. One of the most astounding performances in their history in Season 11, now coming into Season 12. It's Chibi, Zorn, Ryzel, Warlord, as well as Sapat.
Yeah, but the Homebois, we already knew how they were able to integrate imports with the introduction of Warlord and Barbosa from the previous season. And now they've brought in Ryzel, a name that we may all know from Alter Ego, aka MPL ID. So we can see that Nip gonna be taking a little bit of a break, and Barbosa as well, with Zorn coming in as the combination factor. Homebois, even though they performed really well last season, are still looking to switch things up, and they are ever eager to claim that trophy.
And I believe it's fair to kind of look at both Storm and Zorn, these two roamers, right, how they function for each team. And you can say that Warlord, he has only ever played with Barbosa for most of Season 11. Now we introduce Zorn into the equation. You can say that both of them have the same playstyle. We'll see if that's going to be true, because drafting phase has started. We see the first four bans: Franco, Paquito, Terizla, and Baxia.
Instantaneously, they're making sure that they are they're getting rid of S-tier high-impact heroes from both sides' signature, in a matter of fact. The fact that Homebois is deciding to get rid of Baxia does kind of tell us that they have done some form of preparation, or they're expected to kind of set Chibi up for an assassin.
It's very interesting, because it would seem like a respect band towards Demon Kite here. And obviously, in the more recent times when we were able to watch him play, he did play a lot of utility tank-style jungle. But his roots as a player are that of an assassin jungle, someone who wants to carry, who wants to dish out damage and get pickoffs. So Homebois, it seems like they are respecting that possibility as well. There's going to be a lot of eyes on this player in particular from RSG MY, because like we already know, this is an MSC champion right here. So easily the biggest threat on the board.
Yeah, guys did have the luxury to win the championship, go on a break with his friend Aqua, come back for SPS, and that run was a bit underwhelming, but overall, I think coming into this season, you have to really kind of look at Demon Kite with a clean slate. Angela, first pick for RSG MY, a hero that has been banned for the first series early on.
That's not the only comparisons that we have to actually be making here. Like Ryzel and Lolios, for an example. I mean, Ryzel coming in from let me correct myself. Alter Ego X, their MDL team, had 2 grand final showings. One of which he has won and put his team on his back before. The second time, only be able to achieve runner-up. Considering what we're seeing here, right? The fact that Angela is going to be around, it's definitely going to supplement Lolios because he is an aggressive player, whether it was previously in the gold lane or even before the gold lane was even introduced, he was ready to be a fighter.
Yep. This is a very aggressive player, and we know RSG to have a host of very aggressive players as a whole, really. They have a style that really wants to carry that early game momentum on throughout the rest of the game, and picking Angela first is quite a statement from them. This hero has had a 100% ban rate up until now. Whereas on the side of Homebois, I do actually like this response. You don't see Fredrin quite as much these days, but when there's an Angela there, you don't want to give them that free combo. And the Joy gonna get seen for the first time with RSG MY. Some pretty scary picks right there.
Yeah, the Martis and the Edith also kind of picked up just good brick walls. You have that early to mid game power, and you also can see on your screen, right, Stowen primarily was a mid laner from MPL Philippines from Season 9 to Season 11, played for Brand and Omega Esports, but right now going into a slightly different role in that roam role, having to work with Demon Kite. What can we expect from this?
I mean, that's why we're seeing the Angela picks. I think you're expecting him to play these Enchanter-style supports, making sure that he can communicate very well with especially Demon Kite, because he's going to be giving some directions, and obviously your roamer has to be there to either supplement or help you scout ahead of time. So communication between the two is going to be sharp, and it needs to be clean. We come back to the Homebois, and we finally see the Claude actually get picked up here. I was a little concerned nobody was going to pick it up.
Claude, although a hero with a very complete kit and has basically been all reliable for many MPL seasons, has not been a very heavy prio pick in this current meta, because you typically do want to save those priority heroes for other roles, right? We can see a lot of junglers being prioritized. EXP lane going to be very heavily contested nowadays with the Paquito as well as the Edith. But going for the Claude does mean that that's going to be in the hands of Ryzel here, and it's a pretty safe hero to make a debut on the MPL stage here.
Yeah. On top of that point, I think unless you're up against Selangor Red Giant's Claw, is probably not the first pick material. Leslie's to be banned out by Homebois. You want to start taking out true damage so they don't just two-shot your front line. In this case, the Fredrin. I'm expecting Carry to be a potential candidate on that ban list as well. RGMY still continues to take out those mid laners.
Totally agree, but I'm surprised that Kadita was not touched within the first phase of these bans. I feel like Homebois are setting themselves up for success here, knowing that, oh, maybe we can go for like a backline dive with the Kadita, look for that big one-shot, but RSG MY have already anticipated this, right? The fact that they went for the Martis instead of going for like the Ling-Angela combo, even though I will mention that Ling has been nerfed, you know, from that 2-time multiplier from the crit now to 1.5 is a significant downgrade.
Yeah, it does make a big difference, especially nowadays. You want to be able to scale fast and dish out damage as quickly as possible. Homebois actually going to be banning out the Khalid here, so some respect over to Rippo. They understand that now that they have a Claude, they will most likely try to avoid going too aggro in the early game, and that means that they cannot allow RSG to get free heroes that would win out lane very easily, so getting rid of that pocket pick.
Do you think Homebois want to double down on the dives, right? We talk about Kadita being a potential candidate. You have the Claude and the Joy already. They did leave the carry open, but it's also a hero that is very, very susceptible to these kind of hardcore dives.
The southern seas
that's why.
Oh, there it is.
Yep, they get rid of it.
There it is.
They got the Kadita ban. I'm just trying to figure out Homebois, right? they could have just doubled down on getting rid of the marksmans. They could have gotten rid of the carry on top of everything else because they're already running the Fredrin. They might even consider getting even beefier tanks later on down the line. But as their fourth pick, Homebois decides to go for the Farsa. At least they do have some form of artillery and, more importantly, magic damage on top of the Joy.
I'm a little worried about the choice of Farsa though. When you have something like the Heart Guard around, the burst may not necessarily be enough. And Martis and Edith can really just grab Warlord quite easily, so his positioning needs to be on point this game. But we're going to see the debut of a new hero here, the Yu Zong, going to be making an appearance on the Land of Dawn alongside the Harif we saw perform very well in Hands of Super Red earlier today.
Love it, love it. Love the Yu Zong. Love how they're thinking about the overall draft. They can at least disrupt the Feathered Airstrike. They have the Harith to actually eventually scale up and pair up nicely with the Angela to make sure that he doesn't at least maintain his distance against this Joy in case it dives really, really hard. Overall, I think the lineup from the side of RSG MY, very, very smart. More importantly, having a mid duo that clears fast to maintain that control so that you don't expect Warlord to be popping up in the EXP or in the gold lane anytime soon, or at the very least pops in secondary, is already a big leg up for RSG.
And then we also have to look at the amount of disruption RSG MY has, right? You want a guaranteed backline diver. Black Dragon form is probably the best way to do it. You have the Hard Guard on top of him. Warlord is not going to have an easy time trying to use the Feather Airstrike. And you also have someone like Chibi on this Fredrin who hates getting displaced. And RSG has all the tools to do it. Kaja is going to be the last pick for Zorn. Some pick-up potentials. If you can somehow get on top of Angela or the Harif, it's going to give them an edge in these fights.
Yeah, I like this lineup coming out from RSG MY. I actually thought that Zorn might go back to the signature show here with some weaving and maybe able to get around the lineup on the opposite side. But Kaja still pretty solid. And I personally am excited to see what's going to happen with Yu Zong since he was recently buffed to no longer rely on his Sha residue. That's going to be an interesting thing to keep an eye out for. But ladies and gentlemen, make sure you guys are ready because this is going to be the Royal Rumble. We got the King of Taunting versus the King of Emotes here. RSG MY and Homebois, who will come out on top in this rivalry.
And here we go, ladies and gentlemen, the highlight Coliseum battle of the day. Homebois against RSG MY, game 1, the Land of Dawn. We're already off to some sort of trade in the mid lane. Zorn's going to be the one taking the punishment. We talk about this. Quick clears from both the Edith and the Angela, and it's going to be a bit of a problem for Homebois early on. Zorn got to back off.
Yep, and this is the level 1 that I was talking about, right? This is that mid lane control that we were expecting to see. And Izanami is taking full advantage of this, right? If Zorn is mispositioned or if Warlord doesn't hit that level 2 in time, they're instantly going to get punished. And now that first rotation is going to allow RSG MY a lot of space and time to really start thinking about invades and trades.
One thing to note is that some of the emblem choices this game are very interesting. With Demon Kite having Impure Rage, we see Chibi having Quantum Charge as well as Zorn. So it looks like Homebois are prioritizing on that movement speed to make sure that they can avoid aggressive engagements from RSG MY because they're already expecting a lot of early game pressure coming out from the blue side.
I like the theory behind it, right? Like, it makes a lot of sense for the Quantum Charge to go on this Yu Zong with the recent buffs. You want to get that proc of the Sha residue, get the extra movement speed on top of it. By the time your Quantum Charge times out, you've already popped the Sha residue, and therefore you can chase down and run down your opponents even faster. And I'm not even going to consider the empowered auto attack.
Does make the trade very strong. Warlord, though, is going to get ran down, and Demon Kite just decimates him over the wall. That's first blood for MSC 2022 champion.
We got the jungler from the Philippines right here making a mark with first blood against Warlord very early on in the game. And this is a statement. Warlord does not get picked off this easily based on his performance throughout Season 11. Having that Impure Rage actually made the difference here, going for a very aggressive style, but that extra damage was the difference maker to get the first blood.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's tough to actually judge how much damage he really does. Wait, hold on, Rippo.
Oh, that's painful.
Decimated again. I mean, Demon Guy just picking off his kills, and look at this. Rippo shows up as a big black dragon, and suddenly Subbot gotta dash away. This whole turtle has been lost to RSG MY.
They have no control over it whatsoever. RSG MY is going to take the first turtle of the game, but look at those response coming in from the Homebois down on bot side.
Loliels, the 2v1, Zorn also
he's trying to hit
back
four.
off, but Loliels, he wins that.
He's in a pretty comfortable spot right now on this heart. If we have to note, once you hit level 4, this hero can do a lot more damage than you would expect. And RSG is already comfortable enough for Demon Kite to start invading, taking away jungle camps. And this could be a big problem. Homeboys are more used to a position where they are in control towards the early game. And right now it is all RSG.
With the amount of control that they have, I think that Homeboys is looking for power spikes, right? They don't really care about these neutral objectives, especially after Warlord taking the damage in that mid lane. They're trying to set up the right situation for themselves so that RSG will take a lot of punishment. And I think, you know, the one spell that they are most concerned about is going to be this Heart Guard, because Izanami's influence across the map is very selective, right? If somebody's in trouble, he can save them. If somebody wants to be more aggressive, he can enable them at the same time. And Homeboys has no real way to actually force it out of him other than looking for the side lanes to force it out of him and punish them so that the Heart Guard goes on cooldown.
Gonna be difficult. It's also one of those situations where, like, regardless of who gets the Heart Guard, you always find value out of it.
Yeah, and we have to note as well, Izanami is a very accomplished mid laner. Now, the mid lane Angela is something that has become more of a recent development from recent meta changes. But I think in the hands of a player like this, Izanami has a really good trigger finger, and his awareness of what is happening across the map to his teammates is always on point. Understanding and being the most efficient with the use of the Heart Guard is the key to abusing a mid lane Angela. And right now, it does look like RSG is doing a good job of that.
Yeah, but let's not forget, the overall scaling for RSG MY, they're going to be strong now. Give it about 10 minutes, and I think, you know, Homeboys should technically have it in the bag with their overall lineup scaling to basically almost infinity here. Warlord especially going to be a very big powerhouse unless Ripple is able to kind of lock him down in position. But the early game is expected, just like the AI winning prediction, 66% at 4 minutes.
RSG MY is going to get a second turtle, uncontested so far. And Homeboys playing the catch-up game, stemming the bleeding, but we see these bannings being put up, pretty much keeping them, you know, afloat very, very much in the game. 3 members on the bottom side, Stone will show up. So no engages onto Loliel.
A good disengage from Homeboys here. Gonna be able to spot Storm out, make sure that Ryzel is not caught out. This Claude gonna be important here. Oh!
Had to use the Purify, and that's a battle spell gone for 90 seconds.
Can't really do much about that. They're forced to back away with Izanami already in the Ice Queen's wand. I'm expecting RSG MY to really start ramping up the speed.
Looking to take down this bottom tier 1. Stolen is gonna get dragged back, kidnapped by Zorn, and he's dead.
Really nice timing there from Zorn, waiting for the Primal Wrath to come out to make sure that he doesn't have an easy escape. Rippo tanking the Appraiser's Wrath, but gonna be able to heal up with that shot essence. Right now, Chibi Warlord looking to try and threaten the mid-tier 1. Rippo doesn't quite have his cooldowns up. Heart Guard may be available though. Oh, he's jumping in.
As he uses the Petrify and the Black Dragon form, so Zorn will try to get Warlord out with a Conceal. Chibi taking majority of the punishments, mostly gonna go down to the Decimation, and there it is, Demon Kai on the killing spree already.
Good timings from RSG MY, but now the flank!
Loliel trying to go into Warlord. This guy ready to flying little birdie all the way back to the base. Somebody just showed up. 4 members of RSG MY in the mid lane. He can't protect the structure. And Stone sings forward. The Earth Shadow doesn't connect. But Homeboys taking some punishment.
Stone may have jumped the gun there. You could see how aggressive he was. Actually an incredible catch right there, but his team was already retreating. So a little bit of miscommunication, but RSG MY definitely come out on top in exchange. Izanami making great use of that Heart Guard here. This is a very classic combination actually with the Angela and Yuzong. Something we haven't seen in a very long time, but we're already seeing the potential it has. And Loliel is on a different level here. We have to remember Season 7 when RSG was the champion. This was one of Loliel's most signature heroes in the EXP lane.
Yeah, based on what, well, scrim results and the scrims and the rumors about these scrim results, apparently Loliel has been doing phenomenally in these practice rounds.
Yeah, he has been crushing it, right, against teams locally and internationally, and now we're looking for the conversion. How much of that is going to be brought into the series itself? And I think so far he has been delivering, right? He's on the Harif, he's 1-0-0, running the Flicker. No contention so far. Yeah, they did lose the bottom tier 1, but that's about it.
And so far, RSG MY is going to continue to dominate it, right? With 3,000 gold lead, about averaging.
Look at this! He's so bad. He's not going to kill him, right? What is this? Just a solo kill for Loliel. Oh,
guess we find out who the stronger Leonin is right here, and it's going to be hard if Loliel just showing us what he's been capable of this whole time.
And Chibi caught between a rock and a slightly hard place. No knockout yet from Stone, but he's going to chase for this. Demon Kai also found Raizo, so some info given over to RSG MY. And look at Lo Liao. He's just free farming. There's no one to stop him.
Yep, he basically gets to do whatever he wants to, and I think that Homebois, they're starting to feel closed in with only a 2 tier 2 still left on the map, and more importantly so, it's going to be difficult to actually walk out of their base considering the level lead that Demon Kite has over Chibi. Right now, currently, it is going to be 2 levels. It's about to be 3 unless Chibi finds some form of EXP on the map.
Golio just stole the purple buff as well from Chibi, right? So he's getting suffocated more and more. Lord up in another 36 seconds.
36 seconds. Right now, RSG are in full control of the map right here. And Homebois, we have to remember, they have this Claw. They need more space to be able to farm. And they were definitely expecting to be able to get more pickoffs with this Kaja Farsa combo. But RSG MY just has so many tools. And we can see why some of these heroes are so heavily contested. The Angela, the Edith, having such global presences here for RSG MY.
The snowball's continuing to develop. 4,000 now, another tier 2 falls. RSG MY, now they're setting up for the kill shot, right? This Lord is going to spawn and Homebois are going to take position over it first, but at this point, Demon Guy, he doesn't really care. He's like, all right, as long as we have vision over it, I can just keep on power firing. Now, 3 from what used to be 3 levels down to 2 levels, and even so, GB is so far behind.
Conceal is gonna expire. Homebois on the Lord. Black Dragon is in. Storm right in. 2-man nerf Shadow. The damage force to follow up. Ripple dives the back instantly. Looking for Zorn and Raizo. They're both gonna drop. Raizo bleeds out to the Yuzhong. They do lose Storm, but doesn't matter, does it? 4 dead for Homebois.
RSG MY are running away with game 1 here of their match against longtime rival Homebois, who can't seem to find any solution of breaking through this massive advantage that they have been able to build up for themselves. Demon Kai 4-0, Lolil 3-0. Right now, we are seeing a composition at its maximum power. RSG MY has reached a new evolutionary stage.
Oh, they're looking mighty fine. They're looking really, really good. A sick combo there, in a matter of fact, with Ripple coming in with a fat flank with the Black Dragon farm, allowing himself to actually get deep into enemy lines, with Homebois unable to make any room for themselves to get on towards the Lord Pit to actually contest. So, with that being said, Homebois, I don't know how long they can actually hold out here, but if they can find 5 minutes into this game, they might just have a chance. I don't think RSG MY is going to let them get there, though.
Doesn't feel like it at all. Demon Kite will have to deal with Supa a little bit, uses that ultimate to clear this wave out as best he can, and even so, Homeboy still have to deal with this Lord that is barreling down that mid lane. All 4 members going to be that Chibi will have to use his body as a shield. Zorn looking for some sort of Divine Judgment catch, but they will have to use that Feather Airstrike at the same time to just clear out the wave.
A good defense by the Homebois, but it didn't really feel like RSG MY were trying to desperately push that either. And they're not even going to be able to catch anyone on the way back with... Oh, RSG looking to re-engage.
Stone just scaring them away. Homebois able to just easily walked out. They need some time, and so far RSGMY, we saw, I suppose you can say the enabler primarily is the Angela +1, right? Angela Yuzhong in particular. We saw that fight at the Lord Pit, the instant dive with the Black Dragon from nothing the backlines of Homebois could do.
Yeah, and I think that's the biggest problem, right? Because Warlord has a devastating weapon, but if he gets pushed out of position or if it gets cancelled out, Homebois have no real way to actually fall back realistically, right? It's all about pushing forward continuously, taking ground, and never letting it go.
Yeah, when you have a lineup like this, Homebois are expecting to be the ones controlling how the team fight progresses. Get Zorn to engage, Sepat to cause some havoc, and then Ryzel and Warlord can still stand safely in the back. But RSG are the aggressors every single time. They are in full control. And looking at the items here, I was expecting Demon Kite to have more damage based on how much DPS he's outputting, but he literally only has Hunter Strike as a damage item. His level advantage is just generating this DPS without needing any itemization to back it up.
Well, let's also not forget that if he gets the added benefit of the Heart Guard as well, I think he's going to get more than enough sustainability to get multiple auto attacks after he empowers his Asura's Aura. Now, with 41 more seconds until the next upcoming Lord of Spawns, Homebois have a couple of decisions to make. How exactly are we going to get some side lane pressure? Because we can't just expect Subot to walk up, clear that wave, and then walk away for free. Somebody's coming to punish him.
And you also are looking at Zorn to try and get some sort of a catch, right? The flicker Divine Judgment, it has to find the correct target. Ideally, you want the Angela, but you're never ever gonna see Izanami on the map in any of these fights.
It's so difficult. Izanami, he actually gets a really nice position here. One of the issues that Izanami as a player has always had is that he is the one shot calling and deciding how his team moves around the map. But when he has to play as well, it can become quite a stressful job for him because he also has to play a bit of a hard carry in the mid lane. Now, he just plays as Angela, stands in his base the entire game as if he's like the control center, giving out commands, and anytime he's needed, poof, he is there with the hard guard.
I can just imagine him just making sounds in his head. Wait, hold on, hold on. They've already used the Zaman Force here. Is this a good call? Because Homebois are starting to make a move from that mid lane.
Here comes Zorn and Sepad from the side. Raizo is in already. Storm taking massive damage. Rippo trying to stop him with the Petrify and the Black Dragon form. Better airstrike now. No one to interrupt it. They do lose Zorn, but it's going to be the Lord taken by Raizo when Homebois needed a savior. Stolen falls. Sepad runs him down. Chibi sacrificed. But Homebois have just pulled this game back, gentlemen.
Oh boy, all right. So from a 7K goal lead dropped down to a 4.5, and with that, Homebois now taking to the skies and quickly rotating across the map to get as much gold as they possibly can, clearing out bot side. Wait, hold on. Oh no, Warlord!
This gets soloed. Lolia just walks out scot-free. So far, the only guy deathless, well, alongside Demon Kite. RSG MY, well, they found some sort of a lifeline with that.
Honestly, though, this is still not too bad for the Homebois. They basically trade 3 for 1, but getting the Lord is going to give them so much breathing room. If RSG had secured that, there's a chance they could have ended the game right there and then. So even if they're not trading up, Homebois are in a situation right now where they just have to claw their way back by getting anything that's possible. And they're able to clear out the bottom tier 2 as well. So as of right now, it's not as if Homebois are completely out of the game, especially looking at the itemization. Rizal only 1 item away from a full build, and then this Claude can become a major player.
I mean, Claude is already 4-item build, so he does have very relevant damage. If we're looking at the overall item builds, right, not everybody has that armor. I mean, even for Lolios, he's concerned that he's going to get 2-tapped by Warlord, decides to build the Oracle just to make sure that his shields are a little bit more effective and can generate a little bit more survivability every single time he chrono dashes. And then we look at Suppa, who's just like, I've got vengeance, I'm just going to dive in as hard as I can. If I can catch Lolios, that's great, but Lolios, he is one slippery fool, like how we saw him play around the Lord earlier.
All things considered, if Sepad is able to force Izanami to use Hard Guard on one of the backline heroes instead, his job is already done. He just wants to make sure that it's not going on someone like Rippo, like Stone, which will make Homebois' job that much more difficult. But now,
Flicker, a Shatter onto Zorn, forcing out his own Flicker, but he's gonna get immobilized. Rippo on top of him as well, the Black Dragon from Sepad. Gonna be around here. The Winter Trunk can use as well. Zorn does go down, Sepad can't provide help.
Very nice, very nicely done coming in from Rippo. I mean, the fact is, he is holding on to that Petrify. He knows how important it is, and if he can bait out huge spells, or at least item cooldowns, like the Winter Trundra coming out from Suppa, he's keeping that in mind. This next 30 seconds are very, very valuable for Homebois, and if RSG MY can bait them out into a fight outside of their base from the safety of their inhibitor turrets, Homebois, if they lose more than 3 members, and I would argue 4 might just go down in this upcoming fight, I think it's going to be game for RSG MY.
So it's going to be up to them to see how well they can defend those members here. I feel like at this stage, Homebois are actually okay with just throwing bodies. As long as it keeps Rizal alive, as long as Warlord can blink down the Feathered Airstrike, everyone else is actually expendable if it means trading up or getting some form of objective. Chibi, he may be too far here.
Yeah, Petrify was expended by Ripple, so next 70 seconds, they won't have that battle spell. While that was happening, Rizal's pushing out that mid wave, and Homebois get some room to work with.
In the meantime, both are going back into this Lord dance. Nobody wants to give that information. Chibi and Demon Kai just looking each other in the eye, while Warlord, Zorn, Suppa just hovering around that top side. The rest of RSG lingering around their purple buff.
Meanwhile, Rizal on the opposite side of the map, they're looking to set up for a split push. Rippo looking for the engage with Black Dragon form.
Chibi, can he somehow steal this away though? I don't think there's a possibility. He's already dead. Lolius gets rid of him. Suppa dives the back.
Warlord!
Warlord this time is the one that does it. How is Homebois stealing everything? While that was happening, Rizal just took down the bot inhibitor. Homebois are just robbing RSG MY of the game. Lo Liao gets Zorn back. He is godlike, but man, RSG MY in some sort of shambles. Lo Liao forward for a double. Punishes Homebois for the insolence. Ryza pops Demon Kai's immortality, but he has to somehow get out of this.
Man, that's got to be so frustrating for RSG MY. All they want to do is close out this game, and Homebois have stopped them twice. It's very on brand that somebody other than the jungler from the side of Homebois steals it away.
Ryza is going to have that recoil stop, but Ripple is going to taste the full blazing duet. They will lose them in inhibitor, as Ryza is not able to return home, but gets a solo kill anyway.
Who's
Demon
next?
Kai, watch out. Do you really want to fight Ryza right now? As Lo Liao gunned down, ran down by Sapat. Ryza still alive. He's gonna fight this.
No!
Ryza!
Oh my God!
Of all boys! And Ryza brings them fucking one win!
Oh my God! What a play! What a play from Ryzel! Pixel perfect, every auto attack landed, the spacing! This man literally saves the game! The moment he stole that Lord, he knew this game was all theirs!
Ladies and gentlemen, we have witnessed the ultimate debut here in MPL MY. Ryzel making a mark as Homebois shows they are here to stay regardless of the odds, regardless of the pressure. As long as that sliver of victory remains, they will grasp onto it and they will never release their hold.
One step closer to repeating history for Homebois. I mean, Ryzel, we talk about it, two-time finalists NDL ID, won one of it, and here it is on the big stage, making one of the most incredible play we've seen as an individual.
That was disgusting. No, but even through the hard guard was just not enough to protect anybody. I mean, if he's not getting an MVP for that performance, I don't know. The system's broken. It's rigged at that point.
That's insane. And you have to remember, Ryzel was going to go home. Ripple stopped him from going home.
And he's like, I'll end the game,
and that may have cost them the game. You never would expect that. It got so close. Demon Kai literally 1 health away from getting that decimate. But the extra bit of healing, keeping Ryzel topped up, ending the game solo. No one would have expected this result.
Honestly, it's not every day that you see stopping a recall becomes the worst decision you've ever made in a game.
That's so funny. It's got to be really upsetting for RSG MY, but then you start to think about it and it's like they had multiple opportunities to actually make cleaner calls to close out the game. All they needed was step number one, secure the Lord. And Homebois, of course, still on brand, somehow stealing it away without retribution.
It's insane. The fact that they picked off Chibi. Chibi died first in that Lord fight. And they still got it stolen from them. Warlord with the feathered airstrike out of nowhere. But the MVP, I don't think we need to say who it's gonna be, but it's gonna be Ryzel right here. Literally embodying the I'm not trapped in here with you, you're trapped in here with me.
Yeah, I like the fact that he acted surprised that he's the MVP, right? I mean, what else do you want him? What else could be the result? He won the whole game. I mean, Ryzel, I would say this guy, more than just a miracle worker. He is the heart and soul of Homebois in that game number one. Starting off a comeback arc that kind of felt like it was doom and gloom. But there it is, 3-1-3 on that Claude. But those 3 kills was what won the game for Homebois.
Yep, it truly won the game for Homebois. And even in those last moments, you would think, man, he's gonna die. Tenacity, the extra attack speed with the DHS to heal him back up. He gets it. Done. The job is finished. Let's see if we can do it again in game number 2. But before that, let's have a look at the items here overall.
Crazy gameplay right here. Looking at the itemization, you can tell Ryza already maxed out. That is 14,000 gold on this man. Not even going for the shoes. He doesn't even need it anymore at that stage. Otherwise, itemization is pretty normal across the board for all of these players. And you really have to give props to the Homebois. They were 8,000 gold behind at one point. And we can see at 18 minutes, equal gold score.
Yeah, and I want to bring you guys to the attention of Homebois only has half the kills of RSG MY. Chibi was getting pummeled. Lo Liao was legendary. Doesn't really matter at the very end. You look at the itemization, the emblems. We talk about the quantum charge for both Zorn and Chibi, but at the end of the day, Claude kind of popped off and just won the game.
Yep, I mean, I don't know how Ryzel does it, but he was just so confident that he could do it all by himself. And I mean, everybody else on the team, like even for Subot, like trying to get that side lane pressure and continuously pulling RSG MY to his side, he didn't decide to go, you know what, I need to build defensively. The most he got, Winter Transit, but he also decides to go for the Necklace of Durance on top of everything else because of the lack of dominance Isis. Speaking of lack of dominance Isis, we see Stoem, the only one who actually has it completely built, while everybody else gets really, really greedy. Queenswing's coming out from Rippo, and he makes sure he gets the Oracle as well, just to make sure that when the Heart Guard is put on top of him, the healing and shielding starts to multiply. Anybody who has an Oracle is probably going to be a prime candidate for this Heart Guard.
Something that happens when you're in a game where your lead is so massive, where you have so much control, is that things can shift in a single heartbeat, and you're not prepared to rebuild your itemization. You can see RSG MY going for more aggressive item builds, getting a little bit more greedy with their choices, because why not? They're 8k ahead. There's nothing that could possibly go wrong in such a way, but it did. And when Homebois instantly took over, Ryzel had crazy lifesteal, RSG MY had no time to pivot their item builds, to change, to sell things, because that would just put them further behind, and they couldn't afford to lose control of that lead.
When you look at the overall numbers, it would be a disservice to RSG MY to say that they lost this game, but the results speak differently, right? We talk about the early to mid-game tempo that they wanted to play, the Impure Rage on Demon Kai in particular, just wanting to win those trades, and he got out to a fantastic start. But again, the second and third Lord, no conversion. And at the end of it, it was RSG MY who fell to Ryzel's wrath. We're also going to take a look at the heat map as well for this game number 1, because there's so much that we need to look at how they rotate between both mid laners, Izanami on the yellow and Warlord on red.
Yep. Let's see how they start moving around. I'm surprised because number 1, this is 6 to 10 minutes already. I wasn't expecting Izanami to be moving anywhere outside of his base after a certain point, but that's only after that 10th minute. In the earlier stages, keeping control over this mid lane and making sure that Warlord is either having to take trades below 50% of his HP, having to spam his skills just to clear the waves is what Izanami wants. You see the movements across the map, right? Punish anybody who's trying to proxy. Make sure that the river is going to be a safe area to actually move around in.
You can tell just right away that the map is split, that Homebois really could not advance into the RSG side of the map towards those early minutes, because there was just no space for them here, as we can see in the highlights brought to you by Republic of Gamers. When you look at the first few minutes of this game, you would not be able to believe the results.
And you look at the first Lord fight, for example, when RSG MY just pressed all the ultimates together and dove Homebois, it felt like it was all over from this point. Look at this, 0 answers from Homebois, cannot contest the Lord, lost 4 members, and only trading an Edith in return.
I mean, this early game was expected to fall into the hands of RSG MY, but they were trying so hard. Right here, they have a 6k gold lead, and they could not finish off this Lord in time. Retribution battle, the 50-50, not even falling into anybody's real hands here, except for the Homebois, all thanks to Ryzel, and then a second time happening thanks to Warlord. I already thought the fact that Chibi died, this is such a terrible situation for the Homebois until it escalates out of control with the thanks of Ryzel.
It should have been a free Lord, and this should have been a free defense, but Ryzel, against the odds, turning the impossible possible and securing a clean victory for the Homebois despite the incredible odds they were put at, are just only a few of the factors that make MPL MY such an amazing place to be. And you could tell from the fans back there, they're very happy about that performance. I'm just excited to see what's going to happen in game number 2 after that.
Yeah.
They were not kidding when they say that this is the season with the most explosive, the most interesting imports for all the teams in MPL MY. They definitely were not joking at all. They didn't undersell the dynamics that we will see, and this is definitely the grand slam that everyone has been looking forward to.
Hey, look, at this point in MPL MY, even though we are not the best in the world, we can definitely admit that we are by far the most entertaining. And I don't know about you, feels like people need some benefits.
And some benefits are coming right your way in the form of the weekly Diamond Pass, which is going to be welcoming event-exclusive bonuses that will help you enjoy the Beyond the Clouds event. Players with an active weekly Diamond Pass as well. We don't forget about you. You'll get an exclusive price deduction of 220 diamonds for the Kagura Beyond the Clouds skin. Not to mention, you can enjoy 60% off on your daily first one-time draw instead of 50%. So, make sure you guys purchase the weekly Diamond Pass right now because this is an unbelievable offer that you will never find somewhere else. And if you're really eyeing those Beyond the Clouds skins, I wouldn't blame you. They look pretty nice. Make sure you guys don't miss out on this offer.
I can attest to that because I have the weekly Diamond Pass activated.
Ooh.
I stash them up for when I need to use it, and I got one of my favorite Valor skin, the Shikigami Valor. You know the best part? My agent showed up in the client.
Yeah.
That's my favorite part of the weekly Diamond Pass.
Oh boy, some people get it better than others. Mine was trash. I was not happy with my one. Then again, coming into game number 2, right, I'm hoping to see some adjustments coming in from RSG MY because let's be real, that early game, solid game plan, right? It was a devastating game plan. However, they didn't push the envelope even further, right? I'm expecting, and especially if you are playing an early to mid game composition, you need that what's it called? The threshold, the death threshold, the lethal threshold, which is 10k worth of gold prior to the second Lord, or if you can get it by the first Lord, even better.
I think we also kind of had this discussion going on a little bit, which is RSG MY, they've always struggled in that jungle and roamer role, right? And they brought in some solutions, they brought in some fixes with Demon Kai and Stoem, and it's fair to say, early to mid, no problem at all. But now it does feel like it's less of the individual role problem and more of like what the team wants to do when the game goes late.
And I think we are seeing a little bit of an interesting trend from the games today where the teams that have been winning out in the early game tend to lose in the late game. And I think a lot of that did come down to the draft where you pick up heroes like the Angela mid, like we saw the Diggy mid, we saw the Franco mid. And it's really strong because of the utility that it provides towards the early to mid game. But you gotta be able to translate that into a quick victory as well. I think compared to the lineups we saw from Lunatix earlier, this draft from RSG has a lot more late game scaling potential, and I actually thought that would be more than enough even if Rizal got enough farm. I really think it did come down to the fact that somehow they lost 2 lords in a row. If they got even one of those, the base was basically exposed, only the inhibitors left, and they have an incredible dive composition with the Yuzong. So I think like that's just what happened here, not having the lord to push in.
And that's the thing. The Lord is your endgame mechanic. There is no minion as strong as the Lord, unfortunately. So it's the only way you're really going to start cracking open inhibitors, especially when you look at Homebois' lineup. They've got some pretty decent high ground defense, right? Again, it's one of those like, oh, can you deal with the artillery mage, right? It's not like you can dig trenches in the middle of the land of dawn.
Yeah, absolutely not. And I think, you know, hopefully when we head into game 2, I hope the morale for RSG MY is still at a manageable phase, right? Because Demon Kai missing 2 retributions, that is going to hurt you as a kind of renowned jungler who has won an international championship before. But with that being said, I think Homebois, when you have your individual cores who had a rough early to mid game, get you the Lord, get you the win, and perform these individual shenanigans, I think you are going to be going into game 2 super confident to repeat what has been done last season.
I think what's going to be the big question for game number 2, does Homebois want to draft in the same way and risk having a terrible early game once again? Or do they want to try and make up for that while risking a possible change to the draft that won't work out for them?
I think they probably are going to start changing up the draft, right? I think, you know, GB definitely got a little manhandled there in his own jungle, unfortunately, because of how little pressure he had in the side lane. So I think right now, that's what Pops has to start thinking about. If you don't have sideway priority or even mid priority, if one of these lanes are going to be in trouble, you got to select which quadrant of the map is going to be your safest. If you have 2 losing side lanes, you're going to have no influence over your own jungle, and worst of all, it starts spilling over once you lose your mid tier 1.
And one of the focal point I want to look at is when we head into the draft in another 20 seconds, will Homeboy consider Angela as a major threat? Because Izanami on Angela has really provided RSG MY kind of the pedestal to constantly push that envelope, right? You are snowballing your lead in an almost an unstoppable phase. So if Homeboys do decide to take the Angela away, what would RSG MY's response be?
An interesting question. I do actually agree, though, that the Angela may need to be removed. Some people might say, oh, maybe it's better to get rid of heroes like the Yuzong or so that were causing more issues, but it was the hard guard that was really enabling the hard dives here. And we can already see in draft number 2, the Angela is gone.
Angela already gone. Boxia as well already getting banned out. And RSG MY still sticking to their previous bans. Get rid of that Franco. Get rid of that Paquito. Make sure that it's a little uncomfortable. Terizla still up in the air for either side. And I don't think, I mean, Sabat is more than happy to play Terizla if he gets a decent matchup into it. And even RSG MY, I'm very sure Rippo, he likes to actually look and find these engages rather than just consistently playing these high damage dealers similarly to Joy, when he could just be playing things that are slower and more impactful, as Merelda, Uranus could fit that build.
They do ban out the Joy this time, which going into the late game was kind of a menace, right? You're running down the Harif, it really stops, Harif stopped mattering at one point. But I want to see Homebois' adjustment. Yes, we talk about the Angela, that has been taken away. Will they double down on kind of eliminating the hardcore frontliners for RSG MY? Seems like they're going to take out the Fanny as always, respect to Demon Kite.
Yeah, I don't think you risk letting this through, especially since Demon Kite has already shown how proficient he is in really aggressive early damage dealing heroes, even going in pure rage on the Martis. We saw what happened when the Fanny was let through in the draft twice in a row. On our first match today, Homebois does not want to replicate that, but RSG going to be taking a little bit of a page out of their book, starting things off with a Valentina to make sure that any strong ultimate can be stolen away.
Yep, Valentina is always a great first pick, super flexible. You know that it's going to be in the mid lane, but at the very least, if you have a high impact ultimate, she can have access to it as well. Homebois, they're going to start things off with the flex pick in Fredrin. Do they want to reveal early on who exactly this role is going to be placed in, either EXP or into the jungle, or is Homebois going to decide, you know what, let's at least secure this clock once again. It did so well in game number 1, and want to put it past him for game number 2.
I mean, this has to be, I feel like it's a no-brainer for Homebois at this point. Give Rizo what he's comfortable on, give him what he won the game with. I think the adjustment definitely will be coming in from RSG MY. Game 1, we had the Angela first pick and everything else was the Edith, the Martis, frontline, divers. In this case, Valentina was the first pick. What is RSG MY going to pivot towards? Are we still looking at a Demon Kite jungle pick?
This is gonna be a tricky spot for RSG here. Earlier, they picked heroes like the Martis as well as the Harif because those actually are pretty good solutions to the Claude. Harif especially is really good in a matchup in the gold lane against it. But towards that late game, you can see how quickly it does get outscaled. And you can imagine the Demon Kite going to really want to prove himself here, as he was best rookie during MPL PH Season 8, as well as in Season 9, performing very strongly. But RSG, interestingly enough, going to be sticking with the Martis and the Edith.
They're going to be making some adjustments here. That's what I can expect, right? Again, they have the Edith as their flex pick. They've already shown what their jungle is going to be at the very least. Homebois, on the other hand, they see this and they're like, okay, so Edith could be a flex pick. We know that Martis is going in towards that jungle, so let's lock in our mid lane mage, and at the very least, we can start controlling the way we can actually handle these neutral fights, whether it be Turtle or even the Lord.
I would say I love this adjustment from Homebois as well. Game 1, pick the Farsa, had many issues trying to deal with the dives. You're forced to cancel the Feather Airstrike, but if you are the Eve, you have more safety net, right? You have a shield when you use the real-world manipulation. You are able to stop heroes that rely on mobility. And that also gives the Claw and the Fredrin a lot more room to work with within that box.
Well, let's also not forget the fact that the nerfs coming into Eve is actually pretty significant. The earlier stages of the game, her slows don't scale up as much as they used to. It's like, yes, you get a burst of movement speed and that person can barely walk an inch. Now it's, I move sort of fast and you're kind of slow.
Yeah, Eve got a really hard hit towards her slow effects, which is pretty notable considering that this hero was one of the most contested mages in the meta purely due to how much slow she could apply to the entire enemy team. Not to say that she is weak though, this is still a very powerful hero overall, and being able to buy that space for Claude is going to be very valuable, but they do risk having the real world manipulation stolen and used against them as well.
RSG MY decides to ban out Yuzong. Do they want to play like an immobile, probably like a more immobile gold laner? I'm guessing like a Beatrix along that line. Homebois, I think it's pretty fair if they want to ban out Beatrix for themselves, but again, there's no real information out there because Lolios can definitely just pivot the other direction and start picking up things like Leslie, as we saw in the previous bans that Homebois have prioritized.
Guys, I have a wild theory, right?
Yeah?
Is it possible we see Eve just transition
ready.
into more of
Give
a
me a
utility
target.
role? See, the Brace might come out, and all Eve wants to do is to keep the enemy in check while not dying in the fight.
That is actually usually how Edith wants to be played here. You get the Brace Smite, you go in, you get the pick off, you survive as long as possible, then you pop the Primal Wrath and start dishing out damage yourself. So I wouldn't be surprised if that was the way to go here, but we have to note, RSG actually has a surprising amount of flexibility in the heroes they have here. Edith can go into Roam or EXP, Martis can still go into EXP. Heck, you could even see the Valentina jungle come out. That's something that's happened sometimes in the past as well. Homebois will choose to ban the Leslie, which I agree with. This is a hero that's really difficult to deal with. And when you're playing something like a Claude, you do not want to be outscaled. And Leslie is one of the few heroes that can do that very effectively.
RSG MY, they do decide to ban out the Jerusalem at the end of the day, so they are concerned for the back line at the very least. And to answer your question, Husky, I'm a person who goes based on behavioral patterns. Last game we saw the last two bans were focused down, this two bans focused down on Loliels. I'm guessing game number 1 was the exact same thing, so there is a possibility that Khalid could go into the gold lane then.
That could be it, right? That one was let through. But for Homebois, in the previous game, they banned out the Leslie, right? We were expecting a carry, but Harriet was the choice. In this game, Harriet was also banned out, so you do wonder what is RSG MY going to go for in that goal lane. Maybe that's Khalid, maybe that's a possibility. On the other side of Homebois, we see the Lapu Lapu.
Okay, fair enough.
So
Fair enough.
They're anticipating the possibility of Khalid here. Labu Labu is a very safe EXP lane choice. Basically doesn't lose much to anyone, and with Terizla gone, one of the best options left. Let's see, RSG gonna finish things off. It is the Beatrix as was predicted, but the Kaja is going to be the Roam, which means this is a Rippo on the Edith in the EXP lane.
Really? I thought this was a really good situation to whip out Irithel or something like that. You know, you try and dive that backline. I'm just too fast for you, boy. And you run circles around the Lapu Lapu. You drop down the real world manipulation. It's like, try and touch me. Keep tapping your screen because you won't be able to touch this as you sprint around her.
I was actually thinking of Irithel as well, and it would make sense. It feels like the type of hero that Lolios would be very comfortable with playing. It's not like the scaling is that bad as well against something like the Claude. But we have to note that Irithel doesn't apply the most pressure during the laning phase, so they may be worried about taking too long to start taking team fights, which could be the main concern, to go for the Beatrix instead.
And that's going to be RSG MY's one of their worst nightmares, the Kufra, going to be handled by Zorn in this game number 2. And I feel like it is a ban that was worth considering, but RSG MY a bit more worried about the Terizla for Serpat than the Kufra himself.
I think this is going to be a pretty exciting one. I think this is a much more even draft on either side. From early to mid, we should expect the same couple of things, right? Constant contention over that mid lane. The side lanes is where you're going to see the most spillover, depending on how the mid lane goes. And the jungles, I don't expect the invades to happen early on until we see First Blood.
Yeah, this is not as heavily invested into the early game, the lineup from RSG MY, as compared to game number 1, which means it's going to be more balanced, has more options to scale into that late game, and less opportunity for Homebois to get a cheeky comeback like we saw before.
And just like game 1, Demon Kai still opting for the Impure Rage, still wants that extra bit of damage in the early game to try and win out those jungle wars, to try and win out these trades. We'll see if that one pays off, because here we go, game 2 between RSG MY and Homebois kicking off.
Let's get right into it. RSG on the blue side, Homebois on the red side once again, and I'm excited to see how these comps actually want to interact with each other, because the big problem that we're going to see is every single time you expect Warlord to go for that real world manipulation, Stoll must stop him. He is literally the only one who can actually do it.
And comparatively as well, Homebois doesn't have a similar option on their side to deny a real-world manipulation from Izanami. So if they're able to combo this well together, RSG MY has a very strong potential team fight composition. It does look like they're still going for pretty early aggro though.
And Ripple Earthshatter knock-up on the Serpat. Stolen trying to look for the dive. They do get the knock-up onto Zorn. He has to flicker away with bouncing balls. Homeboy taking a loss at the river.
Right, one resource already utilized, and Ryzel and Loliels, they play very similarly in this lane. They've been trading constantly as much as they can, and Ryzel refuses to lose any farm.
We already know that Loliel is a very aggressive gold laner, so it's expected he would trade health to deal damage, but Ryzel being the same is definitely a welcome surprise here for the Homebois.
Can't afford to lose any more than this. Zorn, he's going to have to take a recall, and that means that mid-pressure finally falls into the hands of RSG MY. Knowing that the turtle is going to be coming up in 20 seconds, they want to make something happen, or at the very least, start initiating a fight.
The home is still going to be quite far away from the Divine Judgment, so we can expect to not see that just for a little while longer, but Chibi will be in this top side to alleviate some of the pressure from Ryzel. It's fair to say Loliels have been winning a lot of these early trades. It's still going at it. Loliel coming out on top once more.
So, something kind of interesting I saw in the emblems. We expect Claude to go for common emblem, but Warlord actually went for the common emblem as well on the Eve. So that's actually a very interesting choice. Perhaps going for more of that hybrid for the early game. But Turtle gonna be secured by Demon Kite here, it seems.
Yeah, and funniest part, Demon Kite actually missed the Retribution again, but this time was able to get the last hit on the objective. So a pretty close shave, but both teams get out with everyone intact.
Yep, at the very least it wasn't stolen away. And Homebois, when it's clutch time, that's when they're the most dangerous. Level 4 going to be achieved.
Zorn's going to hit the level 4 just as he leaps in. That's half the ultimate. Tyrant's Revenge misses it, unfortunately. Izanami turns around with the Bravest Spider. They're going to kidnap Zorn and punish him. And they try to punish him. Room manipulation to be there. Izanami flickers to safety. Surpa shows up, flickers forward, lands the Grey Sword, and they're going to get the kill. But Surpa is underneath the turret. It's a 2-for-1 trade in favor of RSG, but Demon Kai will not let that slide. Finds the double kill, and now GB in danger, and Demon Kite finds the triple.
Gets the triple so easily, and you know what happens next? He's going to immediately start moving up and taking all the top side jungle. Loliels feeling confident because he knows that Ryzel, even if he wants to join, and even though he's low, he's got a whole team up in his base.
Zorn. Ooh. He wants to try Demon Kite. He's going to get an easy kill onto Zorn.
What? Zorn is just overextending way too much here. In that previous fight, that was just straight up a mistake, waiting too long to use the Tyrant's Rage. But this time, for some reason, just standing there and letting Demon Kite get a free decimate off on him. That is not what he's looking for right now. RCMY now regain the early game lead we saw from them in game number 1.
Yep, and now they're going to start shredding out the gold plating as much as they can. They need to unlock Loliels out of this lane so they can speed things up.
And Chibi, he might have his death sped up if he doesn't get a win. Thankfully he does.
Oh!
Just gonna fall for the kidnap. If you can't get GB, we'll get Warlord, no problem.
RZMY upping the momentum right now. They did not let their loss in game number 1 affect them at all. This is still the same traits we saw from them early on in game number 1. With Sabat, I think he actually did take that back.
Yeah, he did take the purple buff away. Sabat securing something for his team. Demon Kite ends up getting out. Not much exchange. Second turtle will be alive though, and Demon Kite won't be there.
Yeah, Demon Kite, he's a little too low. He's going to take the recall here. He's going to make the call, tell everybody, yo, just go and hide. You don't need to do anything right now. I won't be able to make it in time if the Homebois are sitting on top of it right now. And yes, they can't do much about it. Oh, wait.
Well, Zorn only hits on the Ripple, and the Earth Shadow that's missed, so Homebois get the turtle. Demon Kite back in the jungle to speed up that farm a little bit. 2 levels ahead of Chibi.
Well, for now, he's just allowing things to happen, right? He's allowing the Homebois to actually take the turtle. He knows what matters the most is going to be that Lord to finish off this game. And now he's trying to turn that 2-level lead into a 3-level lead. As Chibi having no influence or pressure across the map.
A lot of members on the top side. Zorn again caught out. Izanami picks up that kill, and Ryzel trapped underneath the tier 1. There is going to be backup nearby. No minion wave so far. With that Randus Apathy missing, Ryzel will be fine.
Ryzel's going to be taking a bit more pressure now though. RCMY have definitely learned from game 1. We cannot leave this Claude alone even if we're winning out in every other part of the map. So now that they've been able to take control of both the mid and bot lane, they're going to rotate up to top to make sure that this Claude is not going to be able to farm safely and delay his power spike as much as possible.
Sabai is going to be grabbed in, overhit. Knocked up as well. Zorn shows up just in time to help out Sabat. Was able to get away, but same goes for Ripple. They both survive.
Oh, very thin margins here. Very, very thin margins for both sides. They're teetering right on the edge, and Homebois, they know what they gotta do. They gotta slow this game down. They're gonna wait for the right item power spikes, and RSG MY is the total opposite. They need to pour more gasoline on this very small fire, but if they pour too much, they're gonna smother it, and that's going to stop all the momentum from this engine to keep it going.
This is just sweaty right here. You can feel that both these teams are so eager for victory. They crave it. They are salivating at the prospects of coming out of this match on top. And RSG MY, we've already learned, even with this lead, they cannot afford to let their guard down if they want to even this up and bring it to a game number 3.
Boys will get this spot tier 1, no problem there. Third turtle spawning on the top side. So RSG MY will call dips in position first. Chibi spotted out already. And only Supat is on that top side.
Oh, look at this position though. Lolios, Izanami, and as well as Storm. Whoever Storm catches, he's probably going to get a kill from it.
Looking for Storm, but he's just dancing around them, and he's gonna drag Zorn again. Zorn slams them into the wall, but he's the one that goes down. Meanwhile, Demon Kai just casually takes the turtle away. Homeboys, do they still want to fight this? Maybe they will with the Raven Spider. Rule manipulation is gonna be there. Stolen, traded out. It's gonna 1-for-1 thus far, but Chibi finds himself in an uncomfortable position, but Demon Kai doesn't have the damage to finish it off.
Yep, he doesn't want to do anything just yet. They've already unlocked Loliel, so they're going to abuse the heroes all from their draft as soon as they can. They're going to make sure that Lolios is going to get the farm, and more importantly, structural damage equates to gold. Once he starts breaking these tier 1s, he's got to figure out a way to actually crack open this tier, possibly this tier 2, but more importantly, the tier 1 mid-side, so that Demon Kai can actually extend his lead.
Homeboys having to expand both Warlock and Supat to protect the bot side, but Zorn will put on pressure on the top. Ryza will get the structure down. Nothing that Ripple could do.
Nothing they can do right now, but I don't think they mind too much losing that tower here. RSG are still in pretty good position, and we can tell that they are feeling it as well. Storm, that earlier move when he walked across the mid lane, I kind of feel like he may have been mind-gaming Homeboys to make him think, hey, I don't have Divine Judgment, I'm not catching anyone. And then he just suddenly pulls Zorn into the tower. Homeboys cannot afford to let themselves fall into those types of traps again. Gotta respect that Divine Judgment. Make sure that that cooldown is played around. As we can see, an engagement in the mid lane.
Zorn slamming only one into the wall, but he's gonna instantly go down. Stoa walks away with his life, still has the Divine Judgment to work with if he needs so. Ryza will have to get away. Supat re-engages. Hello, he's only alone. Gets the kill anyways onto Loliel before trading his life away. It's a 2-for-1 for RSG.
Well, at least for Supat, that was worth his flicker. If he's able to trade 1-for-1, at the very least trading up against a marksman, and he'll take it any other day. Still a little sad for Zorn because he's just been hard targeted so many times. RSG MY understands that if you get rid of the tip of the spear, it's a lot less dangerous.
And we can see here in this instant replay that both these teams are super bloodthirsty at the stage of this game. And see that Chibi is just not being allowed to very easily contest for objectives at this stage either. You can see how far behind he is. Level 11, the same as the EXP laner on the opposite side. Demon Kai, level 13.
All right, Demon Kai. If there's any time to land a retribution, this is it. 2 levels ahead of Chibi. At full control of the map so far. You can see the conceal play mid-side.
Oh!
That is the guy you need dead.
Huge, huge play coming out from Storm. And now this should be absolutely free. Homeboys, based on protocol, this is where they call it off. We can't fight with a 4v5, a man down. Homeboys are forced to back up, and you can see that RSG, they want to crack open this mid-tier 1. And once they do, they have full access to the enemy jungle. And this is going to allow Lolios to actually double up on his farm.
Things are looking pretty dicey for the Homeboys now. Adaptability has been a factor we've emphasized, and they're doing it.
Supat in a 1v2. Can't really do too much, so toyed around by Izanami, who becomes him with the IMU. Supat, yeah, quite a rock in a hard place to keep Loli out, but the tactical reposition is enough. The snipe from afar to try and get the kill. Izanami finds it anyways. Homeboys just couldn't get their foot off the ground.
Deadly close there. Deadly close there. Had Supat just a little bit more time, you can see that he's got 7 more seconds until his flicker actually comes off online. He shouldn't have been there in the first place, especially when he had no information on where RSG MY's movements were going to be. But with that being said, this is what we were expecting to see. RSG MY, they get that Lord, and now they start to really snowball out of control.
Izanami also stole the real world manipulation as well, so the next team fight It's going to be massive with RSG MY having such a good artillery spell. I mean, Homebois, they are weirdly positioned. Does Zorn want to go in?
Yeah, he does!
He's thinking about it. Cost 3 of them. It's going to find 1, and that's going to be Izanami dead. Homebois pouncing on with Rizzo straight at the back for Loliel. But it's going down to Ripple, who rips him to shred. Homebois have ran out of gas so far, but Zorn re-engages on the Demon Kai. Stoneworm will be there by his side. Brendan Zapati almost hitting on the Chibi. It's just a 1-for-1.
Oh man, after all the resources blown, they only get a 1-for-1 for that? I'm surprised that Lolios is even alive in the first place. Zorn coming out with a huge play of his own and pushing them back into the real world manipulation made all the difference here, but Winds of Nature keeping him alive. Well done to Lolios.
He just bought it. He didn't have it in that fight.
Oh, thank God.
I mean, this man, something else.
Yeah, it got way too close in that last fight. He realizes, okay, I need the Wind of Nature right now, because if that happens again, I cannot guarantee this sort of miracle happening twice. Meantime, RSG still trying to apply the pressure here. Not gonna let them catch them off, as now they catch Chibi off.
Yeah, Chibi is so out of position, and they found Rizzo again. He's gonna get it out, but Chibi is down. Another half a minute without this man. Just in time for the Lord to spawn as well in 30 seconds.
Oh, they can't do much about it, but at least Storm it. Now he's just waiting on his cooldowns to actually finish back up, right? In 20 more seconds, that's when we're going to see the Lord actually spawn. And with a man down, Homebois don't exactly have enough time, but they can try and stall it out. That's what I can give them, right? If they want to do anything, it's going to be up to Zorn kind of baiting spells out from the side of RSG MY to pull them off of this neutral so that GB can actually come back and join and then look to actually hold them off. That's what Rizal is actually doing right now. If you are going to take this Lord, at the very least, I'm going to be able to take the structure away from you.
Rizal's just trying to get whatever farm he can get. He was the winning factor in the previous game. They will gladly trade away the Lord for a tower at this stage because they do feel like they have enough defensive utility to stop a Lord push.
Now they're going to back away. More importantly, I definitely think that Homebois was thinking for a second, maybe we can look to engage. It's a 4v5 in our favor with Edith down on bot side. We might be able to do this.
Yeah, for the first time, we see the AI winning prediction predict the same team for all 3 stages of the game, 4, 8, and 12. And the percentage of RSG MYs winning this game increasingly, getting better. 71% at 12 minutes.
I mean, it's a good timing, right? 13 minutes into the game, the fact that they have 44,000 compared to Homebois at 37,000, this is a really important, this is the really important nail that they need to slam right into this coffin to finish off this game.
Look at Zorn. He's trying to go for the same play again, but he needs some space to move up. What is Homeboi's plan right now? The bottom inhibitor is down. Use the real manipulation. Zorn moving across the mid side. But RSG MY, they smell something in the air, they retreat towards the upper quadrant of the map.
I like this respect from RSG. Even though they have the Lord this time, they cannot afford to just jump right in. They don't know where Zorn is. They recognize that Rizal still has a good amount of damage. Homebois looking for it.
GB engages Ripple. Brought down low already. Demon Guy trying to save him. Rizal will get out. There it is! Zorn shows up again. Supat to the back. Misses the Earth Shatter. They will lose Zorn. Supat, they gotta get something back at least, but he cannot do that. Demon Kai godlike.
Nicely played, very nicely played, but their job's not over yet!
So have found Rizal! RSG MY with 4 kills in the bag. And Zorn is 20 seconds away. Homebois with the base exposed and only Warlord alive. This is the final stand. RSG MY not ready to go down quietly just yet. History has not repeated itself. And RSG MY gives us a game 3.
Woohoo! We get a game 3 finally here between RSG and as well as the Homebois. They played that well with Izanami with the help of Storm, clearing out bush after bush to figure out where Zorn was.
The Royal Rumble shall continue for one final bout here on the MPL MY Season 12 stage, as these 2 eternal rivalries will continue to come to a head upon the land of Dawn. Some unfortunate mistakes there at the end, Homebois. I feel like things were a little disjointed. Zorn maybe engaged a little bit too quickly before Rizal was available to join the fight. And that ended up costing them. props over to RSG MY, being able to adapt, understand what happened in game number 1, and then immediately remedy it, slap a bandage on top of that, and get a victory for themselves.
The heroics from Zorn to make 2 of the last big team fight happens, and you really have to feel for Homebois, right? Did everything right, but did not have the goal to back it up.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate part. But at the same time, you have to give it to Demonkai. His execution is just so very clean. He's a hyper-efficient jungler, and there's a reason why he was invested. There was so much invested into him with the amount of resources that he had. He continues to keep moving the pendulum and moving the tempo of the game faster and faster and faster. And once they unlock Loliel's on Beatrix from that bottom tier 1, top tier 1, that's when you start to see the snowball envelop them.
There's just something about Filipino players, PH junglers, PH gold laners, they farm so fast. It's insane just how many levels Demonkite had on top of TB. But looking at who's going to be the centerpiece of the frame here, our MVP for game number 2, going to be our MSC champion, Demonkite.
Yeah, I gotta love the vibe that this man, went on the break, came back, nothing has changed, still sharp as ever. And we can also put the game 1 blunder behind us because Demonkite came into game 2, acted as if game 1 never happened. Still consistent as always. Like Gideon mentioned, he's pushing RSG MY faster and faster and faster, and to a point that everyone on RSG MY can run on their own.
It really just shows, right? Because again, Martis is not one of those junglers that hard carries your team, because he eventually starts losing relevance later on into the game and becomes more of utility than anything else. But Demonkite makes it feel like with the amount of a snowball that he's able to develop and slow down the enemy jungler, that he is able to get into that carry position, that he is able to kind of set up situations where Stoma actually has spaces to slip himself in between the enemy lines.
One of the scariest parts about playing against a Martis is if he is able to start the game with 2 or 3 kills, he just becomes an unstoppable force that steamrolls everything in his path. Demonkite getting that Hunter Strike, that Impure Rage tech is very interesting, and I get the feeling we're gonna see a lot of it in our pubs in the future, which I am terrified about. But that extra percentage max HP damage allows him to kind of make up for the fact that his hero will scale off later towards the game.
Well, I mean, that's one way to think about it. It's like, yes, it is extra damage, but let's not forget the extra benefit that you can get from it. The fact that Martis does not use mana, he gets 1% of his HP back.
Ooh, that's true.
1% of his max HP back when he triggers it. And it's a lot faster in comparison to Brave Smite, which gives you a fatter heal, but the cooldown is a little longer.
And you can just look at this, right? Overall, Demonkite 7-0-5, and for both games, if there has been one recurring theme, is that in this jungle head-to-head, Demonkite has came out on top for both games.
That's true. He is a terror in the land of Dawn right here. But we have to note, Chibi has been put in a bit more of a supporting role here with the Fredrin. It does seem like he's even using himself as a meat shield to make sure that Warlord and Rizal get a bit more space. Unfortunately, it hasn't quite worked out for him in this case. You can see here, in terms of itemization, Homebois were actually catching up, but Rizal was not able to farm nearly as quickly as he was in game number 1, and that allowed Loliel to maintain a consistent lead.
Totally agree with you, but even in the earlier stages of the game, like Warlord was actually taking the common emblem so that he can actually omit purchasing the Enchanted Talisman until later on into the game, because again, he's just focusing on pure utility and the mana starts to become a problem.
Yeah, we gotta take a look at some numbers as well. The post-game stats for game number 2. This one overwhelming in favor of RSG MY. I think there's no question, gentlemen. With Demonkite again, the richest guy, the guy that deals the most damage, basically carrying the entirety of RSG MY. I would say Loliel didn't have to do too much in this game because Demonkite had his back.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it was just set up by Storm and as well as Demonkite, right? And every time you see Izanami actually going in for these fights, he's playing an actual back roll, whether he's looking to finish off targets, actually cancel out abilities with the Terrify, and more importantly, Rippo, as we've seen before, Edith is a win harder character. Once somebody is locked down, you're going to be locked down for like a super long time.
There were so many situations where the members of RSG MY were so low, and a kill there would have been a difference of night and day for the Homebois. But not being able to get those final few hits in really made a lot of difference. And I do feel like we have to shout out Stome a little bit. We've been paying a lot of attention to Demonkite, but his Kaja gameplay this match was incredible. Being able to find people all the time and even juke people out through mind games to put them in a false sense of security.
Yeah, the target selection was impeccable, right? Constantly looking for the carries. They're constantly looking for Warlord in the early to mid game. Late game comes around, always going for Ryzel, just making sure that whenever this Claude does not have to purify, he is free food for the team.
Yeah, it's tough. It really is tough. Like, especially when you're in Ryzel's position, there's so many factors that you have to actually consider here, right? Coming in with the Blazing Duet doesn't necessarily mean that you are safe. There's plenty of knockups and more so CC on the side of RSG MY, so the timing needs to be superb. I'm just surprised that Lolio is able to survive some very tight situations that probably would have flipped this fight for the side of the Homebois.
Just like this one, right? Surviving with literally, you can't even see the health bar. That's how low he was.
Yeah, it's so little HP, and you can imagine that Ryzel had to feel so frustrated about it. I can guarantee if Ryzel got that kill there, even if he died, it would have changed the entire dynamic of the game. So Lolio surviving allowed RSG MY to prevent a repeat of game number 1. And now we're going to be going into game 3. We knew this was going to be the highlight match of the day here. And the series has only surpassed the hype that we have built up for it.
Yep, it continues to get better here. And now game number 3, the real question is, do they want to give signature picks to each other anymore? Are they tired of dealing with this Claude, or is RSG MY like totally fine with it?
Yeah, for me, game number 3 is always about deep pockets, right? How deep does the hero pool go? We've seen Homebois make adjustment, ban out the Angela, making sure that there's no this hardcore sustain from the hard guard. And for the side of RSG MY, they also made their own adjustments, making sure that Homebois doesn't really have a way to stop them in this team fight. Now we get to see the third iteration of that.
Yep, that is true. A lot of changes will have to come to the Land of Dawn for both these teams here. But a little bit of change can come to your life as well, because you could dominate your games like a champion with ROG Phone 7. You can easily win lanes, you can push your ranked matches because this phone is so powerful. The graphics are crisp, the processing is strong. You will find no issues at all as you push your rank up to mythical glory. And with the ROG Phone 7, it is going to be your eternal companion all the way to the top.
That's why they call it the Republic of Gamers. The area where best of the best hang around, just like me.
Yes, of course. Absolutely,
give
yes.
me something. Yes.
Sorry, the thought hurts. The thought hurts a little bit, I'm not going to lie. But with that being said here, hopefully we see that adaptation actually come on through. Hopefully we do see. But at the end of the day, I don't know about you guys. We were expecting 2-1 and you're making predictions, but I don't know. I think that's out of the window now.
Well, what's out of the window is going to be the first 2 games. Game 3 will be coming, but we'll go on a short break. Don't miss it. Homebois, RSG, who shall be our victor?
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh ku pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. Trying to beat the greatest, anyone is
feminine for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
A battle of titanic proportions shall come to a heat here in our final game of our second series of the day. The highlight match between RSG MY and Homebois, where neither side of the rivalry has taken the opportunity to show their stuff right here on the land of Dawn. And honestly, we're just all excited to see it. The fans here are on another level and the atmosphere is electric. So we welcome you back to the English desk with me, Staffa, Gideon, as well as Husky. How are you guys feeling right now?
I mean, I feel like I can't catch a break, and that's a good thing, right? The drums are increasing my heartbeat, the cheers are crazy, the crowd is participating. I'm hearing some cushion picks in game 3, and hopefully that comes through as well for Homebois. But overall, I think this would be injustice to the series if we don't get a game 3, but here we are.
Yep, absolutely. You know, everybody was anticipating and hoping that this would actually go all for a 2-0 for either side, depending on which camp you're going to be from. But now that we've gone on to game number 3, the adjustments are so very important because, again, knowing how Pops actually thinks about the game, he likes to make minute changes to make sure that it has the biggest impact. I'm not sure where you can actually go with this because both sides have played very similar comps, and I think this time you got to make a full 180.
Yeah, I think the team that made the bigger adjustments is definitely RSG MY, and they were forced to do so, right, thanks to the draft, the bans itself. But in this case, I wonder if Homebois will still stick to it, stick to what they show us in game 1 and 2. We saw the far side game 1, Yves game 2, it was all artillery for that mid lane.
I feel like putting too many bets on the Claude may come back to bite them here, and I'm hoping to be able to see a little bit more from Ryzel's pockets. Besides that, I do feel like while the Kufra is a good choice on paper, there's still a lot of tools for the side of RSG to be able to just disregard Zorn's engagement as a whole. And without the roamer to set things up for them, you could see that Homebois were really struggling to gain any sort of foothold in that game. Not to mention certain things like, do you ban heroes like the Martis now? It's been Demon Kite's pick 2 games in a row, and he's been 3 levels ahead of Chibi 2 games in a row.
The question is, what do you give up in that position, right? Because both RSG and as well as Homebois play Paquito really, really well. And I mean, if we're comparing Demon Kite to Chibi, I would like to see that bout actually go down, but you know, this is a professional game. Only one of them is going to get access to it, and the other person just has to suck it up.
And at the same time, right, you look at what Homebois have been kind of showing us in that first 2 games is always just getting punished by RSG MY in that early game. And, you know, like you mentioned earlier on how Pup thinks about the game, I wonder if Homebois will be looking to kind of stabilize that early to make him a bit more, because they have been playing from the back foot for both Game 1 and Game 2. And honestly, Game 1 came down to heroics from individual players, not necessarily a kind of a macro advantage.
Yeah, we gotta have more synergy here in the lineup. They're putting too many eggs in the Ryzel basket, and although it was a great basket to look at in game number 1, boy was it hefty. We'll find out what happens as we enter the draft for game number 3. Homebois now going to be on the blue side. The Baxia still going to be banned all the way here, as well as the Fanny.
All right. Baxia, Fanny, followed up by Paquito for the side of RSG MY. I like the decision that Homebois have taken the blue side instead of going back into the red side. That first pick is really, really important, but then this comes with a new set of problems, right? How does RSG MY actually perceive the game from the red side? And you can already see the Paquito and as well as the Valentina band, they don't want to give such a strong first pick to Homebois. They need a clearer direction rather than something that just fits the role and also holds you hostage by taking away or stealing and adding to your arsenal high-impact ultimates.
And this does put Angela back in the equation, right? Homebois had to ban it in game number 2, but right now, having the first pick, it does open up that possibility that we grab the Angela for ourselves, and now we have the option to go for assassin junglers, to go for backline divers.
The Angela ban on
they
the
do
side
ban
of
it out, okay.
Homebois. I get the feeling Homebois may actually be attempting to contest for the Martis themselves. It is something that Chibi is very comfortable with playing and may give him a little bit more aggression, because up until now, the first 2 games, he's been forced in a more supportive position, and yes, he does a good job at that, but it's not what we know Chibi for. This is the star of the Homebois. I want to see him in that position.
I honestly want to see some people start limit testing themselves, right? I would be very excited for Demon Kite to be like, even though Ling's been nerfed, I'm going to pick him anyways.
I mean, that would be an interesting prospect to look at, right?
Yeah.
You got to win that ego challenge.
Ego is important, especially considering the stakes of this game. This is going to give them that privilege of saying, haha, we won for the rest of the season. And these players are close, they know one another. You can imagine they want to be able to have that advantage. Now with the Joy band out, we will get to see that first pick from the Homebois. Will they contest the Martis? Will it be something else that has slipped through the cracks?
I feel like there's got to be something that they can actually abuse here, right? I mean, Fanny is already gone. They don't have to worry about that. Some of the S tier picks that they could just go with like an Edith first pick and be like, call it a day with a flex pick, but no, it's going to be Homebois directly straight to the problem and addressing it. GB, it's now your time to take full control of this early game. You can see the smirk coming in from Demon Kite.
Look at the grin.
I mean, he knows, right? And they're going to pick up the E for themselves, and with the Edith to follow, so nothing changes in that Edith pick. We've seen it on Storm, we've seen it on Ripple, so very, very comfortable selection for RSG MY.
Yeah, looking pretty alright right now. The Edith is a very good hero for RSG specifically, because they just have a lot of heroes that are able to play it in basically every position, and that will keep their options open depending on what needs to happen. The Eve as well, already mentioned, although was nerfed recently, is still a very powerful hero for creating these favorable engagements for the team. And a little bit of a belated birthday buff to Warlord, who just had his birthday on the 18th of August.
Oh, that happened just yesterday. Oh, Happy birthday to you, Warlord. Let's see whether your birthday wishes are going to be coming true here, depending on what it is. Can't say what it is. If not, they don't come true. In the meantime, we do see the Eve get locked in by RSG MY with Beatrix, as well as the follow-up Franco coming in from the Homebois.
Wonder if this would kind of make RSG MY pivot back towards having Kaja on the Stolen, because that one is still on the board, right? And do they want to reveal that? Because they still have the Edith as an option to flex for the road if they want to.
It's an interesting choice. We'll see. RSG. Ooh,
okay.
They take the Claude themselves here. So Lolil looking to make a bit of an ego statement against Rizel, even though the Claude was previously on the losing side of the matchup against Beatrix. And typically you don't see Franco get picked up this early on in the draft, but it's very clear that Zorn needs a hero that's able to play make, and RSG will focus on denying picks away from him towards that second phase. It's better to be able to make sure that this player will get his chance to shine on the Land of Dawn.
I mean, let's also not forget that with the Bloody Hunt, they can actually stop that real-world manipulation possibly, and if they're outside of the range of the real-world manipulation, it just gives, it's a huge deterrent for Loliels to actually get in deep with that Claude. So, at the very least, you know, you can definitely see the synergies in the mindset of Skadaga, but now Homebois, and especially for Pops, he's addressing each problem directly one by one. He's not trying to be subtle about it at all.
There it is, the Kaja ban out, so it does limit the option that RSGMI can go for. And I think both teams are going for, are banning out very different threats for themselves, right? Homeboy says that the Kaja has been a big problem. He's constantly catching both Warlord and Rizo out. We do not want that on Stoem. We've been able to deal with the Edith in the late game, so we are happy if RGMY flexes that.
Now, let's have a look at what's going to be coming next right here. With the Kaja and the Kadita being banned out, we can see that the EXP lane for both sides hasn't quite been revealed unless this Edith plans to be flexed into Ripo's position. But I don't feel like RSG are in a situation where they would actually need to force that, because I think Storm can very easily grab the Edith here with Kaja already removed from the pool, and this opens up options. We already saw a really good Yuzong from Ripo previously. The Faramis getting banned out does make this very interesting, as well as Trizla from Homebois. Now, a hero we haven't gotten to see in a while. Is there a reason why Arlet isn't heavily contested anymore?
Well, I think in a lot of cases, Arla is a great enabler, but it's very difficult for him to actually get in on a lot of these fights without a battle spell of some sort, right? I mean, Arla works very, very well with a lot of CC, and I think there might be an argument for him this time round instead. But let's also not forget that, like, Arla does have some bad matchups, like some pretty terrible matchups, in a matter of fact. And I think with Joy out of the pool, that's already great, but there are still others that make it difficult. Uranus, Esmeralda, all of which do a very good job at just keeping him in place, proxying your waves, and forcing you to be late to the fight, which you would hate to be because you're the initiator.
And I do like this Fredrin pick for RGMY. You still open up the possibility of Demon Kai's pick towards the very end, right? And you get to see the entire deck of cards for Homebois. They're going to reveal the Sicilian. Oh, we definitely haven't seen this in a long time.
What?
Wow.
Farsa's open though.
Warlord is just saying, okay, I want to be the carry now in game number 3. Note that Claude will scale very well into the late game. Sicilian's one of the heroes that can actually match that late game potential, but Homebois will be giving up early mid lane pressure in exchange for it, so they'll make up for that, it seems, with that Yuzong pick in the EXP lane. Not going to be the most effective since Eve is not going to be as hard countered to it as compared to something like the Farsa, but RSG going to be closing things out with the Grok pick, most likely in the roam position.
Oh, this is really interesting. I like the way that they're actually trying to deal with the issue. I'm still interested to know why Warlord just feels, maybe he just feels way more comfortable scaling with the Sicilian instead of the Farsa, both of which fulfill the same problems, right? If that Claw Blazing Duets and gets right on top of, there's not much you can really do about it.
And I guess at the same time, when we really talk about Infinite, I suppose Sicilian is the best choice, right? Warlord has had a rough game 1 and 2, and if this game were to go long enough, he's eventually going to be able to do something.
And I think Warlord is in a position right now where he really wants to do something. Him as well as GB have both been put in really tough spots throughout game 1 and 2. Some out there saying, look at me, I'm the carry now. Let's find out whether or not it'll succeed for them against the worthy opponents that are RSG MY.
Looking at both compositions, it's clear they've kind of switched their roles entirely. Similarly to game number 2, Homebois actually wants to unlock Ryzel from wherever his goal lane is, crack it open, and start running them down.
Game 3 between Homebois and RSG MY starting off right now in the Land of Dawn. Could not have asked for a better matchup, honestly, on this wonderful Saturday. But one of them is going to come up victorious for sure. And Homebois, they're looking for the repeat of Season 11. Zorn,
wow, he actually
almost getting that one. Demon Kai able to secure the purple buff.
Yep, at least Demon Kai didn't get pulled. Well, I mean, I was hoping that Demon Kai would be the one actually getting pulled out of position, but Loliel's actually losing a lot of pressure in his lane because of how long that actually took. So it's starting to affect the side lanes, and Ryzel, he's making sure that he's doing it real slow, right? He's making sure that he can try to make Loliel's either lose EXP or gold by missing a minion.
What's interesting about this game is that both these teams have heroes that will generally want to be uninteractive in their lanes, and that's going to be Warlord as well as Loliel. Now, the difference here is that Warlord being in the mid position, this is a very crucial role that typically wants to be very active early on to start creating pressure and momentum for his team from the first few minutes. Going on Cecilion means that that pressure will not exist.
There it is. I mean, we talk about ego a little bit, right? Ryzel got to flash that. Weapon mastery on this Beatrix as well, so he's not looking to pull any punches.
Absolutely not.
I thought he was going to stop at some point, but he just kept going.
No, I think he's just been hanging out with Zorn for way too long at this point.
That's fair.
Yeah, that's fair.
Well, down by bot side, we will see Storm actually try to change the life totals here. Loliel's getting aggressive. Oh, Ryzel, great game sense. Such good game sense.
He's like, there's no reason the claw just runs in my face just like that, you know? Something
Exactly.
must be up.
Being able to identify the Grok in that position, so he actually stopped the recalling. It's lucky that the Franco is on their side, because if it was in Storm's hands instead, that may have actually cost him heavily, even for those short moments.
Turtle dance already beginning. Instantly, Warlord using that ultimate. The real manipulation for Izanami. Chibi locked down in place. Does get the CC immunity, but forced away by RSG MY. So Demon Kite getting the first turtle as always. So far, RSG MY has gotten every single turtle in the series. Stolen still wants to chase, and he's gonna be fine. His purple buff contested, RSG MY will take it away.
Yeah, I didn't know about that one. I knew for sure that RSG MY was considering, maybe I should actually go for this invade, but it depends on how low GB actually is. And man, GB just refused to go for the recall. I think if he just went for the recall, RSG MY probably wouldn't be so aggressive to actually go for the invade.
Yeah, having the information that, hey, GB can't contest this right now just allows him, and Zorn keeps missing out on this. Storm is outmaneuvering him every single time. RSG right now, we can definitely feel the lack of pressure that Warlord is having in this mid lane, because it's just giving RSG so much space to control, having the real world manipulation in comparison, and all the AoE from Storm and Izanami just entirely zoned out the Homebois without being even able to come close to the turtle.
Yep. Oh, bottom side, Zorn, he is very, very deep in enemy territory. Reverse passion used by Ryzel. Demon Kai now showing up. Whoa, the wall! Blocking off Zorn and Ryzel, forcing out two flickers. As Loliel unleashes that blazing duet. Not much damage is dealt, but RSG MY getting some crucial battle spells.
Hey, yo, Storm actually kind of nasty with his Grok. His guardian barriers have been, his nature's barriers have been kind of annoying. And let's not forget about his previous engages too.
Real manipulation used as well. Warlord under a lot of pressure as Loliel. Not gonna get connected, gonna get hit by any of these abilities. So free go for RSG MY. This bot side pressure is building.
And he's just blinking down the gold shield here. And the hook finally lands. But guess what? It's a Grok, so he just walks away with the tether on him. Homebois is unfortunately not quite able to recreate the success that RSG has had with heroes like the Martis here. As GB gonna be going for the killing spree instead of the impure rage we saw on Demon Kite. I do really wonder if that difference in emblem actually is contributing to the DPS difference.
Oh yeah, it's definitely contributing to the DPS difference, because it's like both of them decided to go for the assassin. Oh wait, hold on.
Well, Ripple and a bit out of position. Oh, life pad actually burned. First blow with the Warlord, and here comes Sabbat with the Black Dragon form onto Izanami, forcing him to flicker away. Demon Kai still in the fray, wants the turtle, this time secured by GB with the retribution, and absolutely destroys Storm. 2-4 Homebois.
Done.
Beautifully done, and more importantly, Chibi is like, yes, I can 50-50 this. I don't have to worry about CC.
I got a turtle, boys. Are you proud of me now? But I think that was just really well played. Subot, at first, it looked like the Black Dragon form was going to engage on Izanami, but he actually saved his Petrify to use on Demon Kite instead. And that really secured an easy 50-50 on the turtle for Chibi. And that's going to allow Homebois to gain a foothold here, which they've really been missing out on in the early game for this entire series.
Yep, now Ripple getting that dominant size, meaning that his laning phase is basically over, and he now has control!
Oh, from Thor! Are you kidding me? Izanami with the real manipulation doesn't do enough. And that's Chibi with a double with the decimation.
Well, remember when we were talking about, yeah, it's not as slow. Homeboys are. Oh, again! They can't punish this, right? They're not gonna punish this. Chibi, just walk away from that. Walk away. Don't turn back.
Yeah, they're not gonna get the kill, but they're gonna inflict psychological damage here. This is Zorn. He is back, the king of emotes, and he's definitely gonna make his mark right here. Homebois logically doesn't have the best early game lineup when the mid lane is Sicilian, but they're the ones in control here. And RSG MY gonna be put on the back foot for the first time for the entirety of today. Let's see whether or not they can adapt to the circumstance.
Yep, lane swap coming in from the Homeboys' side, as well as RSG MY. Lolio's now being he's played the situation a million times. He knows something's gonna happen.
There it is, even puts out the BMI just in case. Iron Hook negated by Stoa, without the Guardian Barrier to isolate Zorn. Lee trying to go for some sort of punish, they will use everything on him. Yeah, take that.
Man, not much you can do there.
RSG really don't like Zorn.
It's understandable, but they're still continuing the engagement.
And looking for Chibi, who just disengages as the Martyrs, no problem. RSG MY at least finally alleviating some of that pressure on the top side, but no minion waves for them to push the tower. Turtle spawning on the bottom side, Ripple is already there, but Homebois have 3 men.
Yep, I mean, they're playing at a higher tempo, right? And when you are playing at a higher tempo, you get to places a lot quicker.
Ripple is going to try at least onward with the Earth Shatter. Chibi will just retaliate, gets the turtle in the meantime. Chibi dropping low, but the rest of Homebois going to be there. Black Dragon from Subot going for Ripple, who goes back into his mech. Homebois gets away with the objective and the top tier 1.
Right now, Homebois are going into divide and conquer mode, right? They're going to scrape up as much gold as they possibly can, and especially since Izanami decided to waste his ult onto Zorn, his death ended up resulting into a free turtle take coming in for the side of the Homebois, right? That's the third turtle of this game, on top of the fact that they were able to secure a tier 1 top side with the help of Ryzel and Zorn after he respawns. Now, I'm expecting another lane swap to actually happen again, because it's a lot easier for Subot to get out of these tighter situations with the Black Dragon form prior to the upcoming Lord.
I'm just happy that this is the Homebois we were expecting to see going into the series. Now that the draft has changed, now that they've adjusted, they have early to mid-game pressure, and they're showing it.
And Snow just taking massive damage from Warlord as well. This Sicilian, remember, is always going to scale infinitely. And this guy knows no bounds, at least in the hero itself. And with every single kill you can hear, I mean, the echo behind us, gentlemen, is getting louder and louder. The Flame Boys kind of know it that Homebois might win this, but RCMY not too far behind. AI winning prediction, though, says that Homebois at this point of time have a 75% chance to win.
75%? Okay. I would have agreed with like 60, but like 75 is a bit much.
Yep, Bloody Hunt used on the Stoa. He has no chance at all. That's it. That is the Grok executed by Chibi.
I think they heard you there, Gideon. They're just saying, hey, let's show you why it's 75%. With Storm down, it's going to be hard for RSG to try and make plays across the map for the next 10 seconds or so. And that's going to give Homebois even more time to farm. Right now, I'm very curious about the net worth difference between Ryzel and Lolil, because the amount of space they've been getting are heavens and earth apart.
Yep, and more importantly, I need to know either the items or how many stacks does Warlord actually have realistically, right? Because the fact that Stone died so quickly, either A, he's building no MR whatsoever, which seems a little strange. You know, a little bit of MR, a little bit of armor makes a lot more sense, but the fact that he died so quickly would either tell us that Warlord is really far in his stacks, or he's already gotten the Lightning Truncheon on top of the Lightning Truncheon plus one more item.
Zero contention on the Lord as well. Homebois is just getting everything they want at this point. RCMY on damage control mode. The conceal use. Can Zorn get in and hook? Not this time. Gonna have the Lord from the bottom side though. RCMY gotta try and find some space on this map.
Things are pretty scary here for RSG MY, but same way that Homebois are never quite out of the competition, the same can be said for RSG. This kind of deficit has been made up before, and with the Claude, we already know of what Lolils is capable of with a hero like this. RSG just needs to buy time. The question is whether Homebois will give it to them.
Unlike the first two games, the front lines can't take as much punishment, right? This Sicilian is ripping through the health pool of Storm and Ripple. RGMY are kind of stuck with not much options, with the Lord most likely taking down the bottom tier 2 as well. Too many structures to defend in RGMY. They gotta give up something.
Yep, eventually something, they've got to force something right now. And I feel like with the Homebois, they need to get that mid-tier 1. And as soon as that mid-tier 1, the entire jungle, enemy jungle, becomes accessible to them. And that's when you see RSG MY really start to starve. I mean, Chibi, he gets to invade as much as he wants, but his teammates can't just walk freely in there either.
And that mid-tier 1 is going to go down, so now Homebois have free access to whatever they want on RSG's side of the map.
I feel like they already had free access on the other side of the map anyway. They literally take down the tower from behind it, but here comes Stoke!
And from behind, massive knockup! They're gonna get rid of the Beatrix in an instant. Rizzo falls, and Loliels, it's this time to shine. 3 dead for RSG though, can Loliels find more? Waller with a bad impact, it's gonna keep them away. RSG MY stops the push just for a bit, but at a heavy cost.
Huge flank, huge flank. And you can even see even Demon Kai, he was a little impressed by that. He was like, okay, this is a real game we got in our hands. 4,000 lead, about to turn into 5,000. We look at the items and whoa, it's getting close.
I don't even know how that hook even worked. It felt like it connected, but Lolil literally escaping at the final moment. Looking at the item build here, we can see Rizal already pretty comfortable, but he's not actually that far ahead in terms of net worth as compared to Lolil, who is farming up very well. So Homeboy still has to be very wary about the potential late game comeback option that this hero has. But as long as they're able to continue applying pressure, right now information going to be very important.
A wild charge actually landing on the Zorn. He's going to use the Bloody Hunt instantly. Storm is gone before he could do too much. They get the taunt in from Demon Kai. Ripple taking a brunt of the damage, but Loliao firing away. Not able to secure the kill onto Chibi, and they end up sacrificing Ripple.
Yep, 2-4-0. RSG MY. You have to admit, the call coming in from Storm was good. I would agree with that call to actually go in fully with the wild charge and have Izanami drop his ult. That should have been more than enough to start taking out key figures from Homebois. But unfortunately, now that Zoran is able to survive things like that, he has come to a point where he is tanky enough with this 5k goalie on his hands. It just shows that RSG MY need more time to actually scale to go toe-to-toe with the Homebois.
I may actually disagree with you a little bit there. I feel like Storm should not have gone for that wild charge. Yes, I see the idea behind it. If they're able to take someone out quickly, it's great. But he went on top of Zorn, and his team was too far behind him to actually follow up. It actually took Lolil a second before he was able to start whittling down on the Franco, and by that time they had already lost 2. I feel like they should have saved that for a little bit later.
I mean, at least Storm still has his flicker, right? It's not like he can't force out another play later on into the game. More so, he is deep in enemy territory.
How did he even get there?
Yeah, he just decided, I'm just going to sit here for a while.
You're going to see the Beatrix show up on the map. So Rizzo's location reviewed. I mean, Storm. Is this another attempt to do what Zorn did in game 2? Maybe that...
He's looking for the sandwich. It does look like the Lord's colliding.
Let's take out this mid inhibitor first. Toa might have to speed up because that base is crumbling really, really fast. And Toa, watch out, it's coming in from the top jungle. This might be it.
No!
Not like this! It misses everything! Somebody with the Black Dragon form, but RSGMY, they need a Storm to get it done!
Oh, the angle just wasn't good. They lose 2 inhibitors for it. Loliels gets a hit by Renner, but they at least survive to see another day. And this is all that RSG MY needs right now. They just need time, as much time as they possibly can. Even though they're at a significant disadvantage, it's not impossible that they can actually flip this back into their favor. 1 fight is all it's going to take when they hit 42k.
Yeah, absolutely.
But that could have been such a great setup here. And now they're engaging again.
Bloody Hunt, Nibiru's Passion, Rippo able to get out with his life. Subpat's gonna be dead though. Diving straight to the back. Demon Kai using his body as a shield for RSGMY. This is gonna be a jostle for then map control. Next lord up in 65 seconds, but RSGMY will need some time to recover from that minor blunder. That flicker for Stone will be up in 60 seconds.
Looking at the itemization, we can see Ryzel going to be nearly complete, actually gotten the Fury Hammer now for his final item. I'm assuming going to be Hunter Strike on that side. But Lolil not that far behind, just that one item away, most likely going for that Malefic Roar to make sure that he can melt down the tankier members of the Homebois. Otherwise, itemization is pretty normal on either side. It's just that Homebois having a 7k net worth lead is very notable, and RSG MY really needed a huge engagement to be able to take them out, which is why it does feel really bad that Stone went around the world in 80 days and then took the wrong taxi home.
Can't do much about that, right? He can only just move forward from here. RSG is so close to getting their cores up to their max items, and more importantly, just for these substitutes, having enough gold to actually start juggling them around, and that's where Homebois is going to have that advantage over RSG for this upcoming Lord fight. And now, this is where it gets really tough, right? Because Homebois, they don't have to take this Luminous Lord. All they can do is just start to push out slowly the mid and top side and build up a wave down bot, which is what they've got set up here, all thanks to the help of Ryzel. And this puts RSG MY at odds. They have to manage the waves and at the same time somehow show presence at the Lord.
Love the awareness of RSG to flush out Sabat, so no flank potential. But just like you guys said, this could be it. RSG MY, they don't have much time. Chibi making sure that Homebois is going to have a chance. Meanwhile, look at the bloody on as Ripple. One dead for RSG MY already. The Lord reset it, and Homebois now they can do whatever they want.
And that's a massive pick-off right there. Rippo, he fell for the oldest trick in the book. He can't stand there. They had no vision on Zorn, and that's one of the most obvious places to throw the hook into. With him down for another 20 seconds. I don't think Homebois are going to be able to get that end game before he comes back. But this is going to be a difficult defense with only one inhibitor standing.
Yep, with the Luminous Lord soon to be spawning here. Oh boy, RSG MY, I mean, they can only bide their time. They know for a fact that they can't really do anything, so they're just going to sit by the crystal. So let's look at the player heads-to-head, because right now it's 7 assists to 2, but the overall damage taken significantly higher onto Stone's side with only a 67% kill participation. I would say mainly because a lot of these kills that are happening for the side of RSG MY, there's only 3 compared to 11 right now, so very skewed data.
Absolutely. Now the Lord's going to march down that middle lane. Could be one more celebratory march for Homebois to close this out. RSG MY, they have the full team, right? This is going to be the final hurrah.
Could this be the end here? The Lord's coming in. Homebois looking for the coup de grace.
Yes, Loliao losing half his health already. The Lord needs to be taken care of. Sabat jumps right in with the Furious Dive. Loliao needs to do something instantly with the Truncheon used by Sabat. They get rid of Humankind already. First to go! And Loliao is dead. Homebois have done it! 2 seasons back-to-back to take down RSG MY.
A strong competition has been put up here by RSG, but they have failed in their attempts to receive revenge for their defeat in Season 11 as the rivalry continues and the Homebois starts off their Season 12 journey strong with eyes set upon the championship title.
Yup, it looks like the Flame Boys jumping, cheering, and shouting for joy, making sure that their support is being heard eventually. But Homebois, wow, what a game against RSG MY. This was tough. This was a tough bout for both sides.
Yeah, and you can kind of see the stark difference, right? Game 1 and 2, RSG MY consistently in the lead for a majority of the game. But once Homebois took that horn and ran with it, it felt like RSG MY, they didn't have much options to do with. Now Homebois get to bask in that glory once more.
It did feel weird that Homebois were putting so much on their late game scaling in the first 2 games, but once they shifted their paradigm and went over to the early game, that's where we see the Homebois we love. And speaking of the Homebois we love, let's speak to them on the stage.
Pemenang untuk match kedua kita hari ini, Homebois! Okay, vibe tip-top, performance pun tip-top. Tapi sebelum tu, kita pas mic ni kat Warlord. Sebab, I dapat tahu semalam birthday Warlord. So guys, happy birthday. Let's sing, okay? Kita nyanyi happy birthday untuk Warlord. Boleh? Alright, in 1, 2, 3, go! Berhenti kau, jangan pas mic. Happy birthday to me.
Thank you, thank you.
Okay, Walot. Semalam birthday, Walot wish apa?
Apa?
Apa wish Walot semalam?
Wish menang lawan NSEA dulu.
Okay. I nak sekarang pas kat TV. Okay, sebab ni pedas sikit. Kita nampak sebelum match start tadi, kita ada tengok satu video kan? Video yang agak pedas. Demon Kite cakap, dia tak kenal Chibi. Chibi, sekarang you rasa Demon Kite dah kenal awak ke tak?
Oh, Demon Kite. Siapa Demon Kite tak kenal?
Okay, thank you. Zon pula. Zon. Sekarang Zorn dah dalam Homebois. Apa perasaan Zorn selepas kalahkan Ripo?
Perasaan saya semestinya happy dan rasanya lega lah dapat kalahkan RSG.
Alright, okay. So guys, dia rasa lega. Tapi I nak tahu pada audience siapa MVP awak? Okay. Sekejap. In 3, 2, 1. Tengok screen. MVP kita ialah Rizal. Okay, Rizal. Sekarang awak punya debut, first game dekat MPL Malaysia. Apa perasaan? Apa beza Malaysia dengan Indonesia?
Pertama-tama saya mau ucapkan terima kasih banyak buat Prime Boss. Kalian semua keren banget. Itu buat kita semangat. Dan kalau soal perasaan udah pasti senang. Di mana saat kita first match terus ketemu RSG.
Alright, mantap. Alright. Oh, kejap. Diorang nak cakap. Ada lagi?
Dah.
Oh, dah. Ingat Walon nak cakap something.
Dah.
Antagonis nak cakap something.
Tes. Pokoknya harus ditebang ya. Aku nak deliver satu message aja.
Okay, boleh.
Buat Coach Ren, kalau nak belajar analisis, tengok aja TikTok aku.
Alright guys, terima kasih kepada Homebois. Congratulations on your first win. Terima kasih sangat-sangat. Terima kasih banyak. Okay guys, can you guys imagine ini adalah first match diorang tapi dah pedas macam ni. Tak tahu yang lain confirm lagi pedas. Tapi I nak tengok dan I nak dengar kalau mic check diorang tadi sepedas macam ni ke? Apa diorang borak dalam game? Mari kita dengar mic check pada Team Homebois.
Nice one. Ui.
Sabar. Ada kelab. Isyam, dengar aku. Jangan aku fikir boleh tak? Boleh tak? Pak Sam, lihat. Kelab. Alawak bawah. Satu bawah teman gua. Balik Filipin awak. Nice Pak Sam. Nice. Tengok. Kata udah habis. Santai. Nice B. Nice. Orang.
Boys have always been a spirited team, but that just feels like another level entirely. You can feel the joy in securing victory against their rivals here. And as we can see in the post-game, they had a massive goal lead.
Massive indeed. A lot of kills here. 14-3, and I think this is the most convincing one that we've seen from the Homebois thus far, with 2 games in a row of RSG MY actually taking full control over the early game with 1 win and then losing it in the second. I think the adaptation from the Homebois can be seen here. With side lane pressure, it makes all the difference.
And I think the statement you made during the draft where Coach Pops is addressing the issues one by one, I mean, he did a phenomenal job. Jungle, no problem. Chibi, 6-0-6. Mid lane, no problem. Warlord gets to play the game. Go lane, Rizal popping up on his Beatrix and just overraw Zorn, not having that game 2 difficulty. Game 3, he was landing Iron Hook after Iron Hook. He's making sure that Storm is on the grok, but it doesn't really matter.
I'm just amazed at the fact that Homebois had their strongest early game performance in the game where they had a Sicilian mid. You would not expect that. But Warlord showing us why he went with this hero in the end. After all, in Pure Rage, still going to be able to add a pretty good amount of damage overall. Even getting the Ice Queen's one, just to, you know, make sure that, hey, I'm still supporting the team just a little bit there. And I think Chibi definitely got a much better time now that he was able to play a more aggressive jungler for himself.
Absolutely. I think, you know, Warlord's choice of emblems here, going for the mage emblem just to make sure that he scales a little bit faster. Well, not really a little bit faster, but actually benefiting from the high ratios that he actually has with the bad impact, really makes all the difference here, right? And with the Impure Rage, as long as you are consistently trading with your opponent, especially at level 1 bat impact, where it's just minimal amount of mana, minimal amount of damage, but at least gives you a good chunk.
Yeah, when you use the Bat Feast as well, right? Just 1 tick of damage is going to apply the Ice Queen 1 and Impure Rage. On the other end of RSG MY, we actually saw Izanami. He opted for the Assassin emblem coming into this, and I want to hear your guys' thoughts on that.
Well, especially in the early game with the Void Blast as well, just being able to walk up and seeing if Sicilian wants to trade with me, that's totally fine. We both have Impure Rage, and unfortunately for Eve, her ratios aren't exactly higher in this particular case against Sicilian, so it's more beneficial for her to actually get the penetration more than anything else. The unfortunate part is that with the build that he decided to go for, and especially since he took Assassin Emblem instead of something like Common Emblem, you must unfortunately rush the Enchanted Talisman. If not, you just lose relevance very quickly.
The Assassin emblem is very popular. Oftentimes, it is going to be picked over the Mage emblem, over the Marksman emblem because of that penetration, because of the movement speed. Just carries a lot of good statistics. But like Gideon mentioned, being forced to build into that Enchanted Talisman does lose out on a little bit of that early game pressure he may have had against Warlord, and they were able to take advantage of that with Warlord being the carry, having over 84,000 damage.
This is a landslide, honestly, for Homebois.
He's just farming. He is just farming the free damage here. He got a lot of free hits. There wasn't a lot of people who can actually threaten him other than Izanami, who technically outranges him with the real-world manipulation and lowly yells, but that's, again, under the conditions that a lot of the abilities from the Homebois, especially their big ultimates coming in from Rizal, are down, so he has a free way to get in.
Not to mention the fact that he's both the carry and the Forgotten One, doing the most damage, but having the highest assist, so a lot of his kills were being taken from him. But hey, what does that matter? Because in the end, MVP of the match going over to Rizal, again solidifying an amazing debut performance here in the MPL MY.
I gotta say, man, this could have gone 2-1 for RSG MY, but Rizal in that game one miracle worker had led us to this result. I could not have thought of any more deserving player than he did. I think Gideon shares the same sentiment, right? He's like,
absolutely,
if it's not Rizal, we're gonna leave the set together.
Yep, I mean, it really would have been disappointing if he wasn't the MVP of the game, right? At the age of 22, coming all the way from Indonesia, he's had an explosive debut here with the Homeboy, under the banner of Homeboys, and even garnering a lot of love from the Flame Boys themselves.
The Flame Boys, they're really showing us why they were fan club of the season previously. They're very proud of it. They're very proud of their players as well, and you love that support. As we now relive the moments in the highlights brought to us by the Republic of Gamers, you can see that this was a completely different performance as compared to games 1 and 2, where the Homeboys were the one in full control of early game momentum.
Yep. I mean, a lot of this early game momentum was just because, hey, I can push the wave faster than you, and if you try to do anything about it, I'm going to hurt you. And then Not gonna hurt you? Okay, that's fine. I rotate first. Instantly, you see reinforcements being supplied, especially when the 3v3 clash is happening around the river, over-escalates.
And this is also a game where Homebois got all the objectives uncontested, right? It's rare to see that RSG Malaysia opting to not even go for an objective dance. So Homebois really putting the pedal to the metal and making one of the strongest statements they could possibly make in this rivalry with RSG MY. And with that victory, we're gonna take a look at the standings as well to see where the teams are.
Yep, Homebois gonna be sitting pretty well right here, but because they weren't able to get a 2-0 victory, we can see that the Selangor Red Giant and Team HAQ are still gonna be tied at the top of the table. But hey, third place against an opponent like RSG MY is definitely pretty well done.
It is well done, and all the points are going to matter at the end of the day. Remember, we got 6 more weeks of this, man. Everybody here is going to play against each other at least once, so that's 9 games each for each one of these teams against other individuals. But more importantly, right, the 2-0s make the difference. Selangor Red Giants, with their 2-0 victory, giving them 3 points over a team that's hard fought like Homebois. That 1 point might just make the difference at the very end.
You can say the same for Team HAQ as well, right? And Team HAQ, they're going to be playing up next in our final series against MPX NC. So if anything, Team HAQ is looking for another 2-0 win.
It's honestly incredible that after a series like that, there's still more MPL action to look forward to.
Yeah.
We still have 1 series to end the day. Like Husky mentioned, it's going to be Team HAQ versus a brand new face, but very familiar players here with NC joining the MPL MY roster. So let's just have a quick look. As we all know, we've already been through 2 amazing series today, but we still got 1 more, so make sure you guys keep your eyes peeled.
Team HAQ had I would say some would say it was like an interesting performance. Others would be like, wow, that was such a dominating performance, which I completely don't agree with. I think it was interesting. There was a lot of kinks that they needed to sort of figure out here, but I am excited for MPX NC because I want to see how much these players have grown since their time in Madness, now transitioning over.
Yeah, and most importantly, when you look at Team HAQ, that was the team that was relegated last season, right? They came back in. Yesterday was a shaky win, but you got to give them credit where it's due. They had pretty decent late game macro management, and against a team like MPX NC, who is playing the 2nd season as a roster, I would definitely want to see if they can push Team HAQ to the limit.
That is true. We've already seen some pretty interesting gameplay from the players of NC in the previous season when, like you mentioned, they were under the Madness roster. Whereas on the opposite side, Team HAQ, we already saw this as a fun fact, but the last time they came into the qualifiers, they went all the way to become champion. And their victory yesterday was also Coach Amex's first victory in 2 seasons. You never want that to be the record, but note, we're not putting him down here. That's a good thing, and I'm expecting he's going to be hungry to get another victory under his belt. But that's going to be in the last series of the day. We're going to go on a short break. Make sure you guys join us for that one.
Look who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? Or she gets it, then you'll have to answer to Eruditio.
Eruditio? Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty.
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Eruditio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
You have been slain.
Look who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? Stop, or she gets it! Then you'll have to answer to Eruditio.
Eruditio? Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty!
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Eruditio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
You have been slain.
Look who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? Or she gets it, then you'll have to answer to Eruditio.
Eruditio? Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty.
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Eruditio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
You have been slain.
Hello semua, selamat kembali kepada The Hotlink ENG. Anda bersama dengan saya Rose. And of course, a lucky fan pada winning team kita tadi ialah tu Homebois. Hello, apa nama?
Nama saya Muhammad Asri bin Muhammad Zainal, di orang Penang. Hashtag Penang Mari.
Okey, nak panggil apa?
Panggil Astri saja.
Okey, Astri.
Ya.
Astri hari ni datang sokong Homebois.
Sokong Homebois, ya.
Your favorite player ialah?
Raizal.
Raizal dari Indonesia. Okey. So, sebelum tu kenapa you suka Raizal?
Sebab Raizal dia macam Anip, tapi saya tak tahu sebab mungkin Anip belanja ada ayam gunting kot, mungkin dia boleh buat momen comeback lagi pertama tu macam momen MPL Series 10.
Saya rasa buff dia ialah ayam gunting.
Ya, mungkin belanja ayam gunting.
Okey, nak jumpa Raizal tak?
Wah, nak. Saya bebel dia.
Jom. Hello.
Hello, boys. Congratulations.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sini. Okay, Raizal, sini. Okay, you kat tengah.
Okay.
Alright. So, Raizal, dia cakap dia fan awak.
Terima kasih banyak.
Okay, so, you nak tanya tips tak pada Raizal?
Raizal, sorry. Tak usah. Okay, Raizal, saya nak tanya awak. Tip tadi awak game pertama, awak menang. Sebab Anip belanja awak yang gunting kan macam mana?
Itu tu sebab tadi sebelum pergi sini Anip bagi saya belanja yang gunting lagi.
Yang gunting lagi. Itu tip dia menang game pertama.
Betul.
Anip.
Okay, kan I dah cakap guys. Maksud tu ayam gunting ialah buff Homebois untuk musim ke-12. Okay, so you nak cakap apa pasal game pertama dorang? You rasa masa you tengok tadi sebab it was very RSG sided kan pada early game sampai ke late game. You rasa nervous ke tak? You memang percaya Homebois boleh menang?
Saya minta satu lah. Kepada Ripo kat RSG boleh kot buka borang transfer My Homebois jadi live TikTok je Homebois punya baju jersey boleh tak? Sebab dia kata apa? Dengar dia kata SP Engineer tak payah. Kami ada sepat untuk lokal kampung menang weh. Gol satu come on lah weh.
Tengok muka sepat.
Muka sepat.
Muka sepat bangga sikit.
Come on.
Bangga.
Kalau dengan Engineer macam mana bos?
Alright guys, sebelum I Raizal bagi dia hadiah, we nak remind everybody to join the fan club of Homebois. Alright? Okay, boleh bagi hadiah, lepas tu you boleh buka. Buka lah, ada apa kat dalam?
Buka. Allah, hebat. Hadiah rezeki. Buka ni. Allah, jersey baru
Jersey baru, next year you boleh pakai.
Ambil, masih banyak.
Alright, Raizal, say bye-bye. Bye.
Terima kasih. Bye.
You have been slain. Unstoppable. Defeat.
finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? Or she gets it, then you'll have to answer to Eruditio.
Eruditio? Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty.
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Eruditio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
You have been slain.
Hello semua, selamat kembali kepada The Hotlink ENG. Anda bersama dengan saya Rose. And of course, a lucky fan pada winning link kita tadi ialah tu Homebois. Hello, apa nama?
Nama saya Muhammad Asri bin Muhammad Zainal di awal Penang. Hashtag Penang Mari.
Okey, nak panggil apa?
Panggil Astri saja.
Okey, Astri.
Ya.
Astri hari ni datang sokong Homebois.
Sokong Homebois, ya.
Your favorite player ialah?
Raizal.
Raizal dari Indonesia. Okey. Okey, so sebelum tu kenapa you suka Raizal?
Sebab Raizal dia macam Anip, tapi saya tak tahu sebab mungkin Anip belanja ayam gunting kot, mungkin dia boleh buat momen comeback lagi pertama tu macam momen MPL season 10.
So saya rasa buff dia ialah ayam gunting.
Ya, mungkin belanja ayam gunting.
Okey, nak jumpa Raizal tak?
Wah, nak. Saya bebel dia.
Jom. Hello.
Hello, boys. Congratulations.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sini. Okay, Raizal, sini. Okay, you kat tengah.
Okay.
Alright. So, Raizal, dia cakap dia fan awak.
Makasih banyak.
Okay, so you nak tanya tips tak pada Raizal?
Raizal? Sorry. Tak usah. Okay, Raizal, saya nak tanya awak. Tip tadi awak game pertama, awak menang. Sebab Anip belanja awak yang gunting kan macam mana?
Itu tu sebab tadi sebelum pergi sini Anip bagi saya belanja yang gunting lagi.
Yang gunting lagi. Itu tip dia menang game pertama.
Betul.
Anip.
Okay, kan I dah cakap guys. Maksud tu ayam gunting ialah buff Homebois untuk musim ke-12. Okay, so you nak cakap apa pasal game pertama dorang? You rasa masa you tengok tadi, sebab it was very RSG sided kan pada early game sampai ke late game. You rasa nervous ke tak? You memang percaya Homebois boleh menang?
Saya minta satu lah. Kepada Ripo kat RSG, boleh kot buka borang transfer My Homebois jadi live TikTok je Homebois punya baju jersey, boleh tak? Sebab dia kata apa? Dengar dia kata SP sini tak payah. Kami ada sepat untuk lokal kampung, menang weh. Gol satu, come on lah weh.
Tengok muka sepat.
Siapa aku sepat?
Muka sepat, bangga sikit.
Come on, sepat.
Bangga.
Allah dengan international, macam mana bos?
Alright guys, sebelum Raizal bagi dia hadiah, we nak remind everybody to join the fan club of Homebois. Alright? Okay, boleh bagi hadiah, lepas tu you boleh buka. Buka ya, ada apa kat dalam?
Allah, buka. Allah, hebat. Hadiah rezeki. Buka ni. Allah, jersey baru
Jersey baru, next game you boleh pakai.
Ambil, masih banyak.
Alright, Raizal, say bye-bye. Bye.
Bye. Terima kasih. Bye.
You have been slain. Unstoppable. Defeat.
who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? Or she gets it, then you'll have to answer to Eruditio.
Eruditio? Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty.
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Eruditio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
You have been slain.
Hello semua, selamat kembali kepada The Hot Link ENG. Anda bersama dengan saya Rose. And of course, a lucky fan pada winning link kita tadi ialah tu Homebois. Hello, apa nama?
Nama saya Muhammad Astri bin Muhammad Zainal, di awal Penang. Hashtag Penang Mari.
Okey, nak panggil apa?
Panggil Astri saja.
Okey, Astri.
Ya.
Astri hari ni datang sokong-sokong Homebois.
Sokong Homebois, ya.
Your favorite player ialah?
Raizal.
Raizal dari Indonesia. Okey, okey. Okey, so sebelum tu kenapa you suka Raizal?
Sebab Raizal dia macam Anip, tapi saya tak tahu sebab mungkin Anip belanja ada gunting kot, mungkin dia boleh buat momen comeback lagi pertama tu macam momen MPL season 10. Macam
Saya rasa buff dia ialah ayam gunting.
ya, mungkin belanja ayam gunting.
Okey, nak jumpa Raizal tak?
Wah, nak. Saya bebek dia.
Jom. Hello.
Hello, boys. Congratulations.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sini. Okay, Raizal, sini. Okay, you kat tengah.
Oh, okay.
Alright. So, Raizal, dia cakap dia fan awak.
Terima kasih banyak.
Okay, so you nak tanya tips tak pada Raizal?
Raizal, sorry. Tak usah. Okay, Raizal, saya nak tanya awak. Tip tadi awak game pertama, awak menang. Sebab Anip belanja awak yang gunting kan macam mana?
Itu tu sebab tadi sebelum pergi sini Anip bagi saya belanja yang gunting lagi.
Yang gunting lagi. Itu tip dia menang game pertama.
Betul.
Anip.
Okay, kan I dah cakap guys. Maksud tu ayam gunting ialah buff Homebois untuk musim ke-12. Okay, so you nak cakap apa pasal game pertama dorang? You rasa masa you tengok tadi sebab it was very RSG sided kan pada early game sampai ke late game. You rasa nervous ke tak? You memang percaya Homebois boleh menang?
Saya minta satu lah. Kepada Ripo kat RSG boleh kot buka borang transfer My Homebois jadi live TikTok je Homebois punya baju jersey boleh tak? Sebab dia kata apa? Dengar dia kata SP Business tak payah. Kami ada sepat untuk lokal kampung menang weh. Satu come on lah weh.
Tengok muka sepat.
Muka sepat.
Muka sepat bangga sikit.
Come on, sepat.
Bangga.
Kalau dengan Business macam mana bos?
Alright guys, sebelum I bagi Raizal bagi dia hadiah, we nak remind everybody to join the fan club of Homebois. Alright? Okay, boleh bagi hadiah, lepas tu you boleh buka. Buka ya, ada apa kat dalam?
Buka. Allah, hebat. Hadiah rezeki je. Buka ni. Allah, jersey baru
Jersey baru, next game you boleh pakai.
Ambil, masih banyak.
Alright, Raizal, say bye-bye. Bye.
Bye. Terima kasih. Bye.
You have been slain.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to be the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Hey, hey, hey. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
MPL Malaysia Season 12 is powered by Montong, official mobile internet hotlink. Score an epic MLBB skin for only RM1 with Hotlink. Summon your legends, unleash your style. Lightning fast gaming experience with Hotlink all new prepaid. Now with 5G. Visit the Hotlink booth today. Mr. Potato, official snacking legend. Feel the crunch, snack like a legend. Thank you to all our sponsors for your support in MPL Malaysia Season 12.
arduous battles and heated conflicts have taken place upon the land of Dawn for Week 1, Day 2 of MPL Malaysia Season 12. And now we are back for the final series of the day, last but not least. Welcome to the English desk for the last time today. My name is Stafa, alongside with Gideon, as well as Husky for Team HAQ versus NC.
Did anybody else see that Rose is on the desk on the BM side?
I did notice that.
Right, yeah, she is.
That's interesting.
No idea what's going on there, but we're here at the final series of the day here with two, again, very exciting teams. One that is starting to make a name for themselves, and we saw yesterday, and another team that just so happens to be looking to reform.
And I think the most interesting thing is how that one of these teams actually debuted last season, and they were able to barely stay to qualify for Season 12, and one had to earn their ticket back in, and yesterday they kind of show up a bit of a shaky series against Secret, but nonetheless came out with a 2-0 victory.
Yeah, this is going to be a very interesting match. Like you mentioned, there's teams that were very close to relegation and a team that straight up got relegated and came back. Obviously, we're talking about Team HAQ in the latter case, but they started off the season very strong, getting a victory, getting 2-0. While it wasn't the cleanest, like you mentioned, I do feel like they are showing some potential. There's been some notable improvement, and I do feel like Coach Amox has been able to leave a mark here.
Well, at the very least, he's got his first win after 2 seasons. That's already is a plus point for them, a good medal, a badge of honor. But I think for MPX NSEA, they're a team where I'm curious to see their overall progress, because when they were with Madness Esports, there were definitely moments of like, oh yes, innovation. They were coming up with some new picks, or at the very least some curveballs, I would like to, is the best way that I could describe it. But now, have they kind of standardized their overall play? Do they have the right protocols and strong fundamentals?
I mean, this is a team that in the Tier 2 scene, we call them like the Tier 2 stompers, right? They are innovation, work fantastic when you're not playing in MPL, but then they came into MPL, you start to see a bit of that novice crack, right? The lack of experience did hurt them, and hopefully after one season, they're going to bring us more surprises.
Well, I'm excited to find out exactly what's going to occur on the land of Dawn. We've already seen some really intense series up until now, but without further ado, I think it's time for these players to take their place on the MPL stage. Rose is on the desk, so I guess we're gonna have to take over for this one. Starting things off, Team HAQ.
Fighting from relegation to earn the ticket back into MPL Season 12. I mean, these guys yesterday got their first win against Team Secret, delivering Amox a very special present as he got his first victory in 2 seasons against his former team. But most importantly, Team HAQ are here to show that Season 10 win was not a fluke. They are here for the championship, and they are here to do it step by step.
Yep, they're looking for any possible outcomes that's going to net them more points in the long run. Keep that in mind, it's all about the points.
All about the points indeed, and this former champion team has a lot to prove up on stage. But I'm very interested to see how they will perform up against a very interesting competitor. It is MPX NC.
The team finally coming together, transferring their slot from Madness to MPNC. This team has played together in the Tier 2 scene for an absurd amount of time. Tier 2 stompers with the reunited team members of Hyde and HAQ to join the rest of their mates to make sure that they stay on top here at the MPL.
They might be flying a different flag, but the battalion stays the same. If this armada is here to crush their opponents, this is the time to do so.
Yep, and of course, we also have to give a shout out to the faces that will maintain competitive integrity. Our Marshall team up on stage right now. We always have to thank them for making sure that the players are able to put their 100% on the table, and we're able to see truly flaming and fiery battles upon the land of Dawn.
And the players go for the fist bump, get cozy in their spot. We see the 2-0s on the screen. And a lot of things are going to be expected from both of them. 2-0 Lagi, it says. Another 2-0. Well, Team HAQ got to prove it to make it happen, right? Hey, HAQ fans, they want the clean sweep.
They absolutely want the clean sweep, and the earlier you get it on into the season, the better it is in the long run as we go past the halfway point, and also the transfer windows are a thing during Week 3 as well as Week 4. So that's also going to be something to keep up, and also make sure that you are watching all throughout these matches, because keep in mind, these faces that you see here on the screen might change later on in the season.
That's why establishing dominance early on in the competition is going to be so important. When you're able to prepare for it, when you know exactly who you're up against without having to consider the volatility of new players, of new participants on the MPL stage. Now, of course, going back to our final series of the day, Team HAQ versus MPX NSEA.
Well, teams, this is your moment. Game on!
Nice. Good. It's almost as if Rose is on the table with us.
I practiced this.
Who's that on the BM
You
table?
guys gave me 30 seconds to practice this, all right? That is my best.
I'll take it. I'll take it. It's still worthwhile. It's still worthwhile to have some trademark lines and quotes before we start jumping into these games. But yes, once again, this is pretty interesting to see because right now, with the state of Team HAQ, they did struggle a little bit against Team Secret, but at the end of the day, it was Team Secret's overall game style and lack of chemistry that really came to their downfall, and the mistakes started to show and pile on against a team like NC who takes down tier 2 teams with no problems. I don't know about you, but I feel like Team HAQ, if they played like how they did yesterday, they might actually drop a couple of games.
Ooh, that could be interesting. And what is more interesting is who you guys think are going to be the MVP of the match by the time the series has concluded. For the people who have been participating in MPL Predictor, have you been getting your guesses right so far? If so, scan the QR code at the bottom of the screen and continue your winning streak. And for those of you who have been not as lucky, well, you never know. Third time may be the charm.
Let me tell you, Adin has been getting all of his predictions right. Except for the Team HAQ against Secret yesterday. He predicted Secret 2-1 and Team HAQ won. So if there's going to be an upset for Adin, it probably is going to be this one, right? MPXC. He predicted Team HAQ to win 2-0, by the way.
Oh.
And MPX NC, honestly, is one of the teams that I personally wish to not have too much of a transfer during that week 3, week 4 window. I think this team sticking together for so long has really bore fruits throughout the season. And if anything, taking on Team HAQ and Amox, who is coming off of a high yesterday, this is their chance to make a statement.
Yeah, I definitely think this is their chance to make a statement, but it's about the level of growth that they have, right? Everybody has a ceiling, and eventually you're going to find where it's going to be, and that's what the considerations of that transfer window is going to take place. If you can't fix it, then maybe try and put a band-aid over it during week 3 and 4.
But on top of that, we've got a player milestone right here. Panda, he's been a regular name. 6 million damage dealt over his MPL career. That's a lot of kills right there under his belt. And I'm excited to see if he can continue that streak on the Land of Dawn today.
Yeah, 6 million of anything is absurd. And honestly, for Team HAQ, I think when we talk about a player like Panda, we also have to kind of highlight that he did have his struggles along the way in the pro circuit. But on the side of MPX NC, Coach Pozan, he was in the player lineup in the last season. Right now, he's switched to that coaching spot to kind of make room for new faces. And I do wonder if that experience from being a player would transfer over.
Pretty difficult changing from a player to a coach. We've seen successful cases in the past, but let's find out what happens. As starting things off, we've got Team HAQ up on the board. It's going to be Gary, Noir, Panda, Yura, and Iris.
So far, I think, the standout players are obviously going to be Iris, Panda, and as well as Gary. They are the staples of the team so far, and considering Iris's performance yesterday, he definitely belongs amongst them. Yura is the interesting player here. In the mid lane, he's not one of those big flashy players like we saw Matt as well as Max yesterday, but instead kind of has that precision that we're looking for.
Yeah, and precision is also something that I think MPX NC wants to deliver, right? They have Hawk, they have Sonic, they have Yeah, Hyde, and Zav. Again, this mid lane role kind of filled in a little bit because of Pozan's shift of role, and I would say that if we are comparing that role in particular, I want to see more from Yura himself because he's been relegated. Not relegated, but he's been placed in a position where he just backlines a lot, right? Gore in game 1 against Secret, Novara in game number 2, you haven't seen him make individual plays.
Well, I would beg to differ there. The double Novaria snipe in the game yesterday is pretty solo right there, but I do get it. The mid lane is a bit more of a supportive role nowadays, with jungle being more assassin fighter centric and marksman carrying a lot of the weight. So, like you mentioned, very excited to find out. On top of that, I think we do have to highlight just shortly Hawk, previously part of RSG, now with MPX NC, previously actually from Madness Esports as well. So he's familiar with his teammates, and let's see if that will be the deciding factor as we enter the draft for game number 1.
When people were looking for substitutes, people who are looking for people to fill up that fourth slot who's good at their roles, they would look at this lineup and be like, they'll pick and choose. They would pick and choose for their particular role. All of them have some form of competitive experience prior to actually joining the MPL, and some even having their fingers dipped into the MPL itself.
I think for HAQ, it's going to be an exciting prospect, right? Didn't get to do much when he was with RSG. He was kind of put in the sub role. But so right now in the main lineup, I think this is a very important opening series for him. You see the Edith picked up by MPX NSEA to start it off, and Team HAQ with the Yura and Irithel.
Now, Irithel as a hero is in a very interesting place in the current meta. With the introduction of Great Dragon Spear, this hero on paper should be monstrous. And when they're able to get that space, get that setup, it's really powerful, as seen in the hands of players who have it as a pocket pick. For example, Nino, we saw in MPL ID, this is a signature hero to the point that people will contest against it. But almost no one else will prioritize the hero as a whole. And I think a lot of that does come down to the fact that the hero does need time, does need a very specific lineup to play around. So in the hands of Panda, it does work because he's naturally aggressive. But let's see if NC will have the solution for it.
Well, I think a lot of it is just restricting the space that you're actually giving this Irithel. Having some hard CC is always going to be great, because as much as you would like to believe that Irithel can actually zoom across the map super fast, a lot of it has to do with cooldowns and her battle spell, right? We see MPXC try to lock her down, put her inside that box, and obviously with the sprint you can start dodging a couple of these shots from the Eve, but at least you have the supplementary of having the Edith as well as the Brody to maybe get that initial hit.
And overall for Team HAQ, you just want to keep MPX NC away from this Irithel, right? So the Teresa penalty zone is going to be a very good supplement to that. Though I would say MPX NC with this Brody pick, you get some early game pressure, and you also got some sort of insurance policy that torn apart memories to finish off stragglers in these team fights.
Brody, though, as a hero, I will say, I have a bias to Brody. I love this hero, one of my main marksmen, but he can be a bit of a double-edged sword in certain situations where he does need to have momentum. He's got to be able to get like 1 or 2 kills pretty early on, and that will allow him to snowball, because his late game scaling does fall behind compared to some other marksmen. But we have a... Okay, a very interesting fun fact here. Am I missing something?
Many people may not know this, but Seremban actually has a sister city in Indonesia called Bukit Tinggi.
Let me tell you another fun fact, right? When we look at the bans from Team HAQ, they banned the Hanzo, and this is the first Hanzo ban. It's directed specifically at Sonic, because when Sonic first debuted in the MPL scene, Hanzo was one of the most feared heroes that he picked up, and it's good to see that after so long, there are still teams that pay homage to this hero itself. So Sonic, unfortunately, will not be able to show us that Hanzo today. Show ban out by MPX NC.
Hey man, it's just good preparation overall. You got to dig into some deep history to make sure you can get rid of these super annoying pocket picks. But the fact is, if Team HAQ is banning out this Hanzo, that means I'm guessing that Team HAQ wants to play something a little bit more purple buff oriented. Because half the time if you get invaded, it's like, okay, whatever. But if it's like Fanny and you invade and you lose your purple buff, then it's a very big problem.
There's also the possibility that Team HAQ is setting up for a slightly tankier jungle, because if you are too slow, it's very difficult for you to jump onto the Hanzo, who's just going to be standing at the very back of the map. So it's very interesting to see what is going to be the option here. As we could see, the export has already been banned out previously. They got the Terizla, so this makes sense. The Cho, as well as the Grok, so a lot of respect over to Noir, understanding that this is going to be the primary playmaker on the side of Team HAQ.
And who else can dive the backline, I think, would be what Team HAQ needs to figure out, right? You have 2 heroes that ban out that can access this Eve, can access the Brody. Team HAQ still looking for that jungler and that roamer. In this case, I think Kufra might be back in the conversation.
I don't know about it, because like if they really are annoyed by Eve, they've got Franco, they've got Kaja, both of them are available and haven't been touched either way. So I feel like it's pretty free for the side of Team HAQ, but does that really compromise the overall idea that MPX is trying to pull off with this comp?
It depends on what that idea is, and it does seem like the Kaja will be the chosen solution. Suppression going to be the most powerful form of CC in the game, and the only way to remove Eve from her real-world manipulation. The question is whether or not this Kaja will be able to engage efficiently, because Edith with the onwards as well as Brody with the corrosive strike are very fast, snappy stuns that the moment they see the Kaja coming, instantly the stun comes out. He can no longer follow up on the Divine Judgment.
Ah, interesting. I like this. Oh
Whoa!
my god.
I mean, you say innovation, right? Innovation right there. They brought the entire zoo with them, right? They brought in a Taurus. They brought in the monkey itself.
I don't know whether Sun is actually a good idea, because keep in mind, if you're really close together to the targets of these explosive crossbow shots coming in from Irithel, like that crit is going to spread around like almost literal wildfire. So I'm interested to see whether this is, again, a double-edged sword for the side of MPX NC. But Team HAQ, they're going to see this, and now they're like, oh man, we showed our roamer first, and now we're getting punished with this Minotaur. At the very least, they salvage it up with the Martis just to make sure they have some form of anti-CC on neutral objectives.
And the Martis will be pretty good in the early to mid game, but this is very interesting. Now, we noted that Hanzo was one of Sonic's pocket picks, but actually, if I don't remember incorrectly, Sun was also a pocket pick back in that era for this player. So it's going to be very interesting to see. Now, he doesn't necessarily have to go for team fights. He can just split push. This hero is so good at split pushing, and he's not really vulnerable to Kaja either because, well, he just splits into multiple monkeys and you can't lasso them all.
I mean, it's going to reach a point where he hits critical mass and you can't really 1v1 him, right? He just beats you with his clones. So this... I'm getting excited already, right? Looking at Sonic, we talk about Hanzo a lot, we talk about innovation for MPX NC, and here they are putting out the Sun and the Minotaur for the first time.
The Sun and the Minotaur. I don't know. With a comp like this, it's clear that MPX NC wants to go for these bigger team fights overall, while Team HAQ is going to take their time looking to scale.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is it. Game 1 of our last series of the day, MPX NC against Team HAQ. I mean, gentlemen, we are already off to a very unorthodox beginning, but can you walk me through what does MPX NC in particular want to achieve?
Well, as of right now, I would expect that Sonic is going to need at least 3 of his items before he starts getting relevant here. And also a consideration, I'm not sure when he's actually going to get the Great Dragon Spear, right? I'm expecting him to get it probably second, maybe even third item, depending on what he wants to go for, but that's assuming he wants the crit.
Yeah, that's assuming he even goes for the Great Dragon Spear in the first place. There's lots of other items that Sun may want to prioritize. Iris, though,
yeah, that's first blood. I mean, just overextends, tries to cut the wave and punish.
Underestimating them right there. You cannot underestimate an Edith, especially once she hits that level 2. Yes, he expects that as a Terizla, he's going to be able to dive quite hard, try and cut off some waves, but with the rest of Team HAQ rotating over, that ended up costing him.
Yeah, and I think people need to start respecting the fact that Armor Shred is a really big deal here. It's great for a 1v1. It's even better when you have friends.
Friends always make things better, and that's exactly why Sonic has decided to bring some of his own, though it is versions of himself in this case. We can see that MPX NC has already started off the game pretty solid here with the first kill, but things are still up in the air, especially with the first turtle coming up in another 15 seconds. Iris being put behind from that kill and not having level 4 is going to be massive for this fight.
And you can see that Sonic is also looking for potential engage onto Iris just in case if Ye gets that engage.
Yeah, and I think, you know, at this point in time, Team HAQ, they're just going to slow this down. Like, Gary wants to get aggro of it first and then reset it whenever he feels like it, right? HAQ is at level 4, so there's no worry about him trying to go and turn around a big 5v5 team fight. And Iris about to hit 4.
Yeah, Iris just hits 4. Turtle goes over to Team HAQ. Real manipulation is going to be used as well. Gary doesn't get to decimate. He'll trade 1-for-1 so far as Hyde's on the runs, getting gunned down. Yura with the double kill to start things off.
Beautifully done by the side of Team HAQ. Very beautifully done. They took their time with it, and that's what we wanted to see yesterday. Here we at least see that tempered rage.
Being able to buy that time for Iris to hit level 4 at that precise moment as well really shifted the fight in their favor. I feel like NC should have tried to rush things just a little bit further before the penalty zone would become available, because that ended up costing them 2 kills there, and they weren't even able to secure the turtle on top of it.
I think it's just poorly communicated, right? Because, like, I would imagine that if you are the enemy, if you were the opposing EXP laner, like, yeah, you would walk away thinking he's not going to join this fight at all. He needs to take this next wave. We can make something happen here. And then you're waiting, seeing if the rest of Team HAQ is actually going to make that movement. And with the lack of information, you can't make the decision just yet. Somebody needed to open up the map.
Unfortunately, no one stepped up to that role in this case, and that resulted in NC taking a little bit too long. One thing to note about the history of NC is that this team was regarded as the blacklist Malaysia, especially in the tier 2, because they liked going Ube strats. We don't see that as much now since Mali is not joining them on the roster, but they've always had a slightly weaker early game as compared to other MPL teams.
Yeah, but that is true. I would imagine, I would have expected Mali, or at the very least, Mali is passing on the tradition of learning how to play Enchanter-style mages, but that's just not the case right now, right? With this, at least with Sonic, he gets full freedom over the jungle, right? He has full freedom of what he wants to play, and more importantly, so I need to see it happen. I can't wait to see Panda get like 4 items on Irithel and how that fares up against Sonic.
And I think that has been a big question mark you had, right? Like, Irithel is good, but how good is that hero compared to the rest of the marksmen? Over Team HAQ, they just called dip on the second turtle. 4 members around that area. Flicker forward, yeah, getting a catch, and there it is, the Minoan Rage unleashed! But Team HAQ gets the turtle anyways. They do lose Jura, MPX NSEA getting a kill off of that.
Yep, a little unfortunate, but he can't do much when HAQ flickers right on top of you. You don't have a lot of time to react to that, and he made sure that he was waiting for that very last frame before his hammer slams onto the ground so that you would have no time to actually do anything about it.
But I do also feel like more experienced teams would be aware that that's always a possibility here. And up here we can see Noir trying to catch out, yeah. But this is an Edith, Primal Wrath, tons of shields. He's not going to get taken down, especially before Panda gets more items.
He caught a position already, needs help. Penalty zone also blocking Zap in place. HAQ's gonna fall. The real manipulation is gonna be there. Decimate from Gary on the E, but it doesn't really matter. They still cash onto Zap for the double.
A greedy Iris. He flickers in for it to get that last bit of damage, when honestly, I think Gary probably would have had it all together anyways, but regardless, they want to make sure that they maximize their kills, right? They don't want the opportunity to let any members from the side of MPX NC to walk away and potentially go for a reset.
I feel like that was just a mistake though by MPX NC, right? HAQ did, like Azavs, did not need to be that far up. He could have held back a little bit, let them engage on HAQ. He knows that the penalty zone is always available. The fact that he got caught in it really changed that, because if he didn't get caught in the penalty zone, he could have not only escaped, there's always a chance that he may have been able to chase them off of Minotaur instead of spending his time trying to escape from it. And now we can see that because of these stacking mistakes from NC, Team HAQ has gotten that 1.9k net worth lead.
Looking at the levels, and I'm not seeing too much of a difference here. Not to the point where it's like unbearable just yet, but at the very least, it's expected that Sonic was going to get under-leveled against Gary. That's it's not Sonic's priority to be like EXP first, gold later. It's gold now as much as I can and quickly scale up.
They need to have some hedge funds.
Yeah, he needs a hedge fund.
He needs a hedge fund. Sun is not a hero that's gonna really start ganking and racking up kills from the start, because he needs items. This is a hero that wants to farm up, and until he can get that, we're going to see Sonic be pretty uninteractive on the map.
And that means that MPX NC are going to surrender the third turtle as well. Yeah, does get the flicker out of Noir, but now he's taking massive damage from the heavy crossbows. Panda forcing him back. Team HAQ walks away with the third turtle.
Okay, so now that 3 turtles are done, this is where it starts to get dangerous, right? Especially for teams in this position. You do have all the bonus objectives here for the side of Team HAQ, and hopefully they're able to actually convert it. Because so far, in terms of overall steals, Gary, the fact that he's only level 10 while Sonic is powered level from 8 all the way back up. Wait, hold on.
Gonna get kidnapped. Penalty zone on the 2 of them. Iris won't be able to finish off any kills. Team HAQ really wants the tier 1. No more minions available. Yeah, gets away to the pop. Memory, no finishers onto Iris. I mean, they both disengaged, but while that was happening, Sonic did get the bot tier 1. Panda ups the sprint. Gotta be really careful with HAQ around that area. It will force him away.
That is the body of a Smith diff. That's why you gotta go exercise, kids. You gotta be strong and make sure that you can take that sort of damage. He took how many? I think he took like, what, 4 tower shots into getting hit by the real world manipulation with like, how many items do we have? Only an Ice Queen's Wand as well.
You just gotta get that big bulky body there. Make sure you eat your proteins every single day. And that's what we're seeing. I'm honestly impressed that NC was able to get out of that one without losing anyone, because Team HAQ did use up a lot of their utility to try and get a kill. The fact they were able to escape that is very good for them, but they're still losing out in terms of farm. There's a lot of pressure from Team HAQ on the map here, and hopefully the Malefic Roar just completed by Zams will help alleviate that a bit.
hopefully. Hopefully it does. Because right now, the way that I see it, Team HAQ are in full control over this game, right? I don't see MPNC making significant plays unless it's around these neutral objectives. So Team HAQ can actually take full advantage of that, looking for flank angles and waiting for their own battle spells to actually cool off, right? Top side, you see HAQ really far up forward.
Guys, you're going to hold on to the Divine Judgment. Need to use it, but the top tier one does fall. Whenever you have a Brody around, you're going to be pushing the structures really fast. And Sonic, once more, just continue to power farm, but First Lord spawning on the top side.
Maybe that's the gameplay plan that NC can go for here. They have Sun, they have Brody, their tower push is actually pretty strong. If they can completely avoid fighting Team HAQ, they can actually try and exert pressure on the map, and that seems to be what Sonic is doing right now, not even going for the Lord contestation.
Iris is going to be found out first. Noir, he's going to steal. HAQ will knock him up. Yeah. Putting his body in the front, but Team HAQ will get a free Lord. No contest again. But while that was happening, look at Sonic. Oh, he's just making quick work. Sonic, the Demolisher. Meanwhile, yeah, finally dragged back, finished off by Gary. Team HAQ getting a kill and now looking to take the mid-tier 1. Penalty zone is going to be used as well. But the real manipulation
Sonic
will
is still going.
back. Sonic is still pushing. MPX NSEA just needs to stop the recall as Gary. He finds a killing spree. But I would say Sonic is dealing massive damage to Team HAQ's base. Can they get him though? Yura, you can't win a 1v1, not against this monkey. Sonic now surrounded by 4 members. Surely he goes down, and of course he does. Gary finishes him off.
Okay. All right. There was a lot of very scary moments there. Like, for an example, Yura going back, clearing the wave, and then opting to go for that 1v1. I saw Iris running up there, and I'm like, okay, they're going to time this together. If not, Yura's just going to die 1v1.
Hold on to catch here.
They'll get the last siege minute away. Panda dropped low. Again, Team HAQ not able to get this mid-tier 1, so MPX NSEA will have some breathing room to work with, but Iris is already shoving in the bottom side, so Team HAQ will eventually get the structures that they want.
Team HAQ doing a very good job right now of upping the momentum. There's the Great Dragon Spear for Panda, so this Airtail is really going to start hitting like a truck at this point. And we can see MPX NC in a lot of danger here.
A good disengage from Zaz, and there it is, Noir. Ends up going down. The knockup is going to be down to Panda. No follow-up for MPX NC as Iris hits the backline with the penalty zone. HAQ protecting his buddies as Iris, he's soaking up the damage like a sponge. MPX NC, they just do not have the output to finish him off, and yeah, ends up dropping. Iris still alive. The body of a Smith, like you guys said, keeping him intact.
He is huge this game. He's 2 levels above yeah. All the outer turrets are absolutely destroyed, and Team HAQ have a whopping 6,000 lead, 6,000 going to be 7,000 gold lead against MPXC. So in these situations, right? Yeah, he's got to be careful with the way that he actually looks for these engages, because both Iris and as well as yeah are actually going to be looking for the exact same situations of jumping onto the marksmans. But then let's pull it back to the marksmans instead in the gold lane, right? So far 0-0-3, 0-2-1 KDAs with a GPM of 720. Panda is having a much better time in comparison to Zavs.
I recall from Season 11, I don't think we ever seen Zavs play on the Brody. He's typically seen on heroes like the Melissa, like the Beatrix. Those seem to be his comfort picks here. And right now he seems to be very uncomfortable here, as he's not really able to keep the distance necessary for Brody to really be able to dish out damage.
I mean, even when you look at yeah, he has the Quantum Charge instead of Concussive Blast or Brave Smite, right? So he's looking for those damage output, but he's reached a state where Team HAQ generally doesn't really care as long as Iris is in the front line. And Iris has been a player that deserves multitude of praise. We came into MPL Season 12 looking at Gary as the highlight, but I mean, Iris yesterday has already made a name for himself, and right now with the Lord, the second Lord spawning, Team HAQ once more arriving at the objective.
Very important objective right here for Team HAQ, but NC as well need to be able to contest this because they only have their inhibitors left standing. They cannot afford to lose these, especially if they're still trying to try and go for a split push type strategy, because if you're going to be dealing with buffed minions, that just makes your job that much more difficult. Problem is right now, like I mentioned, Iris, this man is a problem, and he's just being the front line.
And he just gets kidnapped instantly. Forced to use the ultimate. Iris gets 2 with the penalty zone, and Panda is just firing away with the heavy crossbow. Iris is unkillable. Team HAQ finding yeah, but most importantly is that this Lord is pretty much secure.
Imagine 5 ults and Iris still gets to walk away from that.
Crazy.
And he didn't even have to use his flicker. He's just, nah, don't need it. I'll just tank it. I will just tank it.
I feel like NC is not respecting the penalty zone enough. They keep engaging on Iris, and they don't have a problem with that if they're able to whittle down the front line for Team HAQ quick enough. But then they're just all grouping up and allowing him to slam the hammer down, get the big AoE in, and when they're the ones who should be engaging with a large Minoan Fury, it's them who's getting caught in a circle of pain.
A 10k, almost a 10k goal advantage for Team HAQ at this point with the second Lord marching down that bottom side. Sonic, I mean, when does he need to show up? Because I feel like there's not much time. Perhaps Gary will be the target to go for Sonic clearing out this Lord, but Gary's gonna slowly deal with him and his doppelgangers. That is gonna take a while, and Sonic is he just can't stay there.
Well, for now, you would imagine that he can't stay there, but honestly, he doesn't mind. As long as he distracts this Lord for as long as possible and uses his doppelgangers to buy and stagger this bottom side wave, it allows people like the rest of his team to actually clear up the mid as well as get the first wave down onto the top side of the map. And now, Sonic, take the Lord. Sure, I'll take the second wave, a second minion wave of the Lord-empowered minions, and now I'm going to keep circling around you.
All they need to do is to deal with the Lord, but that Lord will deal with the bottom inhibitor first. Gary is losing a 1v1 against Sonic, by the way. He might end up going down, and he does. Sonic with a solo kill against Gary. And now MPX NC will have some burst of confidence taking care of the Lord, keeping 2 inhibitors alive, and you can see the mass recall from Team HAQ. They're like, guys, our base is threatened again. We need to go back and defend.
Yep, and in the meantime, Noir was able to pick up the good Divine Judgment on towards which the rest of Team HAQ collapsed on and took him out. So now, walking away from the very first Lord, for the second Lord of the game, at the very least, they've already gotten an inhibitor turret on their side. Team HAQ with an 8,000 gold lead, it was looking really good, but keep in mind, the MPX NC are getting to a point where their carries can actually maximize and get their full builds.
Especially Sonic as well. The Sea Halberd on the Sun now means that even the tankier members of Team HAQ are going to have a bit of difficulty going for that 1v1. And Sonic is definitely preparing to go monkey mode on his opponents here despite the goal deficit. He did a pretty good job of delaying the Lord and somehow catching Gary off guard with his DPS. The question is now, will he be able to replicate that success? Teams today have shown that they're very adaptable here on the MPL MY stage. Team HAQ, will they be able to live up to that title?
We've seen Team HAQ deal with late game macro decisions yesterday, right? And they did make some pretty good plays. To talk about adaptability, I think Iris definitely showed that when the team needs it. But we also saw picking up a very crucial item, the Immortality, just in time for the third Lord.
Let's find out how they're going to set this up, right? Because this is how Team HAQ likes to do it. They like to take full control over that mid-river. We do see the magic sentries being popped up to the top side of the map, so MC know for sure where the positions of Team HAQ is going to be. They spot out Iris with the second magic sentry, but if they don't clear out that mid lane, there's no point to actually walk out from this angle. Wait, where's Sonic going here?
I mean, did they see Sonic clearing out the bottom wave? I think that's what I want to know, right? I think Sonic did show. Wow, you get the onward flip. No follow-up there. Team HAQ stalling out this Lord. I think Team HAQ is in a position where they just do not need to force it.
Yeah, things are tense right now. It's NC who's going to need to make something happen here, because with one inhibitor down, this Lord can crash against the Crystal, and their base defense isn't the best since they're going for a bit of a split push comp here. Sonic is still going to try and shove out the bottom wave to try and buy some time, but that Lord is dropping real fast.
And he needs help right now. He's really super low. Does hit the Immortality, but it's a bit too late. Team HAQ already got the Lord without any contest. I mean, Minoan Fury gets the 3-man knockup, but they need the damage. Panda does end up dropping, thankfully, and Sonic now gets to go to town. MPX NC, they will not follow up with the chase, but I guess they did get rid of the Panda.
Yep, they got rid of the Panda. HAQ was willing to sacrifice his life for it, and even utilizing that flicker. Fortunately, Team HAQ, they can't afford to lose an up member!
And caught out. Does have the Immortality left. Torn apart memories. It's barely doing anything. The back scratcher for both Iris and Gary. This Lord once more will have to face Sonic as he attempts to clear it out. All things considered, top wave is in MPX NC's favor, so you can see Zaf is starting to work on that turret.
Yeah, they should be able to get this for free. And now that we're at the 18-minute mark, this is late game territory. This is where Sun is the most annoying because it actually is really difficult to get on top of him. He does a surprising amount of damage as well. And a 3-man rotation over to the bottom lane to try and catch him out. Not going to be successful.
Yeah, right now he's super annoying to deal with. He's super slippery. Oh, wait, hold on. The conceal.
Yeah, they saw the conceal. Noir going in for the drag back against High. He's going to use the real manipulation. But no, Flurry is just enough. Panda! Oh, you die again! High does go down, but HAQ will respawn with the immortality. Gary, he's going to try to go for his recall to survive. And he will make it back, but Zaf still alive.
Look at bot lane.
Iris dealing with Yay. Bottom lane, pushing in. Iris caught out in the open. Corrosive Strike's going to be there. Iris taken care of. The tournament memory, not enough once more. Iris survives.
How is NC doing this right now? I gotta give props to HAQ. Team HAQ are now the ones not respecting the Circle of Pain as the Minotaur is getting massive Minuan Fury, is getting multiple knockups in a single team fight. And Panda somehow not minding his position, not using his sprint, getting picked off by Zaz before the fight even starts 2 times in a row.
Yeah, and Zaz didn't have to use Flicker, didn't have to pop Immortality. And that is, I think that has been one of the struggles we've talked about when it comes to Panda, right? He sometimes do run into these situations in crucial moments. He gets picked off. Remember the game 1 yesterday against Team Secret? It's not like he had a perfect game. He also almost was the cause of Team HAQ losing that game 1, if not for some heroics at the end by Iris.
I mean, he likes to make the attempts, right? But all he has is just movement speed. It's not like he can switch places with it. We're looking at the items as well, and yeah, he's even sold his boots just to get more damage with the Windtalker. With the Windtalker as well as the Haas Claw on top of having that Berserker's Fury plus GDS. He's at 100% crit rate, right? And with that, he should be able to shred the entirety of MPXC. But the problem half the time is that he either walks into the box, gets locked down, or he gets hit by the onward of all things. Like, that's one of the abilities you should be able to react to.
Yeah, Panda needs to stagger his approach a little bit more. He's a bit too antsy to get into the thick of things because he knows he has the damage to instantly shred them. But now Iris...
Yeah, forced the Flicker away. That's a big battle spell. Eliminated from Team HAQ. This dance is going to continue for a while, but we are seeing the damage potential from Sonic, and this monkey, untouched, is going to be incredibly strong. Gary is the next target that they go on. Again, flipped backwards by the onward, knocked out by the Earth Shatter also. It's just slowly whittling down the members of Team HAQ.
That top tower is taking a lot of damage here. Hyde is not actually dealing with this right now. And it's going to cost them some very important inhibitor health. In fact, it may even
might go down
to that wave. They're still fighting though.
It's going to go down. I mean, look at Panda. Oh, he just barely survives.
This might be a backdoor.
There's a split push
time. They got to go back right now. You see the recalls already, but I think Panda is going to salvage this game. Oh, Panda. Mighty fine at the end.
Oh my goodness.
Catch him 2 times, but it doesn't matter. Panda running it down for game 1.
It was right there. It was so tantalizing. I was thinking in my head, like, man, you're right. These waves are getting a little too far in. Looks like MPX NC didn't want to deal with it, and immediately Team HAQ is like, this is backdoor angle. Let's run it, boys.
How do you let that happen? You can't let that happen.
How did you let that happen? Running a draft that is supposed to do the exact same thing.
You have the Sun, you have the Brody, you're the one supposed to be taking turrets, not them taking them from you. MPX NC, it's back to the drawing board for them. There were so many mistakes that could have been fixed in that game, but definitely some interesting ideas. They just need to refine it right now.
Yeah, Panda was being charged with identity theft at this point in time. Like he was truly getting away with way too much there. I think, you know, NC had the right idea, right? They knew exactly how to respond and counter-engage against their opponents, and that's what they're known for. They're known for their counter-engagements. However, when it comes down to like some macro decision-making, they really need to have a priority list of what is the most important.
Yeah, they're still being plagued by one of their biggest nightmares, and that's the macro decision, right? We say that Team HAQ is going to step up when needed, and indeed they did. I mean, Panda must be listening, right? We criticized his 2 deaths, and he's like, you know what, I'm going to run it down, I'm going to win the game. It's a bit anticlimactic for my liking, but, you know, a win is a win for Team HAQ. And Coach Shamok will be very happy with that result.
Yeah, but that's going to be 2 wins in 2 seasons, right? You know,
Yep,
2
yep.
for 2.
2 for 2.
But he's just 1 game away from that.
It's literally like those anime tropes where you see characters bump their heads together and then their personalities switch. Panda got hit so hard that he thinks he's the split pusher now. He gets the back door.
I got
successfully.
isekai into Sun. I don't know. There's not much you can really say about that other than just poor decision making and lack of awareness. And I think, you know, it's very key to everybody, even for those who are looking to improve their own gameplay in their own ranks, being aware of the situation, like knowing when camps are going to spawn, even if you're not the jungler, knowing when the waves, or looking at the wave one time and identifying which side it's going to push at what speed, definitely gives you a leg up. Information is always key.
And I think the easiest way to talk about this is just wave management, right? A very basic reason, a very basic lesson of wave management. But there it is, our MVP for game number 1. Scores Iris once more. He was the match MVP yesterday's Team Secret, and today the unkillable tank.
All smiles on Iris right there, and just really well played. Like we mentioned multiple times, the body of the Smith embodied in a player right there. Every single time, he's just standing in front of NC saying, hey, hit me, but here comes the penalty zone, and here comes the mic check for Team HAQ.
Dikit nggak ngaruh.
Oh yo.
Paling desas tipis.
Masih ada Martis kok.
Dapat. Aku tadi. Lasi. Nice. Mantap. Lagi. Aku slow dia. Mati. Beka. Sumpah aku keras. Boleh.
Jangan bagi balik.
Jangan balik. Boleh. Nah.
I like the flavor that Noir added. He's like, well, I did my job.
Yeah!
My job's done, boys. The rest is up to you.
Literally, it's like, yeah, all me, baby. I did it. But we got to start from the very beginning here. Because Iris, unfortunately, didn't technically... would you say he won his lane? Because he died super early on, and that put him a single 1 full level behind. And then, as soon as the turtle spawns, that's when he starts getting some real momentum, despite losing pre-level 4.
So the big problem with that was, yes, he died first. He got put a full level behind his lane opponent, which is always the worst nightmare for an EXP lane. But then NC makes the mistake of waiting until he hits level 4 to actually start taking the turtle. He gets the big penalty zone, and all of a sudden, all the EXP he missed out in lane, he gets in the form of NC.
Wait, how in the world did he have that much damage, considering that he doesn't even run the Bloodlust axe at all? This is just pure base damage alone, on top of the fact that he has the adaptive damage from his emblems as well. He just went full tank here.
It's the body of the Smith.
It's the body
He just throws his body at them. It's not just the hammer, he's throwing himself at them too.
God, my goodness.
I suppose if you stay alive enough, you're going to do enough damage.
Wait,
He
that's
did have the
penetration.
adaptive penetration.
Yeah, oh,
He has penetration.
Oh, all right, that makes a lot more sense. I thought it took adaptive attack earlier. My bad on that one. But yeah, he has plenty of spellback with the help of Festival of Blood, on top of the fact that he has the Brave Smite as well. And Brave Smite actually works really, really well with a lot of max HP. So having the Guardian's Helmet really doubles up on it when he actually lands any one of his abilities.
Have a lot of HP on the side of Team HAQ here, and we're definitely seeing a bit more of a trend recently where the tanks are coming back, but in different ways than we're used to on the Land of Dawn, where having like even 2 or 3 bulkier heroes on your side sets up a lot of space. Especially now that emblems have been revamped, there's so much more damage flying around towards the early and mid game, making sure that your frontliners are able to survive it and use their spells is so crucial.
I think it also makes it more, there's more flexibility, right? You're able to kind of customize your hero and give them that element that they like, some early damage to win the lane, some early sustainability to go for these roams. When we look at MPX NC side, honestly, I do think that overall it's nothing out of the ordinary except for the quantum charge for Yay. Wants to do the damage, but ends up being full tank items because he got put so far behind. And like, a part of me does feel like maybe that Brave Smite would have kept him alive longer in these fights.
Honestly, that probably is right, but keep in mind that Yaya is focusing more on the second half of Edith. You know, after you come out of that, get into that primal form, it's important to have the extra bit of that movement speed so you can kite around your opponents. And he also decided to take the attack speed, so that's where a lot of that focus actually went into.
But there were definitely some pressure on the players of NC here, because when Sonic is playing on a hero like Sun, he's generally going to be away from the fight most of the time. And even when he's participating, Sun doesn't have that much of a presence. So it's going to be a lot of 4v5 team fights here, which HAQ got some pretty clean engagements, but it still wasn't quite enough.
Yeah, honestly, considering how that game actually went 8-13, you would think that the numbers would be very different here. But overall damage dealt actually in the favor of MPX NC rather than Team HAQ, where Team HAQ has more damage taken overall. And I mean, considering what Iris is doing throughout the entire game, it's understandable, but still, I would have expected them to be doing a little bit more damage than that.
I would say a lot of that damage also came from Sonic having a 1v1 someone, a 1v2 and 1v3, right? He's constantly sending his doppelgangers out to deal with like the gang squad from Team HAQ. But these damage aren't really converted into anything aside from getting a turret in the bottom lane.
Yeah, being able to get that was pretty clean right there. But let's have a look at a little bit of a recap here of what happened towards the 2nd and 6th minute of the game. We see the heat map between HAQ and Noir, the respective roamers on both these teams. And you can really see that Noir feels very confident in invading because they were able to get such a clean start with that turtle fight that instantly it becomes obvious that NC doesn't have the tools to actually counter back.
Yeah, and let's not forget that he also brings along his mid laner as well. So it's like an added level of, hey, I have reinforcements. And guess what? Gary is pathing in the same direction of which I am invading into. So I have somebody to fall back on at the same time. So well done for the side of Team HAQ. At least they understand the fundamentals of what they're trying to do. But after this early kill coming up from the side of NC, it immediately, you can see how difficult it is to actually win out in these fights.
And imagine in this turtle fight, if they just took it earlier, if they didn't wait for the penalty zone to come out, then they wouldn't have gotten 3 players caught. They would have been able to control things. They may have zoned Iris out. But these are all just mays and ifs. What happened has happened. And NC were still putting up a pretty solid fight. A lot of that attributed to HAQ being able to get those massive Minnow and Furies. Unfortunately, not quite enough damage, as I do feel like Zavs was really uncomfortable this game.
And also kind of the lack of respect that Team HAQ was not giving to MPX NC, right? Not respecting the rule manipulation and the Minoan Fury, Pana getting caught out twice. And of course, MPX NC with some very fancy maneuvers, they're constantly having Sonic in the side lane, shoving it out, winning those 1v1s whenever a Team HAQ sends members to deal with him. Overall, I do feel like this is a very scrappy game, number one. It doesn't really feel good if you win it, but you would take the win anyways if you're a Team HAQ. I just hope that maybe we go into game 2, adjustments made on both sides. MPX NC in particular gotta polish up that macro.
I didn't know how much I would agree with you until I heard the words themselves. It's not a victory you feel good about, but you'll take it. It just really did feel scrappy. Like, at first, Team HAQ had pretty good control, then all of a sudden they disrespect the Minnow and Fury, and then they get some kills in return. Panda gets picked off, he somehow switches personality midway through and becomes the ender, the split push, but it's still so weird. And at that end phase as well, Hyde was in position to clear up the top and mid minion wave, but he didn't do it. He was like just hovering, hesitating, do I join the fight, do I stay here? And that just caused a lot of chaos there. I feel like they gotta sit back, grab a snack, just like our official snacking legend, Mr. Potato, where you can feel the crunch and snack like legends. After all, you know what's more spicy than the upcoming game, or even the games that we've seen up until now? It is the legendary snack, Mr. Potato itself. So what are you waiting for? Enhance your gaming experience with the crispy Mr. Potato snacks and crunch your way to MVP.
Ideally, they'd be crunching into this next game, right? Because again, they gotta clean up the macro overall aspect. You know, you get the chips all over yourself. The one thing that you gotta do, wipe it off, clean your hands up before you start touching anything else and leaving fingerprints where it shouldn't be left on. But importantly, I think with NC, I think they really need to just take a step back. Because I feel like it does feel a little bit scrappy only because it's like a nervous reaction. Some people shy away from it, other people is just like, we gotta keep on chugging forward.
I think it's also kind of the mentality of like, are we playing to win or are we playing not to lose? And for MPX NC's case, it's like, well, we got a lead, but now we're trying so hard to protect that lead. We're not taking initiatives to extend it. And this is allowing Team HAQ to get all the space. And just like you mentioned, right, they love the space. They love taking care of the mid lane. And MPX NC just started tunnel visioning into, what if we lose this Lord? What if we can't push the lane? What do we do then?
I don't really think that's the mindset they were having. I'm pretty sure like it wasn't a defensive play. It wasn't them trying to protect whatever riches they had already hoarded. I think it's a problem of NC still being a little bit slow to take initiative. This has always been a team that found it difficult to really rush momentum. They like to take their time and wait for the perfect moment. But Team HAQ are aggressive. They are putting pressure on. They are starting fights. They are forcing. They're baiting them out. And that is not allowing NC to get these comfortable skirmishes they're looking for, which is a problem. You've got to be able to adapt and move more quickly on the MPL stage.
Yeah, you really have to. You have to make these immediate, impactful decisions, whether it is good, whether it is bad. Your entire team must move together. And at certain points, the time frame, yes, dragging out fights can be important for certain types of compositions, but I think this is why scrims come into effect, right? You got to go into your scrims to get as much value out of it and understand not only how your opponent moves as behavioral studies, but more so that your composition, you get comfortable with the idea of how far you can actually push it so you can make these calls faster.
And I would agree also that MPX NC, we did see some disconnect when it comes to how they start a fight, right? I mean, yeah, had a couple of times, got the engage, but the team wasn't there to follow up. And for majority of game one, they were just reacting to what Team HAQ was doing. And this makes me wonder, in game two, will we still see Sonic split away from the team, play his son, or play any heroes that just wants to side lane and be uninteractive? Because so far they've been giving away those objectives to Team HAQ, and we saw Team HAQ run away with the lead.
I personally love when teams are more experimental, when we get to see weird picks, weird drafts, because that just makes the MPL more interesting. But in this case, it did not work for NC, and I do feel like Sonic has to go back to the basics, go for a hero that's going to be able to work together with the team, because like you mentioned, they're looking very disjointed as of right now. They've got two really strong engages with the Edith, with the Minotaur. They have all the tools there, but every single time a fight starts, it doesn't feel like the DPS know where they should be standing. Sometimes the tanks are too far forward. Sonic, he wants to try and get a split push in, but he doesn't seem to be able to do it fast enough. So hopefully, these are all questions that can be solved as we enter into the draft for game number 2.
So let's find out, right? Immediately we see the join as well as the continue to get banned out from the side of Team HAQ with the response of the Angela into the Fanny from the side of MPX NC. So with that being said, right, does Sonic actually want to fall back to playing something a little bit more standard, similarly to the Fredrin, which we've seen a lot of in the previous season, or maybe whether or not he might even consider, if he's so focused on that damage and towards that team fight, maybe even considering a marksman for once.
And honestly, when we look at one of the heroes that has a very high success rate overall in day 1 and day 2 is the Martis, right? That has been prioritized for all of the teams whenever they have a chance to get their hands on it. And in this case, no teams have really first picked that Martis. Most of the time it's a response. I do wonder if MPXC will consider that in their first phase.
The hunter of all the
one of those heroes that's really strong, but people think it's not worth banning it, and they'll get picked up at some point during the draft. But I feel like now that we've seen a lot of performances from this hero, it's important to give it a bit more respect. I don't feel like Team HAQ is the type of team that will go for it as a first pick, but anything can happen.
It's tough to say, right? Because now Team HAQ is showing respect to where respect is due. They're taking away this Edith to make sure that at the very least Iris isn't going to get sandbagged once more, unless the entire team kind of pulls attention towards the EXP side and then look to punish immediately after, like we saw in game number 1. But even MPX NC, they're getting rid of the Turizla. They're making sure they're giving Iris the respect he deserves.
This is gonna be Paquito, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it should be.
It's just straight up Paquito first pick for Iris. He did so well with it. It was banned in game 1. You banned the Turizla this time. I feel like it's a pretty solid solution for Team HAQ.
And it's a massive flex as well, right? This hero has not seen daylight for the rest of the day, and we might see him for the first and last time if Team HAQ picks it. And there it is, Paquito. So far, 100% win rate across both days.
I didn't know it was that high.
I mean, it's looking pretty clean right now. I'm waiting for when that 100% win rate actually gets broken. But now we see MPX NC locking in very standard now, and it looks like that's what they're devolving to, right? Valentina as well as the quad.
It's a safe option here for NC, but I'm wondering if safe is going to cut it here. Experimental didn't quite work out though, so I don't blame them for going in this direction. We'll see how the rest of their draft develops. This will allow Team HAQ to pick up some pretty solid options. The Martis, like we already explained, is going to be wide open. We still have pretty solid heroes like the Eve, though you will have the Valentina to contend with this time. The Iritel is still open. I feel like Team HAQ have their pick of the litter.
And honestly, I think this also, regardless of what comes through for Team HAQ, MPX NC does have some incentive to go for either the Franco or Kaja, right? Because this Paquito pick, it does feel like it's signaling MPX NC, we are gonna amp out the tempo right now. If you are still playing that slow pace in game 1, they're just gonna run them over. Cho and Beatrix being the next two picks.
Okay. And the follow-up is going to be the Martis here. And I think this is totally fine, right? Because when you are afraid of CC, you have Martis that kind of deny it with the mortar coils. But more importantly so, where is this Cho going to go? I have heard that Cho has been utilized in the EXP lane before. I wouldn't put it past Iris, but I would imagine this is going to go on Noir.
I will say 100% this is Noir's hero. There's no way. This is Noir's favorite. This is Iris's favorite. I feel like, yes, the flex option is still there, but very unlikely from this team. They like what they like.
I feel like you don't really give up the Paquito just to run the Cho, right? It just, if you want a playmaking potential in a hero like Cho, he's going to reach a stage where he's throwing his body in front and he's getting that pick off and he's going to die out really soon, and it's just not worth it on Iris. Respecto was given to Yura with the Novaria ban again, and we actually have a fun fact on screen, Lonely Panda, and an animal panda needs his own bamboo forest to survive, and Team HAQ's panda just needs his cats. That's why you picked the Iritel.
That's a big mood. That actually is just big mood right there. Much respect. Cats all the way.
Yeah.
Oh, fair enough. We see the next phase of the ban actually commence here with Novarian as well as the Fredrin, both being banned out. Lack of EXP laner here on the side of MPX NC. I don't think it's that big of a deal because there's so much that they can do. They can still go for the Yuzong if they really wanted to, if they want to chase down this Beatrix, more importantly, that's been revealed really early on. And even for MPX NC, right? The only thing that's really going to stop them, I would imagine, is going to be the Eve, but I have a sneaking suspicion that's what MPX NC wants.
They do have the Valentina. So even if the Eve does come out, the real world manipulation can always get stolen away. I don't feel like it's necessary to ban it out at this stage, but they could still remove it if they really want to narrow down Yura's hero pool. Looks like they will here, so a lot of respect was the newest member of Team HAQ.
A part of me does hope that Gore doesn't come back into the picture, right? I mean, I hope Amos isn't thinking about it. Like, we ran the Gore, 100% win rate. Gonna ban out the final hero, and that's gonna be the Uranus.
Oh, thank goodness. All right. I was a little worried that if EA was going to start sandbagging again, why not get the king of all sandbags, right?
Uranus is going to be very strong. Surprisingly, we haven't seen a lot of Uranus here. Literally none at all ever since the start of the season, even though I do feel like he's been pretty good. But I imagine that a lot of that comes from the nerf to the common emblem, reducing that hybrid regen. So the Grok is going to get picked up by NC here. This is a hero that they themselves banned out in game number 1. And it's going to be on Team HAQ now to decide how they want to finish off their draft.
I like it a lot. At least they have a flex pick right at the very end here so that they know what the matchup for is going to be at the end of the day. Team HAQ on the other side, looking at this, how do you deal 2 with anti-CC? It's going to be tough to actually find that pick, but at least you have deterrence. A deterrent for this quad in case he wants to jump into the back line and try something sneaky with like a blazing duet amongst 4 people. Man, not a lot of mages to work with. Even the Farsa doesn't feel that good when you see the Grok. The farm is going to get picked up here. I'm not so sure that's a good idea because Valentina can steal that as well.
Yeah, and at the same time, right, they are going to go for the Hayabusa to close it out. And there it is, Gary showing his chops. Did miss this guy.
We haven't seen this in ages here, and this is one of the older Gary pocket picks right there.
Oh, yeah.
So I do like the Hayabusa, gives them a lot of options, can stick on top of the Claude as well. But like you mentioned, Gideon, I don't like the Faramis. You're giving away a free call altar. It means you're gonna group up for the Blazing Duet and the Wild Charge. It just doesn't seem like it suits what Team HAQ would want to go for against NC.
Yeah, but I guess it's one of those situations where it's like, you know, damned if you do, damned if you don't. No matter what you go for in the mid lane, unless you're thinking about like Kagura, for an example, might you actually start to find some profits. But here we go, the Esme gets locked in. See, at least with Team HAQ, they're like, I would much rather get rid of the Uranus, deal with an Esmeralda rather than just the Uranus.
I mean, looking at this, right, does this kind of does the Farmers pick kind of undermine what the Hayabusa wants to accomplish? Because like Siddhartha said, right, there is going to be the stolen cult altar, you're trying to assassinate someone, and then suddenly your ultimate gets used against you.
Yep, no, that's the biggest problem in a matter of fact, right? That's why we are seeing, you know, hyper tank sandbag in the EXP lane itself. You know, if I'm gonna live forever, I might as well chunk out your entire team at the same time and really slow you down once she picks up that Ice Queen's wand.
Lots of eyes are gonna be on Yura with that Faramis. This is his first time playing the hero on the MPL stage. Will this be a deterrent to Team HAQ's lineup like we expect, or will it be a secret weapon that they've brought out to play?
And at the same time, it is also the first time in 4 matches that Yura is sort of summoned to the front line, right? He's been staying back the entire time. Now his team needs him with the rest of them. Game number 2 between Team HAQ and MPX NSEA kicking off right now as we head into the Land of Dawn.
All right, jumping in, Team HAQ on the blue side with MPX NC on the red side. I think the biggest game changers for this game is going to be HAQ as well as Noir, right? How well can these two actually find the angles for Noir to get the picks, for HAQ to get a massive, massive wild charge?
If he's able to get the massive wild charge, MPX NC has a really strong team fight composition here. We have to note, having Valentina seal away the Cold Altar, once they're able to get the Blazing Duet out and about, Team HAQ will have some problems to deal with. So hopefully they are going to be able to secure a bit more early game momentum before that comes. We do see 2 lethal ignition on Gary and Yura, which is quite interesting here on the Faramis.
All right, another angle that we can probably actually start considering here is the fact that Team HAQ actually has some decent pushing waves, right? I mean, Iris, he outpushes Esmeralda in the earlier stages until Esmeralda starts scaling up with some actual damage, right? Noir can actually supplement that. Panda, for sure, with a single ultimate can clear an entire wave by himself. Maybe that's what they're trying to do, utilizing their side wave priority to maybe get a couple of items ahead, or at least levels ahead of Sonic for neutrals.
But if you're on the side of Team HAQ and you're in Gary's position, are you looking to somehow find a window to start that snowball? Because it does feel like there is a realm where if we hit that mid to late game and there's not a substantial lead for Team HAQ, it's going to be hard for Gary to be effective. Maybe this is what he's looking for, right? Only Shadow Kill into Jikundo for first blood. Gary finds exactly what he needs.
Yeah, he finds that first initial kill to get that snowball going. It is a little strange though, how HAQ was actually moving in a very interesting manner, but I don't know, it could be from MPX NC side that call for the technical pause, or for Team HAQ. We'll update you according to the situation, and yes, it does look like it is coming in from NC.
I've got to make sure that we're maintaining competitive integrity here. If any of the players have an issue that doesn't allow them to play at full power, we got to pause things and make sure that we're able to deal with it. As we can see, we got our marshals up on stage right now. Right before the pause came, though, it's quite interesting that we did see a little bit of the caster curse happening, but in this case, it was actually exactly what Husky said was going to happen, with Gary looking for that snowball with a kill. Moment he hits level 4, he goes to the mid lane, he finds HAQ. That's going to be a very nice first blood for him.
And it's HAQ calling the pause as well, right? So definitely want to make sure that everyone is going to be in the same optimal situation going back into the game. Thankfully, we just hit a timing where the first hero just spawned. Sure, first blood going over to Gary, but it's not. It's still inconsequential, right? Yeah. It's not the biggest of the
it's a minor inconvenience as of right now, assuming Gary doesn't find another kill in the next, like, I don't know, 2-3 minutes or so, you know? Because that's when it starts to become a problem. Like, once you have 2 kills, you have more than enough gold to start buying components for yourselves to get those extra stats. And I was already wondering, because I've seen many, many times previously, even with HAQ's time during the MPL under the banner of RSG, flickering out of the Oki Shadow kill multiple times. So it felt rather strange that he would die so easily like that.
Yeah, perhaps a problem did amount there, but I think I do have to disagree with you guys a little bit here. I don't think it's as inconsequential as we believe, because that is a kill on the Grok. He was only level 2. He's not going to be able to hit level 4 by the time the turtle comes up now. And that wall charge is a really important tool for the side of NC to actually take these big team fights.
There it is, our Marshall giving us the green light. Back into the game we go, just in time for the first turtle to spawn.
Well, I would agree with you, other than the fact that the supports can't actually hit level 4 in time. Like, even look at Noir, right? The turtle's already up. He hasn't done much, but more importantly so, he's not level 4 either.
But it does slow him down. There's always a chance they do hit it, but...
Sonic, Iris doesn't run away. Yeah, chasing him. Iris with the sprint. Able to get out just in time, but this turtle is going to be surrendered over to MPX NC for sure. Sonic securing the objective.
Alright, solid start there. They're not going to allow for Noir to hit his level 4 in advance. And actually, HAQ somehow going to hit level 4 before the show, because Noir spent more time hovering around the turtle pit to see if he could get a pickoff instead of getting EXP.
And more importantly so, just the fact that Turtle gives you a good amount, and especially if you are in a position of a support player or a roamer in this particular case, it's great having the extra EXP.
That's going to be spotted out, but I mean, for HAQ, he's just doing what he does best. Noir looking for a kick. That's going to be onto HAQ, not under the tier 1 though, but perhaps it might be enough. Stolen call alter used, instantly broken by Gary. No opening for an Ogi Shadow kill, but it's completely fine. MPX NC, they did have to expend some resources.
Looking at the emblems, we're seeing that Gary is opting to go for the lethal ignition instead of the traditional killing spree. He just wants to secure kills. He'll think about the movement speed and the little bit of health he gets afterwards.
And there's not too much value in the killing spree for a high booster, because typically with Quad Shadow, you're able to get out of the fight anyway, and you're typically not going to do enough damage to want to stay in the fight too. So extra damage from the lethal ignition going to be pretty valuable here. But we can see that NC actually farming really quickly here. Sonic, level 7.
You are in danger. Sonic thinking about the dive, but decides to not commit to it. Backup just arrived from Yura. Daps is going to clear out the entire wave with the Blazing Duet as well, with his friends by his side. Nothing that Team HAQ can do.
Well, at least for NC, they're going to get first move here, right? They don't have to worry about that secondary wave actually coming on through. They can come down to actually re-hit bottom side again if they want to, but with 13 seconds left on the clock and with Yeah already in position, why not? Let's start securing these neutral objectives.
It does look like both junglers are pretty even in terms of net worth, because Gary and Sonic basically got their first Hunter Strike at about the same time, so there's not going to be too much of a damage deficit coming from both sides. Engagement going to be important. Noir in the mid lane, was he able to find one?
Again, stolen call altar, keeping Hyde alive. And this is going to be a recurring problem for Team HAQ, especially if you're in Gary's position. Good news is that now there's no more stolen call altar. Team HAQ might be looking for some initiative. Sonic will secure the turtle as dealing with 2 members of Team HAQ at once. They just could not cut through the shields of this Esmeralda.
Ooh, real tough, and Yeah only gets stronger from here on up. He never is going to get weaker. He's just going to get tankier and tankier until they can't deal with him anymore, or unless Panda is able to get like 4 items or so, and then he should be able to start melting through Yeah on this Esmeralda.
HAQ going to be slightly targeted, but this is fine. The problem... Oh, wow! A dive up. Oh, that's unfortunate. Sonic staying a bit too long there. 1-for-1 trade. I don't think that's worth it for NC.
Yeah, I mean, he even went for the Brave Smite as well, right? Contrary to what we saw, in Pure Rage, the classic killing spree. Not that emblem. Meanwhile, Ogi Shadow kill onto HAQ. Doesn't have enough damage to finish off this Grok. Noir will be there to escort him out of this, but Flicker 4 from HAQ. What's the revenge? Blazing Duet from Zap. Beautiful counter engage from this Grok. You gotta love it. Stolen Wheel Dragon onto Panda. And in the blink of an eye, MPX NC finds 3.
Very nicely done here. NC, really smart play overall. Like, I understood, okay, I can quickly steal an ult. Whose ult do I steal? I'm gonna go for the way of the dragon. I'm not going to immediately use it on towards Noir and close the distance. Instead, making the smart choice, immediately punish Pink Panda because they saw where his projectile came from.
That was actually excellent. As well as Team HAQ, they wouldn't expect for the Way of the Dragon to suddenly be a threat. You would expect Panda is thinking, okay, they've used all of their resources, I should be able to just DPS here, because you would think, hey, it's gonna be Cold Altar, Hyde will steal that away, but instead, it was the catch, it gets a kill, and NC, all of a sudden, a really strong play there. It's almost as if we were watching a different team for a moment.
Yeah, lovely situational awareness, and that's something that we kind of crave from MPX NC, right? We want initiatives, and you gotta love the call that HAQ made with that ultimate.
Yep, he's gonna continue to make calls like that, right? Next to
what was that? He's gonna take a shadow kill. I mean, oh, Gary just used that.
Yep. No shadow kill anymore. Didn't have enough stacks to extend it any longer than he could. Make sure that he dodged the right abilities. Ooh!
There is the Call Altar. Hyde's gonna use it as Turtle was secured by Sonic, and once more, Team HAQ do not have the tools to get rid of Valentina, as Panda just getting shoved back to his base by Yeah.
I have to note, Esmeralda is not the same hero we're used to from many seasons ago. She actually deals a deceptively high amount of damage during the early and mid game, especially when topped up with something like Impure Rage. I'm honestly curious what kind of items Yeah has, because he's able to easily threaten Panda at this stage. And we were wondering if this Cold Altar would be a problem for Team HAQ themselves. I feel like it is.
Oh, well, I think that with the temp HP that you get from Call Altar, there's a couple of things that you need to worry about. Number one, big AoEs. And I think right now with HAQ's Wild Charge is able to put them low enough for Zav to kind of finish them off with the Blazing Duet and continue to keep on going. I would also like to mention that at least with Gary, when he does have his 3 damage items, he should be able to just like two auto attack in towards the shurikens and then immediately break the temp HP from the Call Altar as well if it is stolen by Hyde.
But it means that they have to wait until they actually get those items. And you're up against NC, who has the Valentina, the Esme, the Claude. Their late game scaling is insane. Why are you playing a lineup that needs you to wait when you're against a team that wants to wait even more?
And not to forget, right, the last 2 picks were the Farmers and the Hayabusa, so again, that's where it feels it's coming toward it. Mid lane though, MPX NC, they're not gonna wait for sure. Instantly pounces onto Team HAQ. And a fast 2 kills for them.
Ooh, things are starting to fall out of control from the hands of Team HAQ here. It's MPX NC. Right now, the gold lead, 4,000, about to develop into a 5,000 gold lead for them. Lord is going to spawn, and I think this is where it gets really dangerous for the side of Team HAQ, right? With this upcoming Lord, they should be able to break the last outer turret, and more so if they're able to walk away with an inhibitor as well from the side of Team HAQ. I think NC could potentially just end the game off with the second Lord.
I would not be surprised, and Team HAQ are not in a position to contest at all. Even Iris, who normally is dependent on to buy time and split push, is being handled perfectly by Yeah. Now that he's reached this stage, Paquito doesn't hold a candle to him, and Iris is feeling that heat here. Team HAQ, I feel like their draft has just not been conducive here. The synergy is not working out, and that's giving so many windows for MPX NC.
How many windows left do they have here? 6,000 already developed. HAQ opening up the map down towards that bottom side, and Gary not having access to his purple buff just makes him lose that influence and more dependent on the rest of the team to actually put NC's members down to a manageable lethal rate.
And Noir tries to go for a pick, but it's against a Claude. They use the Bandit's Rage to try and damage the Lord, but it's not enough. That mid inhibitor surely will fall. Just arriving with little health.
How is it alive?
Yeah, minor miracle. Gary might be looking for a target. Noir as well by his side, but at the end of it, MPX NC, good discipline to pull back.
Iris should be able to get away, but yeah, I think he's completely outscaled him at this point of time, right? Unless Iris has been building like full damage, which doesn't seem likely for EXP Paquito.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't feel like that. I mean, he even has the brace mind and the sprint, right? So it's all about disruption in these team fights. And just like Shadafa mentioned, he tried to go for those cutting the minion waves, but in this game, it's just not going to work out. You're not going to find the rooms that you did, just as if you're against Secret yesterday, because MPX NC has you by the throat.
Team HAQ just doesn't have enough consistent damage. Oh, here comes HAQ!
Oh, they're gonna try, bleeding duet from Zaf straight into the back, and just like that, Sonic executes Panda. And once more, the goal lane of Team HAQ falls. High will be traded back as a result. But the health pool on MPX NC not looking the best. Yura flickers forward, drags Sonic back. Taekwondo from Noir to try and stop him in place to finish him off. And Iris finally shows up for the pickup. But yeah, it's gonna be a major concern. No one can deal with this Esmeralda. Yeah. Slowly but surely willing them down. MPX NC loses 2, but still, I feel like that was a win for them.
It's not bad. It's not bad at all. Being able to pick up Hyde so quickly and then follow up with Sonic are gasps of air that Team HAQ are desperate for at this stage. But look at yeah. This Esmeralda can easily 1v4 Team HAQ right now. Only Panda has enough damage to potentially take him down, and that still requires him to get more farm when you look at the network damage dealt difference between him and Zavs here. Only getting the 100 strike now. Even if Team HAQ are able to pick off multiple members of NC, as long as Zavs and yeah are still alive, I cannot see them winning team fights.
Yeah, it's going to be quite the struggle, in matter of fact, with all the members from Team HAQ as well as NC getting ready for this fight. They're going to steal away this purple.
Oh, Noir, once more, not able to get the Claude. It's just the boxing with shadows, you're not going to find it. And High will get the purple buff as well, so Zavs is going to have a few days dealing with Team HAQ. It's the second lore spawns, MPX NC on the objective. Team HAQ, I don't think they're going to get there in time. They are going to lose the Lord, and most importantly, they're going to get flanked, sandwiched by yeah. Zav just shows right out with the blazing duet, and that is Noir out of the picture for half a minute.
Listen, it's so painful. It really is so painful. Yeah is so very strong. Goes in for a fat flank, and now Iris in big trouble.
Knocked out by the wall charge, blocked out by the Guardian's barrier. Can he get out? Iris, he's just trying to buy time, and so far he's making decent space, but he's going to run out of room very soon. And under the pressure of MPX NC, he also falls.
At least he's able to create some space. Gary actually starting a bit of a push up top, but with the Lord now pushing in mid lane and Iris down for the next 25 seconds, MPX NC could be looking to tighten their vice grip once and for all and bring our final series of the day to a final game of the day.
Instant engage onto Noir. Thanos Rage will be used. Bottom inhibitor falling, but MPX NC, they are demanding a game tree. Slowly whittling down the crystal. It will not stand. The Lord as the finisher. MPX NC brings us the distance.
They find it. They find their very first win to tie this game up 1-1 currently against Team HAQ so far. And that's what we were hoping to see, a more standard line of play. Very good macro coming in from the side of MPX NC off of the mistake from Team HAQ. And then once you maintain that snowball, they knew exactly where they wanted to punish.
I was gonna straight up say this was a draft issue here for Team HAQ. They did not have the tools to deal with MPX NC. You go for pickoff with the Hayabusa, with the Cho, and then you give them a free call altar. I don't know what was going through their heads right there, but that effectively put the wrong puzzle piece into their grid. And that cost them pretty heavily right now. MPX NC. These are familiar faces, but this is a new team in the MPL, and they're starting off pretty good.
Starting off fantastic, in a matter of fact. It's great to see, especially in week number 1, that they're not holding back punches. They're making sure that they can at least show everything that they've been training for prior to the MPL.
And I think the best part is that a lot of people know them as a team that is innovating every single time, putting out some tomfoolery whenever they want to, like the Sun, like the Hanzo. But it's very refreshing to see MPX NC play a standard game of Mobile Legends and having a very dominant game.
Sometimes going back to basics is what works the best. And NC, now that we're seeing them playing a proper comp, having a strong draft, you can tell that their fundamentals are there. This is a team that has had a season of experience here in MPL MY. So even though Team HAQ have come back fighting and they were able to secure a really clean victory to start off the season, that doesn't mean that they're safe. from the most unexpected of rivals.
Yep. I think, you know, I agree with you, Staffan, that this definitely was a draft problem, right? There's a couple of things they could have done a little bit better, but you can see that NC is playing towards their strengths, right? They're very clear with what they are good at and things that they're a little uncomfortable.
Well, let's find out who's going to be the MVP of an incredible game right here. And we can see happy faces. It is going to be Zavs. He didn't have a very fun time in game 1 playing as the Brody, but this time he's able to really strut his stuff.
Yeah, the thwart, right? Just blazing duet, dances all over Team HAQ. And you know, just one side comment. I mean, the fans of MPX NC just incredible. But we do have a mic check coming up from MPX NC, so let's listen in.
Ini
kita mesti menang. Stop.
Kita
Dulu Kak RSG main apa aja? Main Ruby ya bang. Angkat tangan.
Pop, 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 pop. Pop, pop, pop.
Nice, guru-guru.
Kira.
Go.
Tak, bukan.
Santai, ini rezeki nak soleh ni. Dia tidak ber... bawa. Pagi tu dia main tu. Awak ada pop. Yes.
Dom skor dia. Pagi tu main ni dia.
Tak ada ni, tak ada begitu ni.
Minion
lah. Sabar. Tak ada ulti pun mau dia.
Tengok kau. Cepat.
A very loud and very happy victory from MPX NC, and I think we can definitely afford to give that to them here. MVP of the game once again is going to be Zavs on the Claude, being able to get his full item build there, finishing off with a Rose Gold Meteor as well. So playing a little bit safer towards that late game to make sure that no comeback potential is afforded for their opponents.
If there's one thing you can rely on, you can always rely on Claw to make the play at the very end, cleaning up shop here and making sure that these call altars aren't very effective at the same time. I mean, a lot of this comes down to how exactly you want to kind of manage expectations, or more so manage where your opponents are going to be. Because half the time it felt like Team HAQ was, yes, we found that initial pick, now what do we do with this? And then MPX NC just pull back, immediately start pulling back, and they allow themselves to open up the map utilizing HAQ because they know that they've already tempered Team HAQ to continuously look to punish him, and that's when they set the trap.
And then we have to also kind of look at the sandbags a little bit, right? In this case, it's going to be Yay on the Esmeralda. We talked about how both teams show respect, banning the Edith and the Terizla, but in this case, when Iris isn't put in a position where he can consistently stay in lane and deal with Yay, we start to see those cracks emerge a little bit.
And unfortunately, even though Paquito is a very strong hero, Esmeralda actually just completely bolsters that lane. We have to note, Paquito relies a lot on shields to be able to win out straight up 1v1s. Esmeralda loves those shields. She just eats them right up. So even though you may think, hey, Esmeralda shouldn't be too strong in the early game against something like Paquito, that's not the case. Yeah does win that lane matchup, and that causes a lot of problems for Iris.
Yep, he can't rely on his heavy left hand, and he also has to time his punches in between, time the jabs in between the Frostmoon shield, which can be a little awkward, and even if Yeah takes a bad trade, you just pop the Frostmoon shield again and then just heal off the shield regardless, right? On the opposite end, unfortunately for Team HAQ, they just don't have enough going for them. Like Panda, he's trying to scale up, he's trying to get into that Winds of Nature at the very least, but even then, he still can't 1v1 this Esmeralda until he gets something along the lines of a Haas Claw.
And I do feel like at no point that Team HAQ will have enough fuel to kind of keep going in these fights, right? You have Esmeralda, who is going to stay alive for a long time. You have, again, this very weird dynamic between Gary and Yura, this farmist Hayabusa, playing into a Valentina who is going to constantly stop this Hayabusa's ultimate in his tracks.
Not to mention, I feel like their item builds were too greedy. Noir only got his Dominance Ice at 10 minutes in, and Iris waited until like his third item to get it. When you're up against something like an Eve, a Martis, you need to have that anti-heal. You'd expect Yura to go for Necklace of Durance, but no, he's going greedy as well. Clock of Destiny, Lightning Trunkian. I feel like some anti-heal was desperately needed during the earlier stages of the game, and it just came way too late.
Well, I mean, I think he was trying to figure out who was going to be the big threat here. Was it going to be Hyde or was it going to be Zavs or even Yeah, because he already has a winning matchup, right? If you look in terms of the damage dealt, you can see where the distribution was mainly on, and Yeah was able to kind of farm up people later on in towards this game, and especially when it comes down to chasing down Panda, that's when it became such a significant problem for Team HAQ.
And this was also one of the lower kill count games overall, right? Only 13 kills across the board in almost 14 minutes. I just say that, I mean, is most likely the focus for this game, is being that big threat, that brick wall in front. We also got to take a look at the heat map as well for this game too, between Yura on the yellow and Hyde on red from the 4th to 8th minute.
I think we're actually seeing some pretty close mirrors on both sides here, but Yura definitely seems to be in a more defensive position. You can see that the Firmis just doesn't contribute as much as he would like in this composition, and it's actually becoming detrimental as well when he's up against Hyde on the Valentina. The Cold Altar gets stolen away, and Team HAQ is forced to play in a way that means that they have to housekeep. They have to make sure that they're not caught out too early on. They can't go for pickoffs, and because of that, half of their lineup just becomes ineffective.
Well, I mean, if we're going based on the pattern here, every single time you see Hyde actually find these kills and starting to get stronger and stronger, Yura is taking a safer and safer path each and every time. So we can see that MPX NC is taking their time to actually gain that ground lead ahead of time and then start to push back Team HAQ in terms of the space they actually get to play with.
And we talk about discomfort for Yura, right? This is the first game that his team kind of requires him to be in the front line. He doesn't get the luxury to stay behind and throw out spells like the Novaria or even the Gourd. He needs to be there with the Cow Altar that is going to consistently get stolen by Hyde from MPX NC, and it does feel like what Gideon mentioned, damn if you do, damn if you don't. There's no winning situation.
I think this is one of those situations where we can highlight a little bit on a player that didn't get a lot of attention. Hyde, kind of hidden from view in game number 1 because he didn't contribute all that much. But all of a sudden, we see him getting some clean Cold Altar steals. And when Team HAQ thinks, okay, we could deal with him, suddenly the Wave the Dragon steal comes out and secures a kill onto Panda. Turns out that this new member of NC has some hidden potential that we haven't seen yet. And you can tell that even in the late game, Irie is trying to do his best to recreate his success against Team Secret, but not able to get that split push. The Esmeralda is too perfect a counter, and because he decided to go the same build we saw from him previously, instead of maybe rushing a Dominance Ice, that ended up costing him any early game lead he may have been able to get.
Well, I guess unless there was some kind of form of counter-engage or a way to actually bounce back from the economical damage that he actually received in the lane itself, maybe there could have been an opportunity, but even so, the draft was so big of an issue that it becomes a problem, right? Like, come mid-game, that's when you start, that's when it really comes to light. As much as Gary was able to pick up maybe 1 or 2 kills, converting that into something that is relevant in the game is tough.
And I think it's very easy for us to all agree that Game 2 was just a bit of a weird draft issue towards the very end. And thankfully for Team HAQ, they still have 1 more game to pull this back, right? They can still end the series with a winning record.
Yeah, and hopefully they'll be able to freshen up and make sure they're able to clean up their game, because we're going into a game number 3, and who better to help clean up their game than with Garnier Men, which allows you to defeat Acne fast, like the MVP you are with Garnier Men. The real hero today is going to be the nemesis of Acne, Garnier Men themselves. So make sure to use it to smooth out your obstacles and win in life while climbing your way to mythical glory.
Oh, Face that's a little too real here. Yeah, a little too real. It's like you got Acne and you haven't hit Mythic. Here's Garnier Men.
Yep.
Oh, bro, let's calm down.
I'm offering the solution.
Yeah, and I mean, I use it every day, so you can see, the proof is right here.
Nice, nice. Pretty good. But without further ado, we're going to go on a short break before we go on to Game 3. Make sure you don't miss it, because it's going to be the last game of the day. We'll see you guys in a few minutes.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua.
jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh ku pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star?
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik.
We've had the pleasure of witnessing these players put all of their skills and expertise on the line here on the MPL MY Season 12 stage for a chance at victory and glory. And at the end of week 1, day 2, we have but one game left to determine whether it will be Team HAQ or MPX NC who will be claiming our third victory of the day. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the English desk. Thank you for choosing us once again. My name is Stafa, along with Gideon and Husky. It's been a long day, guys. How are you feeling?
I'm still feeling great because I just remembered that we haven't really touched on this really minor fun fact.
Oh?
Right, so Team HAQ yesterday won against Team Secret, and that was the team that finished last in Season 11. Well, right now they're playing against MPX NC, which also placed 6th last season, so they're moving up the ranks a little bit. Sure, they took up Team Secret, wonderful. But if MPX NC wins this one, then I think it gives us a very good idea of where Team HAQ stands so far in the first week.
You telling me this is their promo games?
It is feel like it, right? They're going
this
up
is their
the rankings.
placement. Their placement game.
This is their 5th star, and they're like, I just need one more, bro. Just one more to move up the standings.
The game is putting them against slightly more difficult opponents to see where they stand in their MMR.
I mean,
Provisionals.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that they're glad they're not SMG, right? You don't fight Todak in as your first opponent. That would be devastating.
That's a good point.
I mean, they put up a good fight, though.
It's true. It's about how clean you are in your pre-preparation coming in towards these games. But at least with Team HAQ, they knew it was like, okay, it's a draft problem. There's nothing much we can really do unless we snowball out of control and then we make a mistake. Then it's the opposite way around about closing out games. At least with MPNC, we are seeing that they know how to play some meta stuff. Do they want to keep on going just to secure the points, or is this time to be like, okay, there's one more thing we haven't shown you guys yet?
I actually want to hover a little bit on the first part of what you mentioned about the draft issue. We already highlighted it plenty of times, but now I want to propose the question, why was there a draft issue? You don't expect something this glaringly obvious on the MPL stage. Is it because the players have limited hero pools? Is it a coach problem? I have to note that I feel like in the past, Coach Pops has had a few issues here and there where under certain games, drafts become very weird.
They do get a little weird, I'm not gonna lie, and I think one of the easier roles to actually punish in terms of that quote-unquote hero pool is going to be that mid lane. As much as you can play all the unorthodox meta mid laners, there's still a big problem of they're just not as good as the ones that are currently S tier right now.
I think you also look at comfort levels, right? When you look at the jungle pool in Game 2, Martis was taken away by Sonic, and at the same time, Fredrin got banned out, so that's kind of your two primary junglers that we've seen majority of these games taken out. Paquito falling into the hands of Iris. I felt like Gary was running out of choices, so he fell back to his comfort pick, which in that game became a bit countered by his own farmer's mid pick because of a Valentina.
Well, I mean, it's a give and take, right? You always have to give something, you always have to take something. Would you have rather, like, oh, I probably won't go for this Hayabusa. Instead, I'm just going to go straight into this Paquito, and then the same problem occurs, if not even worse.
But there are still other solutions. Why not go for an assassin? We've already seen like a Ling isn't too bad in the current meta. He could go back to something comfort like Dirov, which is a very good counter to the Esmeralda.
Available, right?
I feel like Lancelot has kind of fallen off, unfortunately, which is a shame because the hero is always really fun to watch.
I don't think it has fallen off. I think there's a certain level of finesse you need to reach, and not everybody has that level, right? Because any small mistake with Lancelot is substantial. It's like, oh, small mistake, you die. Terizla, you can make a lot of mistakes and still get away with it because of your passive. You have other things to kind of compensate for it.
Yeah, speaking about Terizla, banned out again by MPX NC, just massive respect. But Team HAQ making some adjustments again in the ban. This time, they removed the claw.
Interesting. Now, Team HAQ did prioritize the Paquito in the previous game, and they've already seen that Esmeralda is a massive issue for that Paquito pick. So I feel like going for it again is going to be risky, and I don't feel like Esmeralda is worth a ban. I think prioritizing something else is the goal. But the Ling ban is very interesting.
It feels a little uncalled for, in a matter of fact. It's like, okay, we've studied MPX NC for so long. Every game 3 they go for Ling. This is the time to actually ban it.
Yeah, this is the game that they will pick Ling for sure. You know?
Interesting.
You do let the Edith through, right? And that was a pick that Team HAQ did struggle with in Game 1.
Do they want to prioritize like Novaria or something?
I
am the priestess of
would probably go first face it, right?
I don't think. I mean, you can first face it. There are situations which actually call for it, but none of it has been set up just yet, and both sides can roughly abuse it, but not to its like maximum potential, right? So we see the Edith get banned out from the side of MPX NC, which gives the first pick over to Team HAQ, which I'm guessing is the Valentina to kind of solve all their issues.
Ooh, that's a good point there. Valentina gonna be very strong so far, actually showing up as a premier first pick due to how flexible the hero is in stealing those ultimates away. But this does open up things like the Paquito for MPX NC.
Do you just go back for the Martis? I think they do, right? MPX NC, Martis, Irithel. This time it's gonna be their turn to run this marksman.
Yeah, the only thing that's making me really uncomfortable is that throughout the past 2 games, we're seeing a lot of like the adaptation is counter drafting rather than figuring out what is best for you. And I think especially in the early weeks of the MPL, I would much rather see teams actually look to play for themselves and look to identify themselves of what they are good and strong at, so they can start refining it early on in the season, rather than, oh, we're already at week 5, we're already at week 4, we're running out of time.
Yeah, I get what you mean. Being able to forge an identity for yourself and understand what your limits are and what's most comfortable for you are crucial when you're on a stage like the MPL. And when you have 6 weeks worth of games to play, it may be worth it to spend 1 or 2 deciding and determining what's going to be the best path forward, because once you're midway through the season, it's going to be way too late. But it also does result in other teams being able to very quickly understand exactly what it is that makes you tick. So being able to achieve a balance there is pretty important.
Yeah, we see the Lapu picked up. I think that's probably one of those standout picks. Can dive the backline, massive damage, great laner, good sustain, but how do you catch an Irithel, right? He's going to be running the sprint. We talk about this into other matchup like the Eve, like the Edith, and in this case, Lapu still faces the same struggle of trying to get to the Irithel.
It could just be raw confidence coming out for Iris. He's like, Coach, put me in, give me the Lapu early, I'm gonna catch this Irithel whether he likes it or not.
As swift as wind.
I'm not too certain about it, but I guess it's safe for now. It does bear a pretty similar situation to the Terizla, where there's not a lot of heroes that just directly hard counter the Lapu, but it's gonna open up the Paquito for the side of MPX NC, and they're gonna snap it up quite comfortably. Now, if it comes down to catching heroes like the Irithel and even, let's say, the Martis, for example, going for heroes like the Kaja, like the Franco, gonna be pretty comfortable. Noir already did a very good job on the Kaja in game number 1, but with the bans now available, I wouldn't be surprised to see NC getting rid of it straight up.
I think the first to go has to be Kaja, right? That's one of the more instant way of catching someone, and all at the same time, MPX NC, they have pretty either mobile heroes or heroes just invulnerable to crowd control, and I do think that can pose a problem later on into the game, into a Lapu. We see the Kaja instantly banned out by MPX NC as well.
Okay. I'm expecting... I would imagine that MPX NC might even consider getting both the suppressions off the table as well, but it kind of depends on whether Team HAQ is actually going to let certain things through, like the Eve. They ban out the Novaria first. The Eve is still available just to keep NC guessing.
Yeah, and because they already have the Valentina, they don't mind letting heroes like that through. Of course, they do still have 1 more ban, so maybe we'll see that getting done with later on. But with the Valentina, it gives Team HAQ a bit of a safety net, where if a strong ultimate comes out, they always have a way of counter-playing it. NC gonna ban out the Grok instead of the Franco here, and I think that's pretty good. Having a hero that's gonna be able to disable a lot of movement is gonna be detrimental for the Irithel.
Totally agree with you there, with Team HAQ now adapting, making sure that they don't ban out the other 2 artillery rages and focus down on towards Kadita's side. Now that Grok is gone, there is no value in banning out that Eve at this point in time, because you can still steal the ult and actually benefit from it yourself. Now, with the Grok gone, at least 4 people, like for Irithel especially, and one of the artillery mages in terms of Farsa, they're not going to get disrupted too much in these types of situations.
And I think for MPX NC, you probably would want to consider the roamer right now, since you've already seen that Valentina, Franco is still up on the pool. I assume they would go for it. They decide to go for the Cho instead.
Actually go for the Cho steal here. They've already denied Kaja and Grok, and by taking Cho away, they're forcing Noir to dig deep into his hero pool here. I'm pretty sure he'll still have options. Like we mentioned, the Franco is still there. The Lolita is still there. We haven't gotten to see a lot of it recently. But Team HAQ are gonna need to make a choice pretty soon. They're still gonna be looking for their jungler as well.
Could be a little tough. I would say that even it's not even a losing matchup. I would just say it's just a little inconvenient if they want to go for the Franco because the Cho is available. So I think, oh, Kufra, much better way because they need some kind of instant impact. As much as you want Lolita to kind of charge up that Numenon Blast, there's just so many ways for MPX NC to actually either dodge it with the anti-CC or just have more than enough movement speed to outrun it.
I can't believe I forgot about Kufra. That's such a great solution. It's a counter to Cho, it's a counter to Paquito. It's not too bad at catching Irritel either, as long as Noir is able to position correctly, and they're just going to close things out safely by giving Gary the Fredrin. So no longer going to be relying too heavily onto picks like the Hayabusa that require very specific conditions, and this definitely sets up Team HAQ for a much healthier early game.
And this also puts us back into kind of this matchup that we've seen many times. Fredrin into Martis jungle, right? And I would say Martis, with confidence, has had highest success rate in terms of just out-leveling the Fredrin, putting on the pressure. I think MPX NC will be looking for Sonic to do the same as well. Final pick for height, it's gonna be that Eve. Can't run too far away from that. And what do you guys think about the draft so far? Team HAQ, are they looking better?
Well, personally, I think they have they definitely have some very distinct strong and weak sides. For Team HAQ, at least, gold lane is going to be more towards their strong side in comparison to their Lapu Lapu on the opposite end in the EXP, which is definitely going to struggle a little bit more, only because Paquito is always pretty much going to get that first move. So overall, these team fights are going to be awkward, and the big X factor here is whether Iris can actually catch that backline with or without the support or not.
Yeah, I definitely think we can give him stonks for that, though. Looking at the lineups is looking a lot more balanced on both sides, and I wouldn't want it any other way for game number 3 between Team HAQ as well as MPX NC, as now we prepare to enter into the Land of Dawn.
Team HAQ has a lot to prove, because if they can't even get past MPX NC, the journey ahead is going to get so much tougher. Game 3 between these two teams kicking off right now, and we're going to start it out right with a pause. Make sure that everything is going to be in place. You know, we don't want the same thing happening in Game 2 where HAQ goes down and calls for a pause. We got to squash the issue right at the beginning.
Youch, the crowd felt that one. They're like, oh, and they instantly killed the mood.
Yeah, the atmosphere just dropped from 100, and, well, we can't blame him. In the end, you gotta make sure that everything is correct. It gave us a moment to have a look at the emblems, though, and one thing that caught my eye was the fact that Sonic is going for a safer form of Martis. We've already seen Killing Spree, we've already seen Impure Rage. He's actually going for Brave Smite this game.
I mean, he did that in game number 1. He did that in game number 1. Sorry, no, game number 2, sorry, because he was playing Sun on game number 1. But yeah, usually when you see somebody play go for the killing spree, they're expecting themselves as well as their teams to put them into lethal range to get the decimate, reset, and then walk off with the added bit of movement speed and health that you actually gain from these kills. But personally, for me, I do quite like the Brave Smite on this Martis, right? It gives him longevity in these fights. It gives him a lot more resilience in these longer, these prolonged fights, especially once we get into like the closer minutes of like 15 to 17.
And I suppose in a situation where I think you pointed out in the last series, Martis is going to hit a point in the game where he starts falling off. That Brave Smite, keeping him alive in these fights, is going to be pivotal, right? The anti-CC, the crowd control that he himself provides, and the decimation, if he even gets it off, is going to prolong that lifespan of his team in these late game situations.
That's why I've always kind of felt like Brave Smite was supposed to be the default way to go for Martis. It's actually the more aggressive styles that catch me off guard, especially Impure Rage. But I suppose that's a form of min-maxing by these players, right? Yeah. When Brave Smite is the default, it's like, okay, it's safe. Even if I fall off, I still have value, I can still survive. Whereas if you go for like Impure Rage, for example, you're saying, I am going to get kills and I am going to delay my drop off for as long as possible.
Looks like the issues haven't been 100% settled just yet. Luckily, we didn't jump back into the game before anything happened yet, which does give a little bit of time for the players to actually sit down, and hopefully it doesn't ruin their momentum, in a matter of fact.
Yeah, I mean, in this case, right, MPX NC came off a pretty high off of game 2, and of course, I believe it was HAQ who called the tech pause again, and he's playing on a hero that's called Cho, and you don't want to have any, janky inputs going into the game.
Especially a high ping. I think that is by far the most frustrating one. Hey, what's Poji doing over there? Oh, he's just snacking like a legend, no big deal.
Yeah,
keeping it real.
Yeah, that's the pancake special.
Yeah, we got the legendary Mr. Potato Snack. We got Martis on the can as well. Very nice. Fox just getting a little bit of screen time as he jumps into the cam right there. Players gonna be preparing right now. And one important thing about being a pro player as well is actually dealing with situations like this. You gotta make sure that a pause, no matter how long it may be, does not halt the momentum that you entered the game with.
And this is where you kind of need that IGL, right? That voice to kind of keep that team focused on what the goal is and what you come here for. What do you want to achieve in the first few minutes? I mean, MPX NSEA, as much as we still kind of consider them half rookie or just kind of a fresher face coming into this, I think it's fair for us to raise that expectation a little bit. This is their second season. It's not their first rodeo. If anything, I think, again, this series against Team HAQ is a good litmus test to see how far these boys have come.
I think that, especially for like the standout, I would say that the standout only because it's so burnt in my mind is the fact that Hyde actually has the mechanics to make things happen, be a playmaker for the team, which is, again, the polar opposite of Yura in these situations, where it's like, oh, would I have expected Yura to steal the Way of the Dragon and then flicker in front and go for a potential, kick Way of the Dragon back in towards my team? No, I wouldn't have expected Yura to do anything of that sort, but Hyde does.
Yeah, I think that's kind of like the polarizing personalities for these two teams, right? Yura loves to be in the back line, and once we saw him in the front line and he's giving a hero like Farmers, it feels like, well, I'm very uncomfortable, but I need to help my team, and it's not the way that I am used to.
Yeah, it's always very interesting to note just how different the playstyles of these players can be. Even though they're in the same role, even if they're playing the same hero, different styles of aggressions, different styles of engagement, preferring to go for DPS, standing in the back, or engaging, being the playmaker. All of that does come down to personal preference, to experience, as well as how much practice you're able to get in those specific conditions. And like you've already highlighted, we got two very new players here in the form of Yura as well as Hyde, and already two very different playsets.
Well, it looks like teams are getting ready. I mean, well, I can literally see the input coming in from
Yeah,
Gary's phone, so I can only
Yep.
imagine. Yep, there we go.
Thank you very much to our marshals. Getting everything patched up. We are ready to hop back into game number 3. And for sure, we're going to have a good game in this one. MPX NSEA again against Team HAQ. One final about to figure out who's going to come out on top. thwart leaps in. Might have been losing his life though. HAQ forced a flicker. EA also disengaged. Both teams not getting any kills.
Both roamers is going to be dropped very low from that skirmish, but as long as no one dies, it's still going to be pretty even overall, with NC getting the slight goal lead because they were able to steal the Little Wanderer away. Aside from the Brave Smite we mentioned, otherwise the emblems are looking pretty default here. We can see really the value of Quantum Charge when you even bring it onto the Fredrin just to get that extra bit of movement speed. Gary has his roots in a more aggressive style of jungle, but he does need that utility, and Panda, for some reason, leaves the Gold Crab with 84 HP, which I'm pretty sure Zavs will get for free.
Yep, that is a little sad. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, wait, hold on. Zavs? Was it Zavs or was it Sonic?
No, I think Sonic got it, yeah.
Yeah, because he pathed downwards in an awkward manner and then just decided to bugger off, so I can only imagine he got the Gold Crab.
I think the funniest part was that Sonic didn't even saw it at 84 HP and it's like, yeah, retreat.
he just
smite this, 600 damage smite.
He just walked by and saw, hey, sale, 90% off the Gold Crab.
Oh, I mean, it's just to making sure, the retribution, put it to good use. Turtle is up, right? Sonic has that battle spell back up. Yay. Front, Appraisal's Grab hitting in there. Team HAQ does have the firepower though. Iris dropping in with the bravest fighter instantly. Still has that Earth Shatter. MPX and C not getting the turtle. Sonic will end up going down. Slam into the grave by Iris. First blood for Team HAQ. The follow-up from thwart can't find HAQ as Yay protects his tank.
Beautifully played coming in from HAQ, and honestly, the more I see these two EXP laners go at it, they have very similar playstyles with the way that they kind of approached the game, and they understood exactly where they needed to be to slow them down. Yeah, he might be in some trouble here.
Yeah, there's 3 members of Team HAQ surrounding him. Yeah, can't get out of this one.
Really nicely done there. Some movement coming in from Team HAQ to make sure they're finally able to take down Yeah. A little bit of revenge for stopping them from getting the kill onto HAQ, and that's definitely going to be a much more worthy trade. Team HAQ already emphasizing their presence on the map and actually taking real advantage of Iris on this Lapu with his level 4 damage.
Yeah, but with the crowd cheering in the back, we're expecting Clash to eventually start to occur here. Noir opening up the map, realizing that maybe something is up. We did see Zobs show up inside that mid lane and then rotate down. Overall, it's still dangerous territory.
As long as Noir has his body in front of HAQ, he's going to be able to protect his teammate against all these attempts to hit the back line. And he's been doing a pretty decent job. Yeah, doing exactly what Iris did, starting to cut the waves between the tier 2 and the inhibitor. I think Iris is also doing the same, right? He's on the top side, but Sonic might just spawn him on pretty soon.
Yeah, this is pretty normal to see in the EXP lane, but now we're seeing a really forced engagement here. Team HAQ hoping to catch someone, but HAQ doing some very good maneuvers. Iris, though.
2 members on top of him. Sonic to cut him down with the quarter quad's gonna be down. Oh my goodness! Iris just split heaven and earth.
Oh my god!
Nice the kill onto Sonic, almost takes down Yeah.
He 2v1 that like a champ. Iris with the level lead on Yeah. That's all he needed. Is just give me a little bit more EXP. I'm gonna 1v2. No big deal.
Easily one of the biggest ego challenges here in MPL MY. Being able to secure the 1v2, get the kill. We have to know that his Lapu, he's got the adaptive penetration emblem. He's going full aggressive, going for full DPS.
Flicker kick onto Panda. Zab's running at him. No one can catch it. Irithel, the heavy crossbow gets the finisher. And that's Panda dead. HAQ making plays for his team.
Yep, really good catch there. HAQ gonna be able to find Panda. Unfortunately, Team HAQ just doesn't have the tools to be able to save him once he's caught out. It really depended on making sure that he was in the right position to not get kicked in the first place, and I don't think he quite saw HAQ coming. So a little bit of a rebuttal here for MPX NC, and that's gonna be important. Now that they've basically lost out in terms of EXP with Iris, they gotta put more emphasis onto making sure that Zabs does not lose his matchup either.
They gotta be real careful about it. In terms of the EXP, it's just gonna be 2 levels ahead for Gary this time round. Now dwindling down back to 1, with Sonic finding any opportunity to go for these invades. Gary doesn't mind because he knows he's gonna get some profits later on down the line, unless HAQ
trying for it, but not that easy against a cool crowd. Gary will also arrive at the scene. With 4 members on both teams on that bottom lane. Turtle, though, will be spawning on top side in the next 50 seconds. So far, Iris is really utilizing this lead that he got. Put pressure onto Yeah, constantly just forcing him away.
Yeah, but at least he's proxying the waves in time, right? He got the bravest fighter out of him. Now he gets to rotate. He's proxied. He's cut the waves, and now he's waiting for an opportunity to turn things around. Oh no!
Doesn't have his cooldowns. He's gonna get punished this time. Not that cheeky after all.
This movement a little bit too early right there, and Team HAQ really good trigger fingers, waiting until the Jeet Kune Do and Shinpo has been used, and then they know it is just free game. Gary gonna attempt to contest the purple, and he does get it as well. Sonic using his retry, so he doesn't even have that available for the turtle.
Yep, this is a bit unfortunate. Both sides don't actually have that retribution, but it's a little bit more advantageous for Team HAQ because again, they've already cracked down on the bot tier 1. They're probably going to go with the lane swap at the same time as they move over towards Turtle. So I think it's clear that at least for Sonic, his decision is we're going to back away. We're not even going to contest this.
And this is giving a lot of room to Iris, right? He's constantly invading, he's proxying the waves, he's threatening Sonic as well. Kind of like a game 1 situation where Team HAQ is given the room because they earned it from MPX NSEA.
Typically, when you see an EXP laner have the room and space to split push, to cut the waves, invade jungle, then they've already won their lane very handily. Iris now coming bot to respond.
Yeah, does get the turret. Meanwhile, top side, Noir only finding 1 with the Tyrant's Rage. It's gonna be HAQ who just gets out of there. Real manipulation even used by High. Noir still alive. HAQ, you really want to seek for this?
Oh, that's a mistake.
Not a bright idea. He gets punished by Panda.
Oh, good block coming in from Gary, actually going for the dash and also getting the taunt at the same time to make sure that there is no guarantee that HAQ could make any kind of like crazy play or try to escape using the Way of the Dragon to actually create some distance between him and his opponents. Let's have a look at the items right now, because so far it's going to be an Ice Queen Swan coming in from this Eve, and for Lapu, 2 strong items with the Hunter Strike and Bloodlust Axe already finished, but I can't say the same for Panda, who just seems to be like looking, even though he's got 2 kills under his belt, his items are just way more expensive.
Yeah, that Blade of Despair first item always going to delay in terms of how many items you're able to get. It looks like he's going for the Malefic Roar as well, so very aggressive itemization coming out of Team HAQ, which is understandable since they are in the driver's seat for this game. But they just gotta make sure that it doesn't happen, that a reversal happens, because we already saw that earlier. Overly aggressive itemization may cost you in the late game if you're not careful.
And they're trying to flush out Yay, but it's not gonna be easy, yo. Yay will get out. HAQ actually used his Flicker to try to engage onto Yura, but that one also was in vain. So MPX NSEA, they're just trying to buy space for themselves.
Doing a very good job of it as well. They understand that they are going to be behind in net worth here. They're not going to be able to rely on HAQ to initiate anymore, because Noir has been doing a great job of mirroring his movements across the map, which is very unfortunate, because when you have the Paquito, when you have the Martis, you want to try and get a few more kills in the early game, but now they're just going to bunker down and try and make space for Zavs to reach that 3-item power spike, after which they can start taking bigger team fights.
Yeah, with Lore spawning, you see MPX NC, they will arrive at the scene, but without Yay for now, so Team HAQ instantly calls dibs on it. Gary is also a level ahead of Sonic, so in terms of the Retribution War, Gary does have the slight advantage. Team HAQ looking to speed it up, Flicker instantly onto Sonic. HAQ can't get in, and Sonic is dead thanks to Panda. Iris keeping the rest of MPX NC at bay, Flickers forward, goes for the ult. HAQ does kick him into the wall, but you cannot stop Iris, you cannot stop Noir. Yura follows up, and Team HAQ bulldozers MPX NC.
Yura did not need to flicker first.
He did not.
He did not, but he did it anyway. In the meantime, we'll be finding a tier 2 down on the bottom side, or at least putting it down low enough to threaten it. He's going to get on out of there as Iris, he comes back to respond.
Just a really great series of initiations there by Team HAQ Noir, especially with that Flicker Tyrant's Revenge. It's been a while since we've seen one of those work so well. And getting the Tire's Rage onto Sonic, I'm honestly surprised this Martis dropped so quickly. It feels like his itemization is not enough here, because you typically expect a little more durability on this hero pick in particular. Looking at a bit of a player head-to-head, we got Panda here up against Zavs, and before we can even continue!
Yes! Just lovely cash in a blink of an eye. 2 down from MPX NC. Team HAQ looking for more. Seems like they're hanging the carrot on a stick out there, but 2 inhibitors. It's gonna fall instantly. Yay. He got a recall right now, HAQ. 4-man knockout with the Jit Kundo, but no one is at home. Team HAQ, are they gonna just walk in and win this? It seems like that is the case. Fastest game we had so far in MPL MY, and Team HAQ destroys MPX NC.
Oh my goodness. These endings are explosive from both of these teams. Always so very explosive. What a play coming out. Once again, Team HAQ beat their demons 2-1 against MPX NC.
What a great last few minutes from Team HAQ though, really showing that champion level gameplay. Every single time we see an initiation, we think, wow, this is peak. They just reach even higher and secure a bulldozing victory against MPX NC, who have put up an amazing fight this game, but it simply was not enough in the end.
I mean, this group stage dungeon crawler for Team HAQ continues to be in their favor. 2-0 against Secret yesterday, 2-1 against MPX NC. A rougher day too, but they pulled through, so still keeping the clean slate with them.
They got a lot to discuss about for MPX NC, but holy, what a set coming out from Noir.
Yeah, really interested to see how they're gonna continue moving forward and where their placement matches are gonna put them now. But with the end of that series, let's toss it up to our host on stage to interview Team HAQ.
Dan itu dia pemenang perlawanan terakhir kita untuk hari ini, Team HAQ. Okay, before anything, I nak cakap dengan Iris.
Alright.
Alright, MVP kita untuk match pertama, game pertama kita hari
Game
tadi.
pertama.
Okay, so Iris, semalam Iris keluarkan statement dekat media, iaitu dia might be better than Ripo. Korang setuju ke? So, Iris, tadi kita kat atas panel tu tengah borak. Iris main macam kucing.
Macam kucing?
Macam kucing.
Oh.
Sebab Iris macam ada 9 nyawa dalam game.
Oh.
Dan kita dapat fun fact that Panda suka kucing.
Oh my god, Panda.
So, adakah Iris kucing Panda dekat Team HAQ? Tu yang jadi family.
Betul. Ya, dia bela saya.
Belah awak.
Ya, dia bela saya.
Okay, on a serious note though, do you think you are better than Ripo?
Tengok match kita orang ada sini nanti.
Okay, play safe. Tapi I memang excited nak tengok match tu. You ready nak lawan Ripo ke?
Ready. Memang nak bantai Ripo.
Alright, sebelum I continue with him, he's gonna bakar Ripo already. Coach. Hi Coach.
Hello.
Alright, so I just nak tanya satu soalan, iaitu is Valentina a good first pick untuk patch ini?
Untuk kita apa-apa pun good pick because we will still win eventually.
Oh wow! Okay, seru Saturday is very pedas. Alright guys, MVP kita is ready. Siapakah MVP anda? Okay, count with me ya. 3, 2, 1. Iris!
Alhamdulillah, terima kasih.
I belum tanya soalan ni.
Sorry.
Tak apa.
Oh, okay.
Continue.
Okay, Alhamdulillah, terima kasih. Sebab first game tu kita orang dah bantai-bantai. And second game kita orang dibantai. So third game tu kita orang reset balik. And disebabkan mental team saya kuat kan. So kita orang dapat bantai diorang balik.
Wow. Alright. Gary? Okay, Gary. I just nak Gary bagi satu ayat dekat next matchup korang.
Satu apa?
Satu ayat. Untuk? Next team yang korang akan jumpa. Sebab kita boleh nampak Team HAQ is back untuk musim ke-12 ini. So, I nak tahu apa ayat-ayat keperkataan Gary nak bagi tahu dekat team lain.
Untuk Team Red, kita orang punya XP dah on fire.
Oh! Alright, spicy. I like. Alright, terima kasih kepada Team HAQ. Thank you so much and congratulations on your win. Thank you so much. Alright guys, so I'm pretty sure dorang semua dah penat. So mari let's join back to our caster since I'm back on stage. Let's go back to them. Mari kita break down what happened in this best of 3 series. Caster, take it away.
A hot day of games right there ends with Team HAQ on fire. And honestly, they were really lighting up the land of Dawn there against MPX NC and the stage as well. A very entertaining interview that shows not only have their in-game senses improved, it looks like their stage presence has grown as well.
I'm not gonna lie, Team HAQ is giving us some pretty weird endings, but I dig it, right? Sometimes you just need that extra flavor to spice it up. Good news, Amok's win streak still continues. This joke is gonna get old as the deeper we go into group stage, but we gotta milk it while we can.
Yeah.
He still has a clean slate in the series, and who can forget about the MVP, right? It's the same guy from day number 1. It's Iris again as our match MVP.
Yep, continuing to show why EXP has significant impact in these games. When you have some big tempo breakers like Terizla as well as this Lapu Lapu, there are just moments of glory that you don't even expect to see coming. The fact that I was able to 2v1 there was already pretty impressive with the damage reduction coming in his enraged form, his bravest fighter form. It's pretty incredible.
Remember, we noted before the game even started reported that Labu Labu against Paquito is going to be a little bit tricky as a lane matchup, but Iris just says nope, not at all. He even goes for the 1v2 against Martis on top of that and nearly gets a double kill. This is a player that's been around since, I think, Season 7 of MPL, Season 7, Season 8. We already saw a lot of potential with him at the beginning, but it just seems like he's grown and evolved ever further, but still maintaining that aggressive personality, as we can see in his emblem choices.
Yeah, and I think, you know, he's also kind of helping out the team in terms of being a voice about whether to go or not, right? I think, you know, Iris previously, when he was with previously with RSG, I think, you know, it was very clear that there were moments where he was too overly aggressive, and not everybody wanted to be on the call together when the shot was given. But the rest of the team, this time, with a bunch of young bloods, everybody is willing to kind of compensate. You make a mistake, don't worry, you got 4 other guys who's going to help make this mistake and turn it into a moment of glory.
And almost a flawless game as well, right? Only giving away 1 death, and that's on Panda. But overall, we see, you know, Noir with those engages that essentially won Team HAQ the series. And of course, Iris, we were like, wow, where's this Lapu Lapu going to stand? How is he going to catch targets? Gideon was like, wow, he's just pure ego, and he just slams the door in MPX NC's face.
Having that adaptive penetration going to help out in terms of itemization. And this time I don't really know the order of the items that Iris got, so I don't know how early that dominance ice was, but having it would definitely help out in the Paquito matchup against Martis as well, not to mention. And with the supportive capabilities of Noir and Gary, I feel like Gary really didn't get to do much this game, but his presence in itself is enough with that anti-QRS rush, being able to completely deny a lot of the early game damage that NC would want to snowball off of.
Yeah, you know, a lot of this game really boiled down to playing your strong and weak side, but you just weren't expecting your weak side to actually become your strong side after the 2v1, right? Because from that point on, it's clear that yeah, we'll struggle in this matchup, right? There's no real way for him to actually recuperate from that type of damage, and Sonic was already falling behind because the strong side was getting invaded constantly by the likes of Gary, taking away camp after camp, forcing Sonic to actually take some very risky invades just to try and maintain a level against it.
And we were wondering what was Sonic's item build, right? And now we get a very good look into it. The Dreadnought armor, the Radiant armor, so very less armor in overall. And suddenly when you have Iris, who is just having a massive game, he is just destroying Sonic in these fights.
It does feel bad there for MPX NC, but they've already shown us a pretty impressive performance overall. Looking at the numbers, there's quite a bit of damage, but actually not as much as you would assume because of how quickly this game went by. 11 minutes, probably the fastest we've seen so far. And because of that, the GPM going to be very high in the hands of Panda.
Yeah, Panda's GPM is through the roof, and he's feeling really confident with with the fact that he has Noir as well as Gary, and Yura constantly rotating to his side of the map because he is the strong side and he can push things out faster in comparison to this Irithel, who already struggles to actually take 1v1s against him until she has about 4 items.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, like, as much as we say this is a Iris being the MVP overall, we can agree that it is Team HAQ making the team effort, right? Noir stepping up, Panda also delivering when needed. When you look at the highlights for this game number 3, it was just pure domination by Team HAQ.
They had free control over the early game. Iris being able to win out his lane so handedly made a massive difference. So it definitely added value to when Team HAQ rotated 2 members up to get that early first. We see this amazing play here with the near double kill in a 1v2 situation. And I think this is a very indicative form to see, like, what is the difference with Team HAQ's gameplay when you actually do have a cohesive composition?
When you do have a cohesive composition, you know that you're going to have some very sharp tools, but I was expecting to see some kind of weakness, or at the very least for MPX NC, to find these holes in between, like the timings of which their camps are going to come up. Because they already invaded, right? Sonic invaded a couple of times just to kind of even out the EXP score, so why wasn't that taken into account when they were moving across the map?
And I think the theme of this game, the entire series is more of like, if Team HAQ gets ahead and they put MPX NC in the stranglehold, MPX NC starts to tunnel vision a little bit, and that's going to allow Team HAQ to come up with another series win, set the standings after day number 2.
After their second placement match, Team HAQ going to be standing at the top of the charts right there with 5 points. Unfortunately, not quite maintaining their 100% win rate, as this was a 2-1 series, but looking to be pretty strong as they enter MPL Season 12.
Yep, but that means there are opportunities, one for Red Esports, the other for Selangor Red Giants, to maintain 100% game win rates across the season. And for how long they're going to hold it will be very impressive. And honestly, I'd be curious to see how long they could hold it.
Yeah, and also, right, Team HAQ, they are done with Secret, they're done with MPX NSEA. The upcoming, the rest of the games that they gotta play only gets harder. SMG, Red Esports, Red Giants, you know, Todak, SMG, they are all waiting to take on Team HAQ.
Just feels like we have a terrifying lineup of teams this season. It's a lot of the same names, but there have been so many revamps, so many roster changes, so much improvement over the recent seasons of MPL MY that I feel like we're seeing a lot of promise, both in our older as well as our newer players as well. And I'm really excited to see what more flashy, shiny stuff they're gonna show us. Just like this flashy, shiny new skin for Yin, Eternal Guardian, which is gonna be coming with the August Starlight. We're gonna have 10 returning Starlight skins, as well as a new Starlight Shop exclusive killing notification that will be awaiting you in August. So all you gotta do to unlock Starlight membership is use 300 diamonds, and you can get rewards that are worth over 6,000.
You know, personally for me, I've told myself that I'm not going to get this time's Starlight. The only reason is because, you know, it says an Eternal Guardian. I don't want to be stuck with Yin in his little dimension forever. I'm sick of it. I am done with it.
Yeah, just like Yin says, his ultimate name, my turn, and I got it, Eternal Guardian. And now I'm just ruining games with Yin, but it's fine because I get to trap people eternally with me. Or at least I hope to.
He's eternally guarding his opponent's epic rank, never allowing it to disappear.
You just have to suffer here with me.
Yeah. But speaking about suffering, how about the people who aren't suffering? We got the MPL Predictor winners. If you guys predicted these 3 players up on screen right now, then you're a winner right there. Congratulations. You can see your name down in the scrolling screen there. And hopefully, you'll be able to get yourself some nice little bonuses. Super Red as our first MVP, Rizel, Iris. Names that haven't really been seen in MPL recently, but really showing up here on the first week of Season 12.
I mean, that's the exciting thing about the first week, right? You don't know what to expect from these teams. We haven't seen them in a while, what they've been doing in that meantime. And I think, you know, the pre-preparation coming in for the MPL has only gotten more intense over the long years that the MPL has been around.
I just love the diversity, right? Different roles and rookie names as well. Super Red and Rizel, right? We have Rizel who debuted in the most fashionable way ever, being the MVP.
That's true. Being an MVP for your first game here in the MPL stage is always going to be a huge momentum setter for the rest of the season. And I'm just really excited to see what comes next. So let's talk about what comes next, because we actually still have one more day in week 1 of Season 12, and it's going to be some spicy stuff, with the first match of the day starting off with Homebois versus Lunatix, followed up by the Battle of the Reds with Red Esports versus the Red Giants, and ending things off with Team Secret versus Todak.
Oh, that's a spicy matchup there with the second game, Red Esports versus Selangor Red Giants. One of them is going to have no chance of getting a 100% win rate.
Oh, that's true.
That is very true. I mean, Shamilo is going to be shaking in his boots right now. He's been talking a lot about that matchup tomorrow. So
he's nervous. He's nervous.
It's going to be the highlight of the day.
I think they're both very promising teams, but we can say the same for every team in the roster. So this is going to be an exciting season, and it's going to be an exciting day 3. That's going to be the end of week 1, day 2. We will see you guys tomorrow. Catch you there.